Chapter 551 Dronacharya's Dilemma. An excellent proposal. A truly generous one, I must say. As you are indeed correct, you have the item I want, and trading it with the lesser valued item I just bought. It's practically me getting free $500 billion. And only a madman would say no to free money. Fortunately, I'm not a madman. And I can't say no to free money. But unfortunately for you, now that I know that you are willing to pay $5 trillion for this item, how can I let you have it for only a profit of $500 billion? TCH, I'm not that kind of businessman, Rebirth said with a cunning smile on his face. Hearing this, Dronacharya felt like vomiting blood as he realized that this situation had been caused by his own carelessness. As he had dug his own grave by giving Rebirth the price he was willing to pay for this item. Despair filled Dronacharya's heart as all his politeness and fake accent and attitude dropped out of his body. As he soullessly asked Rebirth, "What do you want?" Rebirth stretched his arms as he walked around the room, pretending to look at the auction going down below, trying to look as disinterested in making the offer as he could, now playing the mind games from his side. After a while, Rebirth said, "Information for starters. Like, why do you want this item? Do you know about the ruins and its rewards beforehand?" Rebirth's question was spot on, as Dronacharya felt hard-pressed to answer as he stuttered and stumbled. No. How would I know? I don't know anything." Rebirth, however, instantly cut him as he said, "Cut me some slack, fanboy. Nobody pays so much money for an item that they are not sure about. Either be sincere with me, or forget about cooperating with me." Rebirth's voice was that of a king, full of calm and authority. Dronacharya felt sweat tingling on his back as he felt he was at the worst possible conjecture that he could be in this conversation. Should he walk away, he would never get to receive the item he so badly desired. However, if he did not walk away, he would need to tell his greatest enemy about the potential benefits of the item, which was an equally bad deal if not worse. Hence Dronacharya said, "You are right. I do know about the item. However, information is not a free commodity, and I cannot share it freely." He had decided that he would grow a spine and talk to Rebirth back with authority as he negotiated a deal. However, before he could even start working on that strategy, Rebirth said, "Okay, thank you for your time then. I am not selling this item." Dronacharya was left stumped for a second. However, Rebirth clapped his hands and asked the security to throw out Dronacharya. Hence, by the moment he realized what had transpired, he had already been escorted out of Rebirth's room. Shakuni. Dronacharya screamed in anger as he banged his fists on the wall. He hated Rebirth to his core now. It was no longer just for Parallax. A deep personal grudge had been formed between him and Rebirth as well, as he had never felt so humiliated, overwhelmed, and ill-treated in his life as he did in the 5-minute conversation with Rebirth. It seemed like whatever he did, Rebirth had the perfect counter for it. Whether it was being polite or being authoritative, anything he did was in favor of Rebirth, as it felt like a child trying to fool a master. "I will show you. Just you wait." Dronacharya resolved himself, as he decided to give his 100% to the Blood Merchant organization, as he would bring down the entire Elites Guild and their capital Purple Haze City in just a month and a half's time. The only fear Dronacharya had now was that with the item being in the Elite's hands, should they discover the secret of the ruins before he could level Purple Haze City, it would be a huge problem. However, that seemed highly unlikely, as unless one had reincarnator knowledge like himself, it was impossible to understand the significance of that item. Hence, filled with confidence and hatred, Dronacharya left the system auction. Rebirth too did not dally around much, as although the big items were being bid for, he did not find the prices of any item being suitable enough to be bought. As following his conversation with Dronacharya, he took the item and exited the auction with Amelia. Rebirth assigned a very important task to Amelia as well, as she had seen Dronacharya's appearance, which was to use the semi-legendary mirror that was in the Elite's warehouse to spy on Dronacharya's whereabouts at all times. Since Dronacharya bought the Demon's Diary page, Rebirth had a strong gut feeling that he would be connected to Lucifer somehow. Hence, to discover the opponent's ploy before it was made, Rebirth placed surveillance on the enemy. This would prove to be an excellent decision, as in the next few days, earth-shattering discoveries would be made by Amelia in her surveillance of Dronacharya. Meanwhile, Rebirth on the other hand realized that the item he had bought at the auction was extremely valuable and contained some big secret. Hence, he decided to redirect his attention to the secrets it hid until the other top elites returned from their dungeon run. Rebirth had estimated the dungeon run to take 8 days to complete. Hence, he expected the guild members to return today, since it was the 8th day, which meant that it would most likely be the day where the boss fight would take place, and victory and defeat would depend on the outcome of that battle. Meanwhile, inside the special event dungeon, Karna, Johnny, Neatwit and SMG were the only 4 people left. as the giant tree in front of them had killed everyone else from the party. The tree was called Tyrant Dominator. It was the male counterpart of the tree nymphs. However, it was the size of a 10-story building with extremely lethal capabilities. The only weakness being fire. The only person to accumulate a significant amount of damage on the tree was Medivh and his wizard regiment, as they rained fire spells, which were super effective. However, the tree was also smart as it targeted the wizards first, while dealing with the others later. Damn it! This tree still has 10% of its HP left. And sword attacks hardly deal 1,000-5,000 damage at a time. It is nothing compared to its humongous pool of 3 million left. Neithwick complained to Karna, as he narrowly evaded an incoming branch attack from the tree. But what can we even do except sword attacks? None of us have much other moves to use. Do we? SMG replied a little annoyed, as he felt Neithwick being a crybaby. Karna, however, was silent, as he contemplated on the best strategy to move forward. This was the first full-scale dungeon run that Karna was leading. As before now, in every important mission Rudra was always there to lead the guild, and more often than not the dungeon run turned out to be a breeze under his leadership. However, Karna faced many challenges throughout the dungeon run. As right from the first stage, there were casualties on the elite side, making the run progressively difficult as the party moved forward. It was to be noted that Karna did better than 99% guild out there, as reaching the boss monster of the nightmare mode of the dungeon was an achievement in its own right. However, it was not the elite level of achievement that the guild was used to with Rudra. Karna needed to complete this dungeon run on the first try to show that his leadership skills were also on the elite level, and worthy of being the vice guild master. After thinking, he said, "The Tyrant Dominator is essentially just a big tree. Although cutting its branches does not produce much damage. The trunk will be its critical spot. If we are able to get close and deal a powerful strike while evading its branches to the trunk, then there is a possibility of dealing major damage." Karna's plan was simple. Cut the damn trunk. However, it was easier said than done, as the tree with its extending branch arms did not let anyone close in on itself. However, now with a general direction given from the party leader, the elite elders got to thinking as to how to accomplish his task, as Johnny came up with a brilliant plan to help Karna reach the trunk. Johnny said, "Alright, this is what we should do. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. Please thank him in the comments for this one. There will be one more chapter today, coming out right after this one. If you enjoy this work, then do check out my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor as well. I'm sure you will enjoy it even more. Grinning face with big eyes. // Chapter 552 The Secret of the Ancient Ruins. Rudra was studying the mysterious orb, which was supposed to be the key to some ancient ruins, for the last few hours, as he felt as if all the answers he needed about the orb were already in his brain. However, they were covered behind a thin layer of haze that Rudra just could not see through. The orb had the words, "On the night of the blue moon, purple fog will cover the land, as the power of the ancient shall not be restrained," inscribed on it, which was very close to a legend that Rudra had heard about in his past life. Rudra was sure that the part where there was blue moon that released purple fog was very close to the legend of Purple Haze City. However, Rudra had spent 2 of his entire lives in Purple Haze City, hence, he found the possibility that the city was built on ancient ruins to be bleak. However, he could hazily remember the legend about the ancient race of Harapans, the progenitors of the northern continent, who were the indigenous people of the land before the era of kingdoms. These Harapans believed in the concept of life after death. Hence, they buried themselves in specially made coffins, with essential materials for the afterlife. However, to preserve the integrity of their dead body, and to prevent decay, they were said to install on top of their tombs a blue moon crystal, which was said to have powers that countered decay and preserved life properties. However, blue moon crystals were a myth of the past, as the last blue moon crystal reported to be found was a thumb-sized piece that adorns the crown of Emperor Cervantes found during the reign of the first emperor of Hazelgrove Empire. The crown of Hazelgrove was hence a mythical item, as it gave the wearer anti-aging properties and improved body constitution, undoubtedly one of the most precious treasures of the ancient world. While the blue moon crystal worked perfectly fine all year round, it was rumored to have special powers during the rare blue moon nights, where the moon was covered in a bluish hue, occurring only once in a century. It was noticed that blue moon nights were always accompanied by the mysterious purple haze spreading throughout the city. Although bits and pieces, the orb seemed to indicate about some ancient civilization and mentioned blue moon. Hence Rudra made his best possible theory in linking the two. No ordinary man could have deciphered even a word of this orb, as the context needed to understand it needed extensive knowledge about the history of Omega, which only nerd players, like Rudra, who spent their leisure hours learning more about the background of the game inside the Royal Library, could understand. However, Rudra still felt as if he was missing one piece of the puzzle, as he tried to rack his brains about the orb. Ugh! Think, brain, think, Rudra said, as he pressed his forehead. It was one of those moments where he was sure that he knew the answer, however it would just not manifest itself in his brain. However, then suddenly it clicked him. The odd event that happened in his past life. After 3 years as the managing guild of Purple Haze City, Demolition Boys were kicked out for poor management by the assessment done by the government. Replacing them was the Azure Flower Guild led by Pink Lotus Yua. However, 2.5 years into their management, an incident occurred where an external guild from the Nine Clouds Kingdom approached the Azure Flower Guild over cooperation of a secret mission. The timeline perfectly coincided with Rudra's current timeline, where during the same timeframe the 7th auction was held. Rudra remembered how thousands of guild members of an unknown guild in Nine Clouds Kingdom had entered Purple Haze City, and seemingly disappeared overnight. Which felt odd considering there was no teleportation array inside the city at that time. It was only a wild assumption. But Rudra's hunch told him the ruins were undoubtedly under his very fair under Purple Haze City. With Blue Moon Crystal potentially involved, this could become the greatest accomplishment of his career should he actually find the tombs of the ancient. Meanwhile in the dungeon, Johnny explained his plan to the group. As they looked at Johnny, as if he was a hero preparing to sacrifice himself for the cause. Johnny had decided to taunt the tree by shouting best tree insults, and poaching all of its attention to himself while SMG, Neatwit, and Karna could charge in taking advantage of the distraction with SMG and Neatwit being the guards to ensure that Karna managed to land an attack on the trunk. The tree focusing on the 4 of them was already difficult for everyone, as bringing the tree's undivided attention to oneself was basically suicide. Nonetheless, sucking in a deep breath, Johnny shouted, "Why, rotten fern tree! Your mama tree was so fat even cows mooed when they peed on her branches!" Johnny shouted at the tree, who looked at Johnny with an expression, as if it did not think it was an insult at all. Apparently within the tree community being fat was a compliment, while cows loving them and watering them was also beneficial. Johnny's luck was trash. The insult that he prepared became a compliment. However, his luck was so bad that the compliment made the tree more stunned than the insult. It set a lazy attack towards Johnny, as if blushing because of the compliment, which now made Johnny have a complicated expression, as he seriously questioned life itself. However, he had served his purpose. The distraction allowed the trio to move at blistering pace towards the tree's trunk, as by the time the tree noticed and groaned, all its incoming resistance and attacks were blocked by Neatwit and SMG, giving Karna a chance for a clean shot. // special shout out to Omar Alshake for another 15,000 coin Gashapon. I cannot thank you enough for the support you show my book, as lately the book has not been performing well at all monetarily. But with extraordinary patrons like you, I can continue to work without worrying about income. For this I am truly grateful, grinning face with big eyes. As for every super gift, there will be a bonus chapter that will follow soon. Enjoy. // Chapter 553, Biggest Crisis Since Establishment. After Rudra gave Amelia the mission of spying on Dronacharya, she was extremely thorough with her investigation, as every half an hour, she would make a note in her diary about his behavior. Initially, she was only to report to Rudra after a week. However, within 2 days, she had to barge into Rudra's cabin panting. "We've got a problem," exclaimed Amelia as she tried to figure out on where to start her report. "There is a huge army. There is a very powerful man, with a hideous-looking face, and some unknown shaman. However, the important thing is they are coming for us. There will be war soon," Amelia said with urgency, as she felt her heart beating out of her chest. "Slow down. What happened? Tell me clearly. I don't understand a thing." Rudra asked Amelia to calm down as Furball rubbed her soft fur coat between her legs to calm her down. As after a minute Amelia started explaining the situation to Rudra. "It's like this. Initially when I was spying on the man who you told me about, there was nothing special about him. He was just a regular player farming. But then he went into a cave and everything changed. There were many powerful people in that cave, and there was an actual teleportation array built there, having rhodium crystal far bigger than our own. My estimate is that it can teleport at 10,000 people at once. When I realized that he had access to such a resource, I paid more attention to him and his movements. As when he reappeared on the other side of the teleportation array, there was a huge military camp, 10 million at least, and strong ones at that. However, even then I did not panic. I continued to watch on. However, then the guy went on to the biggest tent in the camp, which I assume would be the leaders, and met a hideously scar-faced man there, looking at whom intimidated me from a gazillion miles away. Even then I braved through and watched on like I was supposed to. However, then I saw them talking over what looked like a map of Purple Haze City, as there were small army soldier figurines placed on the map. They were discussing war strategy. There's no doubt about it. A war is coming. Amelia said everything she had to say, as she gasped for air as Ridra had a deep frown forming on his face. So we are in the endgame, huh? Ridra said to himself in a low voice, as he calculated the elite's current position. He knew that since he had already picked a fight with Lucifer, there was no peace for him anymore, as Lucifer was undoubtedly going to aim for his head. However, he did not expect that he would send the entire Blood Merchant organization. His arms on Middle-earth for him. Amelia might not have seen the scar-faced man before, however Ridra knew him very well. He was the leader of the Blood Merchant organization, and one of the endgame bosses of the main storyline of Omega. However, now, that boss was gunning for his kingdom. And with a massive army at that. It seemed like the happy days of the elites were over. Sending Amelia away after telling her to keep an eye out for more information, Ridra decided to table out all his ongoing projects at the moment. As with a war looming, priorities had to shift. Initially, Ridra was supposed to undergo wedding planning mode, as both his weddings both in real life and in game were going to happen in a few days' time. However, with the war looming over his head, he needed to rethink what he needed to do. His new priorities were 1. Reach Tier 4 before the war. 2. Figure out the secret of the ancient ruins as soon as possible, and schedule a ruin exploration to get potential aid for the coming war. 3. Plant spies within the enemy ranks to cause chaos when needed, as well as steal information. 4. Raise enough money to weather through this storm. Ridra suddenly felt as if the old stressful days were back, as he knew better than anyone about the main storyline of Omega and the Blood Merchant army. Amelia was wrong in her assumption that it was a 10 million strong army. Because it was not. It was a 30 million strong army, with 10 million of those troops being Tier 2 or above. It was not a run-of-the-mill army, as it was supposed to be a force that was threatening at the continental level. And entire kingdoms were to shake at its might. In Ridra's past timeline, the Ghost Kingdom was razed by the Blood Merchant organization as within 4 days. The only memory of the king was a hideously scarred head placed on a pike outside his own palace. A total of 14 million civilians dead, and millions more forced to flee. The kingdom also became a dark faction territory, until an unlikely alliance of light faction countries won the barren piece of land back from the merchants at a heavy price. The leader of the Blood Merchants, Scarface, was also not someone simple, as except for Cervantes or the Lizardman King, nobody in the continent was his match. At peak Tier 4 he was unrivaled under Tier 5, and could easily take on a Tier 5 existence with support from his teammates. Blessed by Lucifer himself, he was almost like a player, as he could always come back to life after being killed for 24 hours, as long as his body was not completely destroyed. However, with his second in command being a healer with a speciality in growing back organs, and a loyal army of Tier 4 followers, Scarface was never allowed to die, as he would resurrect within the next 30 minutes. This was why he was extremely complicated to deal with, and everyone around him had to be taken out before he could be defeated. However, with him around, focusing on anyone else was a challenge. Even Ridra was not expecting this when he asked Amelia to spy on Dronacharya, as he did not expect Dronacharya's connection to the devil being so profound. Had Ridra been caught off guard with an army on his doorsteps, and no prior information, he would have lost this war 100%. However, with his meeting with Dronacharya, and his quick wits, the course of history was altered. The reason why the elite had their initial success and astronomical growth was undoubtedly because of Ridra's reincarnation knowledge. However, the reason why they kept coming out on top in any conflict whatsoever was because sound thinking and capable team members at its foundation. As now, with time to prepare for the war, the odds of an elite victory had increased monumentally than before, and it was all because Ridra had the foresight to spy on Dronacharya the day he met him. Knowing that the guy was shady, Ridra ordered a full investigation, and now, the results of those investigations were going to help the elites immensely in the future. However, nonetheless, Ridra understood that the elites were in the biggest crisis since their establishment now, as the war that would change the entire continent was headed towards Purple Haze City. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Karna and Johnny sat on the corpse of the dead tree, as the duo looked at their red HP bars, and shared a hearty laughter. "We did it! Let's go!" Karna screamed at the top of his lungs, as the sweet sound of system notification entered his ears. System notification. Congratulations to the party True Elites, led by party leader Karna, and team members SMG, Johnny English, Neatwit, for clearing the nightmare mode of the event dungeon. Calculating rewards. Distributing clear rewards. You have received 1x legendary wooden necklace, 1x semi-legendary core of a tyrant, 1x wood essence, 5x spell books, 5x blueprints, 15x herb garden potions, 200x advanced mana potions, 5000x chopped blocks of hard wood, 30 million gold coins. Congratulations. The rewards were plentiful, and there was even a legendary wooden necklace that was basically a wooden saber-tooth tied around a string. Karna inspected the item. He had high hopes since the item had a legendary tag attached to it. However, never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that it would be such a revolutionary item. Reading its description, Karna felt as if he was dreaming since the item was basically akin to a game-breaking cheat. However, he controlled his excitement, as he knew that something this important had to be kept under wraps. This item was made for Rudra, and Rudra only. As Karna could imagine the terror of all elite enemies, when he wielded the power of this legendary item. Putting it safely in his inventory, he smiled. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. Thank him in the comments for this one. Also, congratulations guys on hitting the GT target. Another bonus chapter coming right up. Slightly smiling face. / Chapter 554 The Rush begins. The legendary item that Karna had obtained had a drop rate of 0.01% after clearing the nightmare mode of the event dungeon. However, being the son of Providence, he triggered that probability on the first try. On average, the dungeon took 12 days to clear, and the overall probability was 1 in 10,000, which meant that a regular party would need to raid this dungeon 10,000 times, which would take around 12,000 days, or around 3¼ years' time to get this item. This was if a team was capable enough to clear the nightmare mode of the dungeon in the first place. However, the dungeon was an event dungeon available for a limited time, which meant that it would go away after a limited time of 3–5 months, which made the odds of getting the item even more astronomically improbable. Hence, it was safe to say that the elites were the only guild on the northern continent to hold this game-breaking legendary item. Supreme Wood Charm. Legendary. The wearer of this item is granted the power to manifest and control 3 wooden branches at any time at any place for attack and defense. The range of attack is 50 meters, and the thickness of all 3 branches is 4 feet. The branches take no mana to operate. However, they need mana to regenerate once damaged. Restrictions. This item can only be used by one user until death. The item will drop and be destroyed once the player wielding it dies. Current status, Unbound, drop blood to bind. The item was simply heaven-defying, basically giving wood elemental powers to any player for no cost of mana. The only downside being that the item will drop alongside a user's death, which meant that the user would have to always be cautious of avoiding death lest the item be dropped. However, that was not a concern for someone like Rudra, as Rudra seldomly died. Karna strongly believed that with this item in Rudra's arsenal his prowess would go up another level. Meanwhile, in Rudra's cabin, 2 young elites were present in Rudra's office, as he specially selected the duo to infiltrate the enemy organization. In Amelia's monitoring of Dronacharya, it was revealed that he met with a mercenary group called Sigma Boys, the purpose of the meeting being to prepare for the coming war. Hence, Rudra had decided to let 2 of the elite guild members to infiltrate the enemy organization and find out inside news. The 2 members he had chosen were 1. Matthias Schmidt, a pass out of the elite's academy, and the upstart who took on the guild's elders in the initiation ceremony. Apparently, he had an excellent track record since then in the academy, with him being positioned as a guy to enter the top 200 of the guild's ranks soon. 2. Turner Rath, a rookie at level 100, who is fresh out of SMG's Black Operation Corps, and with the highest commendation from Johnny English. Apparently, the guy was a prodigy, and had ice flowing in his veins. The 2 of them were selected to infiltrate the Sigma Boys Mercenary Corps, and rise through the ranks in the next 1 month, to collect as much information as they could to aid the elite camp. Calling the 2 in the room, Rudra said, "Going undercover is always difficult. And trust me when I say this. The guild always has your back, should you face any major problems there. The problem of one elite is a problem for all elites, and I will personally be there to rescue you guys. However, if not, then I need you to give your 100% for this guild, and find the secrets the Sigma Boys are hiding, and fast. The guild needs this mission to be completed successfully, and the 2 of you have been carefully chosen. Don't let us down, boys. We depend on you." "Sir, yes, sir," the 2 replied in unison, courtesy of academy training, as they left the guild and tried to join the mercenary group under a different alias. Rudra had a lot on his plate now that he knew that there was a massive war coming that would rock the kingdom to its core. The world always watched how the elites produced miracles again and again in wars. However, the secret to those miracles was always the preparation that was done behind the scenes months prior to the war. However, the odds were massively stacked against them this time. Although Rudra quadrupled military expenditure spending in the last 3 days and maximized army recruitment, the standing army of the true elite's kingdom was only 1.5 million soldiers, with half of them being only Tier 1, alongside about 500,000 elite guild members. The fighting force came to a total of 2 million, which was still outnumbered 15-1 by the enemy forces. Not to mention the superior quality. Rudra knew that he needed weapons of mass destruction, and a lot of equalizers to stand even a sliver of a chance against the entire Blood Merchant organization, and that could only be achieved if the ruins that Dronacharya placed such importance on led to the elites gaining bountiful treasures. With there being only 1 day till his debuff was lifted, and he could start leveling again. Rudra knew that the rush to become Tier 4 was on. Now more than ever. As without him becoming Tier 4, he would not be able to exchange even 5 moves with Scarface before dying. However, during these times of crisis his most dependable man entered his cabin, with a smile on his face, and a legendary necklace in his arms. As with that one gift, the history of the world was about to be altered forever. / bonus chapter, for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone. We are also extremely close to hitting the GT target yet again, so let's get to voting, and get another one. / Chapter 555 Finding the Entrance. Rudra had a good laugh with Karna, as he patiently listened to the events that transpired at the event dungeon, before hugging the man for the item he had brought back for him. The necklace now bound and equipped in his neck, was sure to improve his combat proficiency. However, the fun had to stop as Rudra had to bring Karna up to speed on the latest developments in the game world. At first Karna was utterly stupefied by how much the world had changed in the time he was gone, and how much had really transpired in the 2 weeks he was off dungeon raiding. There was a system auction, new enemies, some ruin mystery, as well as an impending war. The world was just falling apart. Karna's hands trembled when he heard that the enemy army was estimated at nearly 30 million in strength, as he understood that this was a kingdom-level crash that would affect the entire continent, and not a local battle affecting a single region. This was going to be undoubtedly the biggest war the elites had ever fought, and the stock prices were sure to tumble once the war broke out. As this time even Karna would not want to bet on the elites coming out as victors. Karna said, "So boss, what's the plan?" He was nervous, however had faith in Rudra. Since Rudra uncovered the ploy so early, he would definitely be able to come up with a counter-strategy. Rudra said, "Right now, this is what we know for sure about what the enemy has. 1. A massive army in excess of 25 million soldiers at the best case, while 30 million or more is the most likely number, not counting the additional mercenary help that may be dispatched. 2. At least 50 Tier 4 rankers within their ranks, with their leader Scarface being a peak Tier 4 existence, who was unrivaled. 3. A mysterious shaman whose capabilities were unknown. 4. An unknown player named Dronacharya in their camp, who has excellent means and a high level. 5. The support of the devil. Also, the army is well equipped, and the quality is extremely high, with the majority of them being Tier 2 at the minimum. We estimate the time till the war breaks to be roughly 2 months. 2 months is all we have." Karna sucked in a breath of cold air, as he realized that as it stands, the chances of an elite victory was 0. He knew better than anyone that alongside the kingdom's own NPC army, that could be mobilized without damaging internal security was only 1.5 million soldiers at best. Adding them to 500,000 elites of Tier 1 or higher that could participate in the war in a meaningful capacity, and the numbers they had on their side were barely 2 million, which was without a single Tier 4 being within their ranks. The elites were in trouble big time. Currently they were only sitting on a tie bomb waiting for annihilation. Rudra continued, "This is what we have on our side for now. 1. Defender's advantage. We have the architecture and defense mechanisms planted. 2. War weapons like bombs, archballistae, dragonhead flamethrowers, and the mage tower. 3. 2 million strong army of our own. 4. Defense packs with both Hazelgrove Empire and a favor from the Pope, from where we can expect reinforcements. 5. We have the elite main guild as our subsidiary now, along with some first-rate guilds, on whom we can call for support, from where we can manage at least 5 million troops. All in all, I expect 10 million in numbers. 2 of our own, 2 from Hazelgrove Empire, 1 from the church, and 5 from the subsidiaries. While I expect 5-10 Tier 4 rankers to come in our aid, but nothing more than that. This war does not concern Emperor Cervantes, hence, I do not expect him to take action personally. The true elite's kingdom is only a vassal of his empire, and I don't pay any annual fees to him, while he doesn't have the right to interfere in our sovereignty, since I am not a minister of his court, ruling the lands under his name. I doubt he will leave Hazelgrove to help. The same story goes for the Pope, as I don't expect him to be personally involved either." As Rudra laid out the facts, the reality was plain for anyone to observe. The elites were on the losing end of the battle effort, even with time to mobilize everything that they had got. Had they been surprised and not been able to call on reinforcements on time for help, they would have been a million defending a city not prepped for war. falling in less than 1 hour for sure. Even now, with their entire means being mobilized, the possibility of the war drawing longer than 2 days seemed grim. No matter how Karna analyzed it, he found no chances of an elite victory with the means they had in hand. Hence he asked, "What now, boss? I think we both know we won't win like this." Rudra let out a heavy sigh. This was one of the moments where even he did not have answers at the moment. However, he took out the key to the ancient ruins and held the orb in his hand as he said, "I put all my gamble on this thing here that I bought from the auction. It's a key to some ancient ruins. However, without a proper map, the location of the ancient ruins is hard to find. However, from the text inscripted on this orb, my analysis says it has to be right here in Purple Haze City. However, we have spent our lives here at Purple Haze City, and if there was some ancient ruins, we would know, right?" Rudra placed the orb in Karna's hands as he racked his brains about the mystery of the orb. However, with the war looming over his head and a million things to achieve, Rudra's mind was in a state of disarray as he was forcing his brain to function at a high level rather than it doing so by itself. This made Rudra's brain work at a lower level than what it usually functions at. Karna took the orb and studied it closely as he just said, "Give me the orb for 1 day, boss. You get rid of your debuff. If the ruins are in Purple Haze City, I will find them for you." Saying this, Karna walked out on the streets of Purple Haze City, trying to figure out the location of the ancient ruins. Chapter 556, Finding the Entrance to the Ruins. Karna walked out on the streets of Purple Haze City without having a plan in his mind, as he fiddled with the orb key that was supposed to lead to the entrance to the ancient ruins. He only had 2 ideas at the moment regarding finding the potential entrance, and that was to 1. Talk to old foggy NPCs trying to figure out what is the oldest part of the city, and then scouring that area for hints. 2. Taking a map of Purple Haze City, and circling the places where common players cannot generally reach and scouring those places for hints. Both methods had very less chances of success. However, Karna felt like trying, as his gut feeling told him that he could find the entrance somehow, and the guild needed him to find them as soon as possible. Hence Karna started his campaign talking to old NPCs about what would be the oldest constructed part of the city, and if they know about some ancient ruins, and noted his conversations with them down in a notebook. He spent 6 hours talking to 40 different NPC before circling down to 2 places, the Knight's Hall and Britt the Baker's Bakery. According to the NPCs, the Knight's Training Hall was the oldest structure that existed even before the city was constructed, as the very first one Knight of Hazelgrove Kingdom was a pass out of that very training hall. The second place was the bakery called Britt the Baker's in 7th Street of Sector 3. It is said to be the longest standing structure in Purple Haze City, dating back over 300 years and 7 generations of bakers. Karna knew for sure that Britt the Baker's could not be the place, as 300 years would not cut out the ancient ruins, which only left the Knight's Training Hall as a potential place where the ruins' entrance could be. However, he was not a knight, hence not welcomed in there. However, lucky for Karna, he knew a very capable knight, who also happened to be the king of the country. Hence Karna called on Rudra to go and knock on the doors of the Knight's Training Hall together. The moment Karna mentioned that he suspected the Knight's Training Hall to be the place that had the entrance to the ancient ruins, Rudra's face slapped himself as he remembered the Purple Haze missed in his Tier 3 promotion test. It could most definitely be the Knight's Training Hall, and he had completely forgotten about it. Hence, he did not waste any time as the 2 rode on their dire wolf mounts and sped straight towards the Knight's Training Hall. The senior knight was very respectful of Rudra, as his presence was celebrated amongst the knights present inside, as they saw in him an extremely promising seedling who could bring the knight class many glories. Hence his request to scour the place for a potential entrance to ancient ruins was instantly granted. And not only that, but the moment he showed the knights present the potential key, they instantly knew where to lead him to. The senior knight said, "There is a cave in our training hall, where there is this same inscription written on its walls, and the cave is also the source of the Purple Haze mist. As every few days during the night time, there is a steady outflow of the Purple Haze mist from that cave. It is a very peculiar phenomenon. Maybe it is related to the mystery you are looking for, my king." Karna's eyebrows twitched throughout the conversation, as he found the respected knights to be nothing more than bootlickers, who wanted to please Rudra left and right. Not once did anyone even spare a glance at him, since he had entered, nor bothered with his presence, as Rudra hogged a 110% of their attention. However, his shock would be nothing compared to Dronacharya's shock when he would find out that the elites figured out the mystery of the ancient ruins so fast. In his timeline, it took the guild from 9 clouds 17 months of continuous scouring for clues to get the slightest hint about the location of the ruins. And then the knights resisted their entry, and a fight broke out. Getting into the ancient ruins was the hardest job they had ever done, as even inside the Knight's Training Hall, the place was incredibly huge and mysterious. Hence finding a desolate corner, with the same inscription inside a cave took many more weeks to be located. Yet all Karna did to find the location of the ruins was simply ask around in the streets a bit, and then Ridra was personally escorted by the staff to the cave, where the entrance was. All these events would have made Dronacharya vomit blood should he have found out. However, the panic he would have gotten if he found out that Ridra had already figured out the entrance to the ancient ruins would have been otherworldly, as the secret of the ancient ruins far surpassed only having the tombs of the ancient. As there were weapons and treasures buried in those sands of time, that if uncovered could turn the modern world upside down. Coming in front of the entrance, Ridra saw a sort of porous and hollow rock. However, no matter how he pushed the rock, it would not budge at all. However, on the rock was the same inscription as the key, and there was a circular hole on the wall that exactly replicated the size of the hole. Ridra was about to place the orb inside that key slot when Karna suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait! What if the entrance only opens for a limited time? Shouldn't we call the others first and be ready? Also, you still have 2 hours till your debuffs go away. So chill for now." Ridra looked at Karna and nodded. He had become too excited for no reason. Karna was right. He needed to wait and call the others first, and only after his debuff time was over should he enter the ruins, which only left the question of whom to take. Ridra had no idea on how long the expedition would take, and he could not leave the guild undefended. Hence, he could not take the full force of the guild with him. 2 main elders had to stay outside and hold things down from ground zero. Ridra asked Karna for advice as he said, "Except the 2 of us, who is the most stable guy to lead the guild?" This was a very hard question as Karna thought about it for a minute and said, "Air, we can count Niwit out. He is a child." Ridra replied without hesitation, "Agreed. Medivh is too shy and cannot boss around the newbies properly. If he is put in charge, our authority as a whole will be undermined." Karna said, and Ridra nodded as if it made sense. Had Medivh been here, he would have sulked in a corner after hearing this analysis. "SNG is too aloof. Can't talk to people properly." Ridra nodded. It was true. "Fatty can stay. He is useless to bring. However, useless in defending the city as well." Ridra nodded. It was true. The blacksmith was only the boss in the forges. "Sir Johnny can be trusted. But he is the best we have got, and his ability to become heir is just amazing. I could only clear the event dungeon because of him being the bait," Karna said as Ridra agreed wholeheartedly. He could not leave Sir Johnny. This meant that they as noon they could be left behind to take care of the place, as the 2 nervously looked at each other and said in unison, "Medivh it is." It was settled. Medivh was the best of the bad choices, hence, he was messaged about the fact that he was second in command, and responsible for defending the city from his mage tower in the absence of the big boys as Ridra put Amelia in charge overall to save face. Except that Ridra called all Neatwit, SMG, Naomi, Yua, Johnny and Yum, Skyla and Bo alongside him, and Karna to make a 10-man group to enter the ruins, typing out a month's worth of instructions for Amelia to follow. Ridra put the guild in preparation mode for the war, as 2 hours later with everyone assembled and his debuff period finally being over, as strength returned to his body. Ridra placed the orb within the slot as the porous wall suddenly moved back 2 feet, releasing a lot of purple haze mist in the process, as with the wall, receding, a dark tunnel leading to the unknown, was revealed. Niwa, being the first one to jump, shouted, "Into the rabbit hole we go!" as the rest of the elites followed suit. With this jump, the elites entered the ancient ruins to find the solution to their impending crisis. It was a 3-minute-long fall, as at one point the elites felt their gear starting to catch fire. However, thankfully their landing was slowed down, as when they neared the end, a strong burst of purple mist moving upwards towards the cave entrance broke their fall speed, as the elites stacked over each other before tumbling towards the floor, as a system notification greeted them. System notification. Congratulations, you have entered the ancient ruins of Harappa and became the first explorers of this hidden land. Dangers and opportunities beyond your wildest dreams exist in this lost land. You have 30 days to find the return crystal and exit the ancient ruins, or you will be stuck forever in this lost land. Good luck, adventurers. Time left: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. // Today will be a mass release day, with about 3-5 chapters being on the release schedule. Please drop a comment and share your views about the chapters as you read them. Reader engagement really keeps me motivated. / Chapter 557, Ancient Ruins 1. Right from the first moment of entering the ancient ruins, the elites got a big shock, as there was a damn time limit in this place, and it said that if they could not find the return crystal in 30 days, they would be stuck here forever. The mood was solemn as everyone felt weird about entering now. Ridra realized that he had pretty much been the only one who had always been on such high-stakes mission with consequences time and time again. while this was the first one for the crew. Hence being the leader, he needed to take charge as he said. You heard the system, guys. Let's leave this damn place in a week. Who wants to stay a full month here anyways? Rudra tried to lighten the mood and it worked as some spirit returned to the group as the 10 started to go on with the exploration of the island. Rudra knew that for the first few minutes he and Karna should enter idle chatter to try and calm everyone down. As Rudra said, this reminds me of the Dragon Island exploration trip. That was also a lost island. Not bad experience, eh? Rudra looked expressionlessly at Karna as he said this as the later picked up the hint and read the mood to reply. Uh-huh. For sure boss, the alligator was on your bum. We thought you were a goner in those swamps. Neefwood being the most gullible started laughing as he reminisced about the good old days and said, that raft and your stupid kraken pet. We were barely tier 2 back then. One by one everyone entered the conversation as the group's belief in themselves strengthened. After everything all of them had been through, ruins that had not been touched for thousands of years should be least of their trouble. Come in guys, we got this, said Bo, the only male member who had not been on the trip to Dragon Island. As everyone talking about something that he had not experienced gave him a FOMO, as he wanted everyone to focus on the present. This worked wonders as within 10 minutes the elites were back at their peak mindset, walking through the ancient ruins with a strong mentality. The landscape was unbelievable. Although it was extremely wide, Rudra had no doubt about the fact that this was a man-made structure they were walking on and not the wild. There is a layer of dust and soil covering the ground, however I am sure that there is man-laid rocks under here. Even the walls on both sides of the path we are walking are man-cut rocks for sure, Rudra noticed as he shared his insights. I think it's a canal. The soil here looks like a riverbed and is arranged and deposited in a pattern that is only made when a river dries up. However, that doesn't make any sense. The path we are walking on is at least 2 kilometers wide. How can the ancients build such a structure? Yum questioned as he was baffled by his own analysis. The group's eyes widened in shock with the realization that they were walking on a dried-up canal, as the architectural prowess of the ancient ruins stared them right in their faces. The canals made by humans of the modern times needed yearly maintenance and monitoring. However, even after thousands of years of being left untouched, the ancient canal was undamaged, which showed the quality of construction from back in the times. There was darkness in the ancient ruins, as the elites had to use sunstones from their inventory as torches to lead the exploration. However, there was a general sense of day and night even in the darkness, as during the day the ruin would become as bright as the last wisps of sunset before becoming pitch black during the night. In the 12 hours that the elites walked the canal bed, they did not encounter a single life form or anything noteworthy until they finally came across the wreckage of a ship. The canal had broadened to a width of over 5 kilometers, and architecture had long since stopped making sense to the elites, as they realized that the wall of the canal was over 4 kilometers high. That made the sheer scale of the river that once flowed through this canal unimaginable to the elites. A shipwreckage! Be careful, warned SMG, who was leading the group from the front. The ship was not exactly wrecked per se, however it seemed as if it had settled to the riverbed, as the water level of the river fell until one day the river dried up, though it had rotted away at many places, with algae green still visible at the keel of the ship. As the elites carefully started exploring the ship for possible clues, the ship was a triple-decker, and without cannons sticking out of its sides. Rudra assumed it to be a merchant ship. The story which came to his mind was that this merchant dared to take the ship across the canal when the water level was extremely low and got stuck at this very place. There were no signs of conflict at the deck, and nothing left of the canvas sails that must have been on the ship's mast once upon a time, as the only thing left on the ship was books with weird inscriptions in a language that nobody understood any longer. Boss, I found something, shouted Karna as he called for Rudra to have a look at the object. Ancient Sailor's Kit, Lost in Time, contains 3 stones that every sailor had to carry while going against the mighty rivers. 1. Water Stone. Shoots out a cannon of water that can help steer the ship in critical situations. 2. Windstone. Can generate unidirectional winds to provide wind support to turn the ships. 3. Woodstone. Can quickly repair wood damage caused by holes blown by the pirates. Seeing the box with the 3 stones and reading the description, Rudra sucked a breath of cold air. It seemed like the history of the ancient civilization was much more complicated than Rudra could have ever imagined. The elites had entered a land that was best forgotten to the sands of time, as now the return crystal was their only way out. Chapter 558 Ancient Ruins 2. The merchant ship was only the beginning. The further the group walked, the more sunken ships they found. Rudra did not want to waste time in pillaging ships, hence, he avoided boarding on any of them, and continued moving forward. However, when the group reached a particularly large ship wreckage, they heard a sinister laugh. Hee 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 hee. Instantly all weapons were drawn. However, due to there being extremely limited visibility in the ancient ruins, the group was not able to discern enemy location. Thankfully, they had Karna alongside them, who used his mind's eyes to scan the terrain ahead. However, he found no signs of life whatsoever. No signs of life, boss. Can be the dead, Karna said as Rudra nodded. His knowledge of game meta told him that in such places the only two type of monsters could be pirate skeletons or pirate ghost souls. Since Karna did not find any pirate skeletons, there must be ghosts in this place. Moving compactly in formation, the 10 of them moved cautiously ahead until out of nowhere a ghoul passed through Bo's body, sapping away 20% of his HP at once. A laughing noise could be heard, followed by multiple laughing noises. The elites were in a den of ghosts. Bo started to shiver as he said, "Cold. The ghosts make you feel cold." Naomi had already started casting healing on Bo, however the group's situation looked grim. Every kind of ghost had a different weakness. However, with most of the crew being physical attack experts, a den of ghosts was the worst matchup possible. When the guild in Dronacharya's timeline tried this ruin exploration, they came in here with 50,000 strong numbers. However, the den of ghosts alone brought that number down to 12,000. That was the danger this place possessed, and it was stupidity on Rudra's part in trying to attempt in ruins exploration with a measly party of 10. A mistake whose cost he would realize very soon. Rudra commanded, "Guys, shoot flares. We need more vision here." As 10 flares were quickly shot up towards the ceiling as the area was illuminated in a red hue. The ghosts wailed and screamed at the sudden increase in brightness, as their skin seemed to burn when coming in contact with light. However, the light brought a greater shock than relief to the elites, as in front of them laid tens of thousands of ghosts, looking like cutthroat pirates from a forgotten era. The ghosts had an intimidating presence and a murderous glare. The way ahead was impossible to plow through, as the party realized that it was F********. Rudra's mind went into hyperdrive as he thought of the possible ways to get out of this bad situation. His mind thought of many things, however all roads led back to Sun God's bracelet. Rudra was planning to use solar flash to create blinding lights to clear out the way ahead as the party charged through the ancient ruins. The solar flash needed 1/10th of the Sun God's bracelet's charge power, which meant it could be used 10 times after full charge. However, the strongest move of the bracelet, the solar beam, the only move Rudra could perform stably without receiving backlash and still manage to damage tier 4 existences, needed at least 1/2 the bracelet's charge. This meant that should Rudra use the solar flash for a 6th time, he would need to say goodbye to his strongest move. However, the distance they needed to cover was at least 2 kilometers. A solar flash only lasted 6 seconds. Even if the group could travel 80 meters in 6 seconds, they would not even make it halfway in the 10 charges that Rudra had. As the flare started to dim, the group started to run out of time, as Rudra needed to decide on what to do fast. If not wanting to become ghost food, and since solar flash was not an option, Rudra had only one move to rely on. Rudra said, "When I say run, we run." Using the Sun God's bracelet, Rudra summoned the only move that could potentially save them. Solar descent. Rudra created a miniature sun at blazing high temperature as sunlight obliterated the ghosts as if they were vampires. Run, Rudra commanded as he tried to push the descending sun as far away from his location as possible, killing thousands of ghouls every second. The problem with solar descent was that Rudra could not just hold the sun like it was a lamp. It was too heavy and extremely difficult to control. Hence, the best he could do was to guide its descent to a reasonable location. The elites ran like there was no tomorrow, as everyone displayed their top speed. The fastest was SMG, followed by Neatwit, while the slowest was Naomi. However, thankfully for her, the last runner behind her watching her back was her boyfriend Rudra, as he swept her into his arms and picked up the stride. Naomi could only hang on to his chest tightly, as she did not realize that within 10 breaths they became the leaders of the group from the tail enders. As Rudra's pace was incomparable for even an assassin like SMG, Rudra's golden ratio only got better and better with every level up he got, as the difference between him and the average player only increased. It was for this reason that the golden ratio was an ultimate cheat in Omega, as no other class or no other skill had such profound benefits on one's basics like this passive skill. Not to mention, running with him, all his stats were 15% buff just by being around him, making his monstrous power even more powerful. Rudra did not realize, however, through his little trick and a lot of luck, he had killed tens of thousands of level 200 ghosts. The EXP he was going to receive after the group was out of danger was nothing short of astronomical, as it was to greatly aid his cause of reaching tier 4. Chapter 559, Ancient Ruins 3, Shocking the World. Only after running 5 kilometers did the elites finally cast a glance behind them and sigh in relief, as they could confidently say that they had escaped the den of ghosts. while for the others this was a dangerous experience that they never wanted to repeat again. Rudra, on the other hand, was stunned silent when the benefits of this ghost slaughtering spree finally manifested themselves. Apparently they were called night ghosts, that only dwelled in places of complete darkness. Their only weakness is light, as neither physical attacks nor elemental attacks could harm them, sunlight being the most potent of the light forms. Rudra summoning the entire sun was akin to him having the ghost's number, as the direct sunlight obliterated them to nothingness, giving him precious HP. With the average level of the group being level 200 or above, Rudra had a windfall of HP unattainable to common players, as he killed a total of 17,000 ghosts. Rudra hence leveled up 14 times once the battle EXP came in, shooting his level up to 220. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 220. Tier 3. Stats: AGI: 3800 plus 1900 Vit: 3800 plus 1900. Int: 3800 plus 1900 STA: 3800 plus 1900. PHY: 3800 plus 1900 Mana: 3800 plus 1900. HP 2. 617. 000/2. 617. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment: Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. White Lion's Kneecaps, Dark Gold. Supreme with Charm. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. One Leg Leap, Rare. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, Incomplete. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Rudra, alongside his newly gotten equipment and skills, and his massive level up, had suddenly more than made up for all the time he had lost while he was out of action, as his astronomical speed of leveling shocked the whole world again. The elites were no exception, as it dawned on them that, unlike a dungeon in a ruin exploration, the group was not in a party, hence benefits of Rudra killing those ghosts were not shared to everyone, lest it would have easily made everyone level up twice. However, compared to the outer world's reactions, the elite's reaction could still be considered mild, as those with an eye on the ranking boards could not understand what had transpired in 1 minute to shoot someone at level 206 up to 220. After Rudra's leveling spree a few months ago, the other light faction rankers already suffered a huge psychological setback. However, with him not showing any progress over the months, the others felt as if his growth had stagnated because of going too fast. However, now that he suddenly gained 14 levels again, the other rankers felt their hearts bleed out of their chest, as gaining a single level took them more than 20 days of constant monster grinding in high danger areas. Yet Rudra farmed EXP like cabbage. Holy smokes! Shikuni is back! He gained 14 levels at once! How is this even possible? Does he have some EXP hack or something? Or is it a reward from a quest? I once took my level 10 brother to a level 150 wilderness area and killed a lord tier monster while being in a party with him. Even then my brother only leveled up 7 times before stopping. That just puts perspective into how many monsters did Shikuni have to farm, and at what level to gain 14 levels at once. I think this is the worst time to become a gamer. With Shikuni around, who can even dream of becoming number 1? The forums went wild over Rudra's latest feat. Whereas Dronacharya, who was browsing through the forums, could not contain his rage at seeing others praise Rudra. With Shakuni around, who could even dream of becoming #1? This comment in particular made him rage like no other. It made him rage because it was true, and he knew it. With Shakuni around, Noon could ever dream of becoming unparalleled. Maybe only monstrous geniuses and heaven-defying talents of the other continents could hope to match him. However, Noon else. Even with his reincarnation knowledge, he could not understand how Rudra could level up 14 times successively, and this bothered him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry at the pitiful memory of parallax that he had inherited, as the idiot seemed more focused on the ruin of the elites in his past life than on Omega itself. As he did not collect much information that was useful regarding the game except his obsession with the elites. However, Dronacharya resolved in his heart that very soon he would make the same Shakuni who shocked the world countless times with his heaven-defying achievements kneel at his feet for forgiveness as he took over his throne and his women. However, while he could only wish to be like Rudra, on the other hand, was taking what Dronacharya wanted so badly as crossing the Den of Ghosts. A great treasure awaited the elite party. Evil Controller Necklace, semi-legendary, control a group of 50 evil ghosts as your loyal subordinates. Caution, the ghosts are invincible under the night sky. However, will be destroyed under sunlight. An extremely useful treasure befall the elites, as rewards and danger went hand in hand inside the ancient ruins. Chapter 560 Ancient Ruins 4. Evil Controller Necklace, semi-legendary, control a group of 50 evil ghosts as your loyal subordinates. An extremely useful treasure was discovered by the elites, as rewards and danger went hand in hand inside the ancient ruins. Although practical use was limited, since in the surface world, sunlight was abundant. If one could somehow achieve complete darkness, then this artifact could undoubtedly become an overpowered weapon. With no physical and elemental attacks being able to damage these creatures, they could easily dismantle 10 soldiers every second as a group. And unleashed on the battlefield, their effect could become even more deadly. However, even then, it was not an item for Rudra, as Rudra already had a necklace equipped. The item was to go to someone else. Since Rudra was the leader, the others decided to let Rudra split the loot, and Rudra felt that of everyone time needed this skill the most. Young could not use weapons, and could only defend himself using his martial arts. Hence with this his combat prowess would jump up a notch. Hence, the item was allocated to him. Noon had a problem with this, as although everyone coveted a semi-legendary accessory, they knew that Young with his large buff for allies did a lot for the guild and deserved this item. Hence with the item distribution settled, the group moved on with the exploration. The further they walked inside the canal, the wider it became, until after one point it felt as if the walls had disappeared completely, and they were in a dried-up ocean itself. This made Rudra stop the team from moving forward, as ever since the ground became wavy and sandy, Rudra realized that something was off. Using his imagination, Rudra figured out the whole scenario of how this was a river that they were walking on, that met with the ocean or an extremely large lake once upon a time. This discovery came both as a relief to him, as well as a shock, as the exploration of the ruins was becoming more and more unpredictable after every passing minute, as Rudra realized that roaming endlessly without a map in these ruins was going to lead them to nothing. Using general knowledge, Rudra drew up a general idea of the terrain, as he imagined a large river meeting a large ocean body somewhere around this place. Logic dictated that such a place should exactly be the location of a budding port, and nearby areas should definitely show signs of civilization. This assumption was based on the fact that the river contained many merchant and pirate ships sunken inside, which meant that there must be a large port town that the ancients used for trade nearby. Hence Rudra decided to stop walking in the straight direction, and deciding to find the end of the river wall, and climb out of the riverbed after that point. This was an extremely wise choice by Rudra, as common sense helped him wonders this time, since the exploration party that came to the ruins in the past timeline wasted 10 days in the dried-up ocean before they realized the error of their ways. However, the elites were able to avoid that mistake early due to a bit of common sense by Rudra. Hence the group climbed out of the river bed, and indeed just as Rudra suspected, they saw signs of an abandoned city straight away. The ruins were enormous, spanning at least half the size of Purple Haze City, as Rudra estimated at least 15 million people living in this city at some point of time. While most houses were eroded to a pile of 2-4 bricks, there were some special structures that stood out clearly, that remained fairly intact even after thousands of years had passed. Of all the notable structures, the biggest and the most noticeable was the one at the heart of the city, which was massive in size. While it wasn't clear as to what dangers awaited the group in the city, one thing was for sure, and that was that the real exploration started now. This was the place that the group had came here for, and the rewards gained from this place would decide the fate of the elites in the upcoming war. Alright boys, This is what we need to explore. Get your Dora boots on, and let's find all the treasures we need, Neatwit said in a happy tone as the others gave him a look. Especially Karna, who found Neatwit's immaturity to be extremely amusing as he said, "Seriously? Dora the Explorer? What are you 5? Neatwit blushed red at the comment as the group bursted into laughter. Whereas Yua facepalmed herself for getting such a stupid boyfriend. Nonetheless, this refreshed the spirits of the group as they headed into the ruined city. Having decided to explore one major building at a time as they went towards the central structure, Rudra's plan was simple. Break into groups of 2 and explore one structure at a time all across the city, gaining maximum loot. Shoot flare if in trouble and regroup if everything goes well outside the large central structure in 1 day's time. With this instruction by Rudra, the group divided into pairs of 2 and started exploring the city by themselves. Johnny was with Yum. Rudra was with Naomi. Karna was with Skyla. Neatwit with Yua and SMG with Bo. Meanwhile, Dronacharya, his anxiety fueling his fears, after Rudra suddenly gained 14 levels, Dronacharya decided to purchase military equipment from a super guild at 5 times the market rate in an anonymous transaction. Dronacharya bought 2 mortars that could shoot 3 massive balls at once, and 14 cannons powerful enough to blow a hole through reinforced concrete. The entire transaction cost him a whopping $1.4 trillion, which made him liquidate everything that he held dear, including his entire stake in the elite stock, as he became as broke as just another commoner. With this, he was all in for this fight, as he did not have more than $6 million left as balance. If things did not work out well for him, this would be it. However, to make victory a certainty, he had given his 100%. Unfortunately, he had no idea that the treasure that he so badly wanted was already within a 30-kilometer radius of Rudra's current location. // Guys, I'm working very hard trying to give 3 chapters or more every day, so please leave a comment if you enjoy the chapter. It keeps me motivated. Slightly smiling face // Chapter 561 Ancient Ruins 5. Rudra and Naomi went towards a tall white marble building that was a spitting image of the Mage Tower built in Purple Haze City. The only changes were there being many runic inscriptions on the tower surface, as if it was a much more sophisticated and complex version of the Mage Tower back home. The tower had a huge crystal embedded on the very top. However, Rudra could not identify the nature of that crystal at all. It was pitch black in color, a stark contrast to the white marble Mage Tower with an extremely smoothly cut diamond shape. Rudra had no question in his mind that regardless of what lied inside the tower, the top crystal was going to be undoubtedly a rare treasure. He walked into the tower alongside Naomi as the duo carefully inspected the ground floor. Rudra was not proficient in the language of the ancient race, hence could not decipher half the documents that he found on the ground floor of the tower, as the only texts he could remotely understand were the ones that were written using pictures. Regardless of his understanding of the text, Rudra started to toss everything into his inventory, as he was not someone who would ever give up on valuable knowledge. However, the moment he stepped foot on the second floor, the tile where he placed his foot on suddenly revealed an ancient formation pattern, as the entire room saw runic lights suddenly being lit up. "Intruder detection system," exclaimed Naomi, as she became fully alert for all incoming dangers. Apparently, the ground floor of the Mage Tower was the reception that was accessible to everyone. However, first floor onwards only authorized personnel were allowed to go. Hence, without proper authorization, the security system would be alerted, deploying countermeasures to neutralize the invaders. 2 giant clay golems hence took form. As with purple eyes, they strode towards the duo. Rudra used the eyes of truth to inspect the golems. Clay Golem, mutated elite, LV 230. The clay golem is mutated after centuries of exposure to the death crystal. It is extremely dangerous. Both golems opened their mouths and shot 2 blasts of energy towards Rudra and Naomi, who had to dive to avoid coming in the crosshairs of the blast. Bam! Bam! 2 energy beams hit the wall behind the duo. As to Naomi's horror, the wall showed a fist-sized hole, displaying the sheer power of the attack that melted stone as if it was butter. However, Naomi was not afraid at all. After all, her boyfriend was one of the best players in Omega, who would never let anything hurt her, as she cheered him on as he pushed back the 2 golems alone. Rudra used the power of the wood necklace, as he manifested 2 wooden logs with spear tips to impale the faces of the clay golems. This was the first time that Rudra was using the power of the necklace. Hence, he had no idea about how powerful it really was. However, to his absolute delight, the power was incredibly high. The 2 golems saw the wood pierce through their ball-like heads as they passed through clean, dealing critical damage to their body structure. Not stopping at that, Rudra attacked the legs next as he completely crippled the movement of the golems, before using the elven sword to finish them off. From start to finish, Ridra only took 50 seconds to deal with the two golems, and even he himself was impressed by his performance. As he realized that his combat prowess had increased by a significant margin with the addition of the wooden necklace to his arsenal, Ridra realized that he must not die at any cost now to never lose this precious item. As with zero mana consumption, the wooden necklace was a game-breaking item. However, containing his excitement, Ridra focused on the job at hand. As floor by floor, he carefully searched the mage tower. Thankfully, there were no more hidden traps, and only rewards as Ridra found various useful items from the tower. However, none more so than the Golem Creation Manual he found at the very last floor. Clay Golem Creation Manual, Semi-Legendary, create rank 3 clay golems with an extremely large HP pool to take the role of damage takers in your battle. Made through mana clay and fueled using high-grade mana stones. This mammoth is a fuel machine that can be programmed to explode as a bomb upon death. Note, needs both mage and blacksmith to work together to produce this piece. With over 2,000 high-grade mana stones being used to power only a single golem. The cost of operating a fleet of them was astronomically high. For even the richest empires, operating more than 20 golems would be considered a waste of national resources, and an expense that they could not bear. However, the elites were an exception, being able to refine low-grade mana stones into the purest grade through the Purity Chalice. The elites were the only force who could afford to create an entire fleet of golems. A fleet that would undoubtedly become helpful in filling the deficit caused by limited numbers of Tier 3 players in the guild. Hence aiding the ultimate war effort. Yes! Ridra screamed with elation as he gave Naomi a tight hug, as he finally found an item that could aid the elites in the coming war and affect the scale of the battle in a significant manner. Except the manual, Ridra had also found 2 ancient spell books and 1 ancient mage staff. Items that were all sure to be extremely helpful for Mediv. Hence, in conclusion, his trip to the mage tower could be considered an overall success. However, with his eyes set on the crystal placed at the top, Ridra still decided to climb out of the top floor window as he climbed externally to cut a chunk of the massive crystal and take it home. Little did he know, the crystal was called the Crystal of Death, a natural resource which, just like the Blue Moon crystal, was extinct from modern Earth, as it had the power of shooting death rays after being refined into a weapon. Chapter 562 Ancient Ruins 6. Ridra reached the top of the mage tower as he used Excalibur's size expansion to use his full might and chop the black crystal in half. Ridra expected a loud clang or a great resistance when his sword came in contact with the black crystal. However, instead, the moment Excalibur's edge came into contact with the black crystal, it caught black fire, as within moments, the dark gold-grade sword was turned into a pool of metal. Ridra was utterly stupefied as he watched the destruction of his beloved sword with his own eyes, as he understood that the crystal was something that he should not mess with lightly, lest he suffer consequences. However, not one to give up on things he desperately wanted, Ridra decided to take the metal rod that was supporting the crystal out, and use that metal itself to hammer the crystal to break into smaller pieces. Should any metallurgist have seen Ridra at that moment, they would have died of heart attack, as Ridra took a very rare form of enhanced titanium that was nearly indestructible, and used it as a battering ram for mining death crystal. The value of the metal itself was 15 million gold per gram, and the rod in Ridra's hands was already 2 kilograms, while there were 3 more of it. Ridra could have pocketed a fortune by only selling the rods. However, his sights were set on the mysterious black crystal, as everything else was secondary. For half a day, Ridra degraded 1 rod at a time as he broke the huge diamond crystal into smaller and smaller chunks, storing them into his inventory. Although he had no idea about the origins of the crystal or what use he had for it, he had a gut feeling that it would be very useful for the guild. Hence, he worked his *** off to mine it. Everyone had significant gains at the end of the one day, while facing moderate risk, as every major structure in the ruins hid a valuable secret. Hence, when the elites reassembled at the end of one day, everyone had wide smiles as they shared information about their loots. Karna and Skyla had found an ancient library where they found 4 one-time used Tier 4 spell scrolls. The spell was the ancient version of the skill Chasm Fall, as it was called, Endless Chasm. It was a Tier 4 spell that created 30 feet chasm falls over a terrain randomly, with earth spikes being at the end of that fall, which resulted in a 100% kill for anyone unfortunate enough to be caught within the move. The 4 scrolls, if used properly, could easily neutralize 1 million troops for sure, which could change the momentum of the war. Ridra hence gave a thumbs up to the duo. Johnny and Yum had explored what they thought was the bullfighting arena, as they had to fight against mutated undead bulls there, as hundreds of thousands of ghost spectators placed bets on their death. Apparently they were chased around quite a bit before Johnny remembered that he could just let the bull pass through without hurting himself, as then he defeated the bulls within 10 minutes. This caused Yum to fly into rage for having to perform unnecessary cardio. However, despite the duo's squabbles, they managed to gain the blueprint for making the bullfighting arena, which was useless towards the war effort, however useful for a booming economy. Nitwit and Yua had found good accessories from a blacksmithing hall, while Bo and SMG had found lost alchemy recipes that could make a myriad of potent potions. The most potent potion amongst them was the camouflage potion, that gave the user the ability to completely blend into their surroundings while being still. Overall, the loot was extremely reassuring as the anticipation for what the biggest building in the ancient ruins held became even higher. The building was designed as a church. However, it was not the church of the goddess of light, but some unknown male god. Around the massive temple was an equally massive graveyard which was covered in purple mist, and although nothing seemed out of the ordinary, Rudra had a feeling in his spine that this was an extremely dangerous place, as the group took every step cautiously in a tight formation, ready to counter anything that may pop up. Although the elites did not know it, the temple was actually dedicated to the god of death and the original ruler of hell, the one who presided over the dead before Lucifer usurped the throne. Hades ruled over the underworld as a servant of the one true god, as the strongest reagent at the peak of tier 6, having an amiable relationship with all other gods and even with the goddess of light. Hades was worshipped by the ancients as a revered deity and was hailed as the father of demonkind. However, tricked into providing shelter to the fallen angel Lucifer, Hades was put into slumber by the devil as he rose to become the anti-god, as he took over the control of the underworld. With the fall of the death god, started the chaos between heaven and earth, as the world was divided between the light and the dark, with factions being born. Lucifer headed the faction that wanted to destroy the one true god, while the goddess of light and the other archangels protected the true god's teachings. With time, the legend of the death god Hades started being forgotten by humans, as Lucifer wiped his existence from all the tales, as now he was but a memory in the fleeting history. However, within the ancient ruins, the death god's glory was at full display, as the elites were at the brink of a great disaster, as well as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job, everyone. Let's keep the tickets rolling and have one bonus chapter every single day. Slightly smiling face / Chapter 563, The Church of Hades. Rudra and the elites were inside the church of the death god Hades. And unlike the sophisticated churches of the modern times, the churches of the ancients were more like a cult. Bloodstains were everywhere on the floor, as one could clearly see the marble on the floor being permanently stained by layers of blood that must have been spilled over time. Just like the modern churches, at the very center of the church was the massive statue of the death god Hades, holding his pitchfork carved to absolute perfection. The statue Hades depicted Hades to be angry, as there was rage in his eyes that would make anyone who would stare at the statue cower in fear. You have looked into the eyes of the death god Hades. You are under a state of fear. All stats reduced by 2% for 30 seconds. A system notification was heard by all elites, as they finally realized whose church they were in. The death god Hades? Since when does Omega have a death god? Asked Nitwit as he became perplexed. All eyes turned towards Rudra following this question, as he was the only person who was expected to have such answers. Rudra was the nerd in the group who spent his free time reading in libraries. However, even he did not have answer to this question, as he shrugged and said, "No idea." Right below the statue was a sword placed in a sheath on a stand. And right after the sword was something that looked like a stand on which one's head would be placed on. The ancients practiced decapitation and live offerings to the death god. As animals, slaves and enemies of the state were all frequent offerings in front of that statue. The blood that would trickle after decapitating an offering was collected by a wooden channel, which finally pooled all the collected blood at the feet of the statue, bathing the death god's feet in the offering's blood. Rudra's eyes were fixated on the sword, but his lack of knowledge about ancient formations made him blind to the reality of the sword that he was seeing, as what he saw was a mere illusion. Decapitator, ancient, forged for 1,000 years inside the heart of the volcano Pompeii by smelting enhanced titanium alongside death crystals. Decapitator was the holy weapon used by the Church of the Death God's priests for their offerings. One of a kind. It is rumored to be the sharpest blade of the entire ancient civilization. Warning: the sword has been used as a sacrificial blade for thousands of years, slaughtering millions. Once unsheathed, it will unleash blood aura strong enough to attract all evil spirits, with a murderous aura within 1 kilometer radius to the user. Note: the sword is nearly indestructible after being condensed in volcanic heat for many years. However, this has caused the blade's weight to be extremely heavy. Skills. Active skills. 1. Blood manifestation lays the sword with a layer of blood, increasing the lethality of all attacks for 2 minutes. 2. 10,000 man decapitation. Decapitate 10,000 enemies 2 tiers below you instantly. 3. Death slash. Produce a slash containing the aura of death. That will cause heavy damage to any living matter it comes in contact with. Should the move be blocked physically, the slash would turn into death flames and burn the opponent's flesh continuously. Passive skills. Critical damage rate increases by 300%. Critical damage increases by 150%. 3000% for neck-based attacks. Constant bleed effect for all enemies it cuts through. Constant disintegrating effect for all weapons below legendary grade that it comes across. The weapon was amazing. No question about it, and with Excalibur becoming a pool of molten metal, Rebirth needed a new sword desperately, and this one seemed to fit the bill. However, he was the group leader, and could not just hog the profits to himself as he wanted. Hence he asked, "Alright guys, that's a good sword. Let's loot it. Who wants it?" In his heart, Rebirth hoped that nobody raised their hands, and to his delight nobody called dibs on the item, leaving it to be claimed by himself morally. "Alright, I'll take it," said Rebirth as he went ahead and gripped the sword. However, the moment he gripped the sword, he felt his hand being pricked at multiple locations by the hilt of the blade as his blood dripped on the sword. Suddenly the appearance of the blade changed, as the real weapon that was concealed behind an illusion array was revealed. Rebirth felt a searing pain shoot through his body as the sun god's bracelet started to shine, making Rebirth's tattoos on his skin to glow as it felt affinity with the aura of another godly artifact, making it resonate. A rump. Rebirth muffled a scream as he tried to loosen his grip on the weapon. However, it was to no avail, as no matter how hard he tried, the weapon would not budge out of his hands. Desperate, he activated the eyes of truth to see the reality of the weapon he had at his hand, only to be completely shocked. Grim Reaper, semi-mythic bound, the sword used by the Pope of the Church of the Death God to pass divine judgment, enriched by blood sacrifice of heretics as well as the aura of death. This blade is one of the treasures of the ancient world. However, not everyone is worthy enough of wielding it, as everyone who tries to wield the saber has to undergo the Death God's trial. Rebirth's knees buckled as his mind started to go numb from the pain when a system notification popped up on Rebirth's screen. Compulsory quest. Pass the Death God's trial to become the Pope of the Church of the Death God and wield the Grim Reaper. Failure penalty, death. Time limit, 10 minutes. You will be teleported into a separate system space once you unleash the sword from its sheath. Good luck. On one hand, Rebirth was completely shocked at the surprise mission. However, on the other hand, the sword made his blood tremble in excitement. Rebirth could not bear the pain in his hand for much longer, hence he said, "Guys, I will be teleported into a separate system space for 10 minutes. So don't worry if I vanish. However, for me to teleport, I need to unsheath this sword, and I am sure me unsheathing it will bring you all problems of your own. But it's the only way out now. Sorry for dragging you all into this. Good luck, boys." Saying so, Rebirth unsheathed Grim Reaper, and instantly his body was transported into a separate system space. With Rebirth gone, the red and black sword dropped to the floor, leaking a terrifying aura of bloodlust and death that made the elites feel suffocated just breathing in the room. However, when the blood aura of the Grim Reaper leaked, the earth started to rumble as if the dead were digging out of their own graves. But even before the undead made their presence known, hooded men with pale faces and long teeth like those of carnivorous animals appeared before the 9 elites, with their numbers increasing every second. "Formation!" screamed Karna, as the elites formed a tight circle, ready to face their enemies. However, just as Nitwit tried to attack the first cloaked man, his sword passed through him like he was made of air, while his nails were able to scratch Nitwit. "Vampires!" exclaimed Skyla as she remembered the tale about these wicked species, whose only weakness was the holy element and silver. "Only silver weapons will work," said Skyla as she brought out the beginner silver short sword she used in her early days out of her inventory, as the silver sword pierced through the vampire in front of her and made it disintegrate. However, unlike her, not all elites had kept their weapons from their early days still with them at this moment, as they were hard-pressed while fighting the vampires. Meanwhile, Rebirth was teleported in a palace that looked 90% similar to Lucifer's palace in hell. However, unlike that place which gave Rebirth the creeps, this place did not feel eerie at all. In front of him on the throne saw a man who had black hair, black beard that was long enough to mop the floor, and pitch black eyes, who observed him with great curiosity. "You have looked into the eyes of the Death God. Your fear of mortality immobilizes you." Error. 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 Error messages kept being displayed on Rebirth's screen, as Rebirth was not a mortal soul. He was a player. However, for Rebirth, the error messages were not important as much as the fact that he was currently face to face with the god of death, Hades. // Special shout out to Dragon Scar 999 for the 1000 coin gift, and to Ivory Pope for the 500 coin gift. Thank you so very much for the patronage, guys, it means the world to me. grinning face with big eyes. // Chapter 564 The Forgotten God. Ridra looked into the eyes of the god Hades, as he could feel goosebumps rise on his skin. Although he was not afraid of Hades, there was an odd sort of intimidation in looking at a god. Hades was calm as although he looked at the mortal intently. There was no murderous aura, no sudden movements, no threatening actions, no facial emotion, only plain curiosity. There was a minute of silence, as the two observed each other before Hades took the initiative for the first dialogue as he said, "Thousands of years since I crept into my slumber, and it is you who awoke a fragment of my soul." How odd. The voice was ancient and powerful, and had a commanding tone to it that made one listen. Ridra replied, "I picked up a sword. It teleported me here." Hades chuckled with sadness at the response as he said, "The Grim Reaper. The symbol of my church. The weapon wielded by my pope. But my religion has long been dead, hasn't it?" There was a hint of sadness in his voice, and although he laughed, Ridra could feel the pain underneath that laughter. Being honest, Ridra replied, "Yes. To be frank, it is only today that I realized that there is a god of death who once ruled the underworld. Because the period I am from, it has already been millenniums since Lucifer assumed the throne." A pitchfork manifested itself in Hades' arms out of nothing but air, as he banged it on the ground to get up. "Lucifer, the fallen angel, are you one of his men?" Hades asked, his tone now containing incomprehensible rage and menace. Black mist swerved around his body, as his pitchfork started to hum from the power. However, Ridra was plain insulted by that question. "One of his? Ha! Don't get me wrong. I'm the one who kills all those who are his. The name is Shakuni One Night, King of True Elite's Kingdom, Archbishop of the Church of Light, the legendary demon slayer whose goal is to return the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Lucifer 1,000-fold back to him," Ridra said with hatred, as he made his stance clear. Not only did Lucifer put him through innumerable troubles over the past year, but his stupid organization was the one preparing to march towards his kingdom. Lucifer was the stem of all his problems, and the only enemy that Ridra venomously hated to the core. "I see. You are one of Benyager's, goddess of light. Let me have a better look at you," Hades said, as he placed his hand over Ridra's head. Suddenly Ridra felt as if his body was transparent, as he felt all his secrets being pried open by the god. His moves, his titles, his skills, his power level, everything being read like an open book. However, he was powerless to resist. Impressive. Most impressive. Although a Tier 3 weakling, your foundation is unlike any other human I have ever seen in my lifetime. Accomplishments so innumerable, it would put even Tier 5 powerhouses to shame. And a very versatile set of moves. Say, mortal, do you have time to humor a tale from this old man?" Hades asked, his tone softening from before, as he sat back down on his throne. Ridra nodded weakly, as Hades sighed, and started his tale about his fall from grace. Meanwhile, the other elites, "Oh, Kamian, this is bullshit!" exclaimed Neatwit as he saw every single attack that he threw at the vampire being pointless, while he had to constantly go on the defensive. The situation was bad overall, as only Skyla and SMG, who had silver weapons, were able to deal with the vampire's numbers, while the rest of the group was playing pure defense. Karna felt like he was inside the event dungeon all over again, as without Ridra, he was left in charge to deal with this perilous situation. However, with no mage and no silver weapons in the group, he needed to think of an out-of-the-box solution for this problem, which he did not have at the moment. The situation was the most odd for Johnny, as his attacks passed through the vampires and their attacks passed through him. It was like they just couldn't get at each other. However, the situation frustrated the vampires much more than it frustrated English. Naomi took the initiative to help, but she was a healer and not a paladin. Hence her combat capabilities were restricted at debuffing the vampires and buffing the group, while trying her best at defense. Feeling enough was enough, Yum decided to use his newly acquired skill from the pirate wreckage, as he summoned the evil darkness ghost to deal with the vampires. Immediately, the attention of the fight changed for the vampires, as they focused on the summoned spirits much more than they focused on the elites, as if the both of them had long-standing enmity. The spirit ghosts and the vampires were both creatures of night, who often contested for the same territories. Hence, there was a millennium-old feud between the two parties. This gave rise to a situation where the elites became spectators, as they cheered on the evil spirits summoned by Yum, the same spirits that they were desperately running from a few days ago, to kill the opponents that they were fighting now. To the elite's absolute delight, the summoned spirits had an advantage over the vampires, as slowly but steadily the vampire numbers were dwindling. "Yes, give it to him. Ugh. Fight. Yes, pass through his body and give him the shivers." Neatwit cheered the ghosts on like a little boy watching wrestling. He had been frustrated to no end inside the ancient ruins, as it had been days since he last gained a level, and the opponents here were just always resistant to physical attacks, which made his entire fighting style useless. However, his cheering was not to go on for too long, as a howl could be heard from a distance, as another race that was never seen or heard by the elites arrived at the scene, attracted by the scent of blood coming from the Grim Reaper. Zombie werewolf, mutant level 200, werewolves that were zombified thousands of years ago. The OG rabid dogs that will try bite you. Only choose to fight with anti-rabies and anti-zombie potions at hand. Weird green slime-covered werewolves arrived at the scene, as even they started attacking the vampires alongside the summoned spirits, completely ignoring the elites. I guess everyone hates the vamps, is what Needwick concluded, as the 9 elites saw 3 monster species tear each other out inside the church of a death god inside ancient ruins. Although it was not the craziest thing they had ever seen in their life, given the circumstance, it did feel surreal. // special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 215,000 coin gashapon. I don't know, man. I really don't know how to thank you enough for this. Screw the bonus chapters. Today I write till my fingers stop working. Let's see how many chapters one can produce. My heartfelt gratitude for these gifts. I am humbled. // Chapter 565, A Tale of Angels and Demons. There was a time where the world was in harmony. A time before humans were born. A nascent world with all 4 continents connected as one. It was me, the goddess of light, the sun god, the moon god, the sea god, and some more who were called the primal gods, governing the world according to the principles of the true God. As there was stability amongst all of us, then the humans were born, and as the primal gods were worshipped by the humans, there was birth of religion. And as primal gods realized that the more that the humans worship us, the more our divine power increased. Unlike you mortals, us gods did not ascend tiers to reach where we are. We were born from the laws that we govern as supreme existences, bowing down only to the one true God. However, while our power could never fall below tier 6, we discovered that fame and worship was a concept that, if gathered enough, helped even us God transcend our capabilities and perform miracles. Hence followed the period where everyone was trying to win favor from the humans, becoming patron gods of towns and established churches to gather massive following. However, with the allure of gathering more worshippers, increasing strife between the primal gods, there began a period of competition where the primal gods, out of petty jealousy, often wiped out kingdoms loyal to some other gods, plunging the world into chaos. To stop this phenomenon, the true God created the archangels, the peacekeepers between mortals and gods, the chosen as we call them, the servants of God in his eyes and ears on Middle Earth. The angels did not get stronger with humans worshipping them, nor did their power wane should they lose followers. They were simply above this vain struggle, as unlike us primal gods, who can never ascend to tier 7 no matter how many worshippers we get, the angels could reach the realm of the true God, as the angels can level up just like you mortals. While Michael, Sariel and Raphael did not stray from the path of service to the true God, Lucifer had other ambitions, as he tried to usurp the throne of heaven. Alas, it was not to be, as he failed miserably, and was exiled away from heaven and Middle Earth, his only shelter being the underworld. At the time, I was the ruler of the underworld, having created demonkind 2 centuries ago, the race that was supposed to dwell inside the underworld, because I felt too lonely living down there alone. If I wish, I could have created the 4 demon kings as well, who just like the angels would have no potential cap, who would be born at the peak of tier 5, and would become tier 6 with only some years' time to become pillars of my own power. However, I resisted that urge because I did not want to shake the power balance of the world, and was afraid that just like Lucifer tried to usurp the throne of heaven, one of the kings might come after me. This was my biggest fear and my greatest mistake, as when somehow Lucifer learnt about my great invention, he tried to forcefully trade me for it. Lucifer wanted the 4 kings to become his pillars in his war against the true God. However, I refused and threatened to oust him from even the underworld should he not give up his venomous dreams. But little did I know back then that words did not work on the devil, for his very visage was evil, luring me into a trap. Lucifer bound me and poisoned my body with the very laws of death that I govern in the most despicable of moves. Should I dispel the poison, it would mean that nobody would die anymore, and the world would turn into a lawless place without death. Should I accept the poison, then I would forever be a cripple who cannot even bat an eyelid without suffering excruciating pain. That is how the great King Hades, lost his throne of the underworld to the fallen angel Lucifer, renaming it as Hell. Lucifer began his reign of terror and suppressed my children, the demons, through tyranny. He knew that given time, should enough people worship me, I would gather the strength to dispel this poison in my body without breaking the laws of death, and be set free. Hence, he systematically destroyed my churches, and wiped my name from the history of Middle-earth. It has been 13,000 years since the last pope of my church assumed office. Until after all this time you walk into my conscious space. A weak mortal at peak tier 3, who would not even be allowed to become a bishop in my church at my full glory. Holding my Grim Reaper, and trying to win the right to become pope. How have the times changed, Hades said, his tale giving Rudra unprecedented insights about the true history of the world of Omega. A tale that had not been recorded in any history books. Rudra felt sympathy for Hades, as he felt that although Hades was the god of death, there was nothing evil or undignified about him. He was exactly how Rudra imagined gods to be like. And nothing like the lying, conniving piece of trash Lucifer. In his mind, Rudra wanted to give the developers of Cuber Corp a grand salute for making a game with such deep history. As if it was not a game, but a real world with thousands of years of history and tales. However, at the moment, comforting Hades took priority, as he said, "To be honest, I did not even know I would be teleported into this room with you when I touched the sword. I had no plans of trying to become the Pope. I just wanted the weapon, because it had amazing powers." Hades had a hearty laugh after hearing Rudra's reply as he said, "My boy, there have been 748 popes throughout the history of my religion. However, more than 15,000 have died facing this trial here. In my prime, I used to test a mortal's resolve and commitment to the religion, killing them should their resolve waver, while only the best got the right to call themselves Pope. That sword you so desire. Do you even know its true might? Your honesty amuses me. However, any mortal wielding even one move of that sword would be crippled forever." Rudra's heart paused at this revelation. He had been using moves well beyond his means for a long time now. Hence not a stranger to the concept of debuffs after using a move that was beyond one's means. He took the warning very seriously as he looked towards Hades for further guidance. "Usually I would never allow a weakling like you to become my pope. But these are desperate times, and my glory is not as magnificent as it once was. Say, mortal, are you willing to serve me by becoming the pope of my religion?" Hades asked Rudra, a shine in his eyes. Chapter 566, A Transcendental Opportunity. "Usually I would never allow a weakling like you to become my pope. But these are desperate times, and my glory is not as magnificent as it once was. Say, mortal, are you willing to serve me by becoming the pope of my religion?" Hades asked Rudra with anticipation as he elaborated his offer. "You cannot be immortal while you become the pope. No. You would need to ascend to tier 4 first. There I will give present you the chance to become the pope of my religion and a carrier of my divine might. Your task will be to remind the world of the glory of God Hades, the rightful ruler of the underworld, as you shall have the right to recruit followers into the religion as you deem fit. As my representative on Middle-earth, you shall wield absolute authority and bow before no one, except and I shall grant you a fraction of my power. Change your primary class from Mana Knight to the lost mythic class Death Knight, providing you the power to wield death. Of course, it will change your entire existence, and all the class-specific skills and moveset you have accumulated up till now. It will be a rebirth. However, you will undoubtedly come out incomparably stronger. What do you say? Shikuni one Knight? Do you want to be a mere knight of the Empire, or do you want to become a myth?" Rudra was too stunned to speak for a minute. Hades' offer was extremely exciting, as with his offer came the chance to seize the lost mythic class, a class that nobody else had. Just the difficulty of getting a legendary class in Omega was exceptionally high, having to get a SSS Ascension rating in every single promotion test. However, now he had the chance to get a mythic class, a step even beyond the legendary class, and he was willing to get it. Cautiously, Rudra asked, "Why me?" But Hades just waved it off with a sigh as he said, "Who else is left there for me? Ha ha ha. If you have not noticed yet, my religion is dead, and without thousands of worshippers, I can never accumulate enough power to escape the poison that affects my real body. It is fate that brought us together, and I am willing to believe that a man like you who has such a glorious past of incredible achievements and a foundation so sturdy, it can even beat tier 4 warriors in terms of overall quality, can maybe pull off this miracle to bring the Church of Death back to its former glory." Rudra sighed as he realized that once he accepted this offer, he would need to make the Church a part of his goals in Omega, and he could just not focus on just the elites anymore. However, he also understood that as a king and a public influencer, he was in a position where he could easily make the Church of Death the national religion and make countless churches to jumpstart the campaign. However, doing so, he would definitely lose his support from the Church of Light. Although the God of Death and the Goddess of Light had no beef between them, and the two were on amiable terms, Rudra could analyze that the Pope won't be too happy with losing so many devout followers. In the pursuit of personal power, Rudra did not want to compromise on his principles as a king and as a leader. As he made up his mind and said, "My apologies, great god Hades. Your offer is extremely appealing to me. However, I am a king and a guild leader. If for personal gains, I put them in crosshairs of other forces, then I am worse than Lucifer as a human. The Church of Light will not be happy with me trying to spread the doctrine of death. And there may be friction and retaliation. I cannot accept your great power if I cannot deliver what you expect from me. So regretfully, I would have to decline this offer." Hades raised an eyebrow to this response, as in his entire lifetime, he had never seen a mortal who did not succumb to personal desires and could keep a stable head over his shoulders. "Admirable. You are indeed worthy of becoming my pope. Hypothetically assume if I have a chat with Beniger, and she agrees to let you set up and spread the doctrines of death. And say that worshipping me, your countrymen live longer lives, healthier lives, while your soldiers gain a greater chance of complete recovery from life-threatening injuries. Would you still reject my offer?" Hades asked Rudra. The ball was in Rudra's court now, as the temptation to accept the god's offer increased by the second. Meanwhile, the rest of the elites, "Yes, finally," shouted Neatwit as his sword slashed through the body of a zombie werewolf. Ever since Neatwit had came to the ancient ruins, every single enemy that he had faced was more or less immune to physical attacks, hence rendering his fighting skills useless. However, now that he could wield his sword to injure enemies again, he went absolutely wild with ecstasy. Not only Neatwit, but Karna and the others too, who were unable to kill the vampires, all let loose once the physical attack started working again on the zombie werewolves, as if the distinction between who was the rabid dogs and who were the calm humans blurred. The zombies tried to bite the head off the elites, while the elites tried to take down that same biting head in one fell sword stroke. The three girls were left speechless, seeing the boys run amok as every other second some or the other werewolf lost its head. "Say, what time will the leader be back?" he said. 10 minutes. "How long has it been?" Karna asked Skyla, who checked the time before replying. "Any time now," Skyla told Karna, as Karna issued the most ridiculous command she had ever heard next. "All right, boys. Rudra will be out any time now. Let's wipe this out lest he hog all the XP. Go elites, go," Karna shouted, as he group responded to his mad energy burst as everyone started killing at max speed. Apparently the fear of Rudra killing everyone himself was a great motivator for the crew, who badly wanted to bridge the gap between themselves and his level once again. ///// Alright guys. You all have 4 hours to comment down below about if you want Rudra to accept Hades' offer or not. After that I will write the next chapter, and the plot moves from there. Every comment matters, to make sure to put it down there ////. Chapter 567 Choices. Rudra thought long and hard about Hades' hypothesis, and cautiously said later on, "If hypothetically you can get the goddess of light to agree, and if you bless those who pray to you earnestly, then yes, I accept your offer." Saying this, Rudra felt like he got rid of a huge burden from his chest. As he felt extremely relieved, he realized that had he turned down Hades' offer, it would have probably haunted him at nights forever. Hades smiled at this response as he said, "You have chosen wisely. However, nothing in this world is given for free. To wield my powers you must transcend from being a mere mortal. Reach tier 4 and trespass into the domain of the gods. Then and only then will you become worthy of receiving my powers. 7 days. You have 7 days to ascend to tier 4. With a perfect score. Do it within that time limit, and I will bless you with my divine might. Fail, and I would rather wait another 1,000 Heres for a worthy successor than let my good name be ruined by incompetent mortals." System notification. You have received a new quest. Ascend to tier 4, quest optional. Ascend to tier 4 within 7 days to get the Lost Mythic Class Death Knight. Rewards. Mythic Class plus Mystery Reward based on performance. Failure penalty. Disappoint the god Hades. Time limit, 7 days. Do you wish to accept? Reject? Rudra hit accept, as alongside the clock of the ancient ruins, another one started to tick down on his status screen that asked him to become tier 4 in the next 7 days. Rudra sighed. There was too little time, and too much on his plate at once. However, since he was here with the god Hades, he decided that before he was sent away, he might as well make good use of this opportunity. Rudra asked, "Before you send me away, can you answer 2 questions of mine?" Hades raised an eyebrow but said, Can you tell me where can I find something called a return crystal? And 2, I have a really big war coming up. Do you know someplace where I can find something useful for the war effort in these ruins?" Rudra asked nervously. For a moment Hades was stupefied before he bursted out laughing at the audacity of the mortal. Uncountable millenniums passed, as a god, yet nobody had the nerve to speak straight to him. Yet this weakling dared to ask him questions for his selfish benefits. I like you, so I will help you, Hades said with a smile. The return crystal is in the church itself. Find it in the basement at the ground floor. As for your so-called war effort, there is a military base north of this city at about 3 kilometers. There you will find a design for a weapon of mass destruction. However, be warned. The place will be well guarded. 7 days. If fate wills it, I will see you again. For these 7 days you will be able to carry Grim Reaper, but not wield it. Saying so, Hades flicked his hand as Rudra was teleported out again. Back at the Church of the Ancient Ruins, Rudra woke up and decided to go wild, not caring to inform his teammates about the fact that he was back, slaughtering every single zombie werewolf he could lay his eyes on. Rudra began a murder spree. The devil's back, said Neatwit as he eyed Rudra with venomous hatred. The gap between the two was always large. However, over the time, it had only widened, as Rudra's pace of monster farming was pretty much the same as the other 6 combined. Sorry for the hold-up, guys. I'll clean them up to make up for it. Rudra shamelessly turned the situation in his own favor, as thousands of zombie werewolf had a nightmare of a day, as their heads were severed off their body. Mid-fight, Rudra said. Someone find a basement here. There should be the return crystal in there. Just keep it, don't use it. As the 3 girls, who were just staring at the boys' slaughter with malice agape, realized that they needed to play their parts too and began searching for the crystal. 45 minutes, and wiping out a clan of werewolves later, the elites all drank stamina potions as they shared a hearty laugh. Rudra had leveled up twice from the slaughter spree. Yet his eyes were still full of bloodlust. But his mind was as calm as the ocean. Rudra had decided that with the return crystal already being found, there was no more pressure on them in the ruins. However, this place was a goldmine. And without looting every single grave behind this church as well as that military base holding the ancient weapon, Rudra was not doing to leave the place. Rudra said, Alright guys, there are a lot of monsters out there behind the Church of Death in the graveyards. Let's kill them all. Level up a lot and rob every single grave back there. The ancients believed in life after death and packed precious items in their coffins. And we leave nothing. If we are going to become grave robbers, we need to be elite grave robbers. The group felt Rudra's energy, and they realized that the leader was pumped, which pumped them all as well. After that, we raid a military base few kilometers north of here, before heading home. Time is of the essence now, and I want to wrap this thing up within the next 2 days. Sorry if you guys don't get enough rest, but there are reasons for it that I will explain later. Max energy, guys. Let's rob some graves. Rudra hyped the group as the elites responded with a loud cheer. The loot was on. // guys. Thank you for all the feedback in the last chapter. I am a man of the people, and the people have spoken. Hence Rudra is now in partnership with the god of death himself // Chapter 568, A Focused Rudra. Rudra finally saw a clear path ahead of him. A schedule that he needed to rigorously follow to be able to prepare the elites as best as he could for the upcoming war. And that path started from looting the graves in the church's backyard, as the elites had to fight hordes of stinking undeads. Rudra knew that although the undead were numerous, the higher their numbers the more favorable it was for him, as he needed EXP, and he needed a lot of it and fast. He could kill 6 undeads every minute on average, while killing each one filled his EXP bar by 0.1%. Technically it was a far cry more from what the monsters of the outside world offered him. But then again, in the outside world, they would probably not attack with such numbers as well. This meant that every minute he filled up his EXP bar by 0.6%. Which meant that every 10 minutes he gained 6% experience. And every 167 minutes he leveled up. This was slow when compared to his astronomical rate of gaining 14 levels in a single fight. However, it was still more than decent. For the first level up, it was Rudra supported by the elites as they held their ground against the hordes of undead. For the second level up, it was the elites gaining little by little on the undead, as the fight came to a stalemate. For the third level up, the elites began a slaughter of the enemies and started to push back. However, the girls, Bo and Yum, were tired after that and needed rest. Rudra, Karna, SMG, Neatwit and Johnny, however, continued the mass slaughter for the fourth level up, after which Johnny and SMG dropped too. After level up 5, Karna felt his arms grow numb as he stopped to take a proper rest. After level up 6, Neatwit was already way past his limit. However, his pride did not allow him to lose out to Rudra in leveling contest. However, seeing Rudra going on as strong as ever, Neatwit lost his willpower as he exclaimed, "Monster!" The elites all gawked in shock and horror as they saw Rudra clean the entire battlefield thereon, as he approached the 7th level up after fighting for 21 hours non-stop. After that, Naomi had to intervene, as she could not see Rudra going on with his madness. However, while Rudra was utterly tired, there was a radiant smile plastered on his face, as he told Naomi and the rest to start looting the corpses, while he took care of the stragglers. What followed was the 9 elites working on looting the graves, while the watchdog Rudra bit any undead that sprang to life. Rare jewels, ancient coins, ancient wines, ancient weapons. The elites found just pools after pools of wealth with every grave that they robbed. But there was no sign of the blue crystal that Rudra had them on the lookout for yet. 6 hours and 104 grave robberies later, Rudra finally leveled up one last time as he laid down flat on the ground with exhaustion. Naomi force-fed him 2 stamina potions and used various buffs to return strength to his depleted body, as Rudra had a stupid grin plastered to his face from seeing his stats panel. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 230. Tier 3. Stats: AGI: 4000 plus 2000 Vit, 4000 plus 2000. Int: 4000 plus 2000 STA, 4000 plus 2000. PHY: 4000 plus 2000 Mana, 4000 plus 2000. HP 2. 917. 000/2. 917. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Exhausted. Equipment: Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. White Lion's Kneecaps, Dark Gold. Supreme with Charm. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Grim Reaper, unavailable. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. One Leg Leap, Rare. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Furball, Divine 9 Tails. Level 230. Taking a longing look at the unavailable Grim Reaper sword in his inventory, Rudra decided that he had to get it anyhow, no matter how exhausted his body felt. It was better to take full advantage of the ancient ruins while he could before returning to the real world, where gaining 10 levels would need at least a month of consistent grind. Checking his active quests panel, he observed how he had a little less than 6 days left to meet Hades' goal, the promotion test itself aside. He was yet to still even reach the threshold needed to ascend, and it was not going to be easy. Looking at the loot around him, Rudra knew that he had at least $2 trillion worth of goods with him, as the ancient weapons and wine and special artifacts were all as good as one of a kind. Although he needed to go through a lot of trouble to sell them, and then after everyone gets their cut, he would probably lose 30-40% of that initial value. It was still a lot of money, and there were still a lot of graves left to rob. If the group did it right, they could potentially find the entire war treasury from the loot they find here. However, time was of the essence. Rudra had too much to achieve, and needed to prioritize as to how he wanted to balance things. Less than 6 days to go. Could he really afford to waste time grave robbing? It was a question that needed serious thinking. // Special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the umpteenth time for 2 gashapons. I don't know, man. It's becoming surreal now. You are the new top fan of all time, and the support you have shown is just incredible. Hence for the umpteenth time. Thank you for all the support from the bottom of my heart. The comments, the gifts, the content. I finally feel like the book is back on track again, guys. And I promise to work hard and deliver. The most epic war arc of all time is coming, guys. I promise /////. Chapter 569 Madness. Rudra was pressed hard on time, because he had no time to waste grave robbing with the military base raid left and himself being on the clock. However, with the grave robbing trade being such immensely fortuitous, he needed to grasp this chance and fill up the guild treasury as much as possible. Hence, he decided to make a risky call, leaving Bo, Skyla, Yum, Naomi and Yua to keep up at the grave robbing. He decided to take the OG boys to raid the military base. This was an extremely dangerous move on Rudra's part, as with the 10 of them together the exploration still felt difficult. However, taking only 5 members to a military base was practically suicide. Rudra realized that should he have brought a party of 200 down here, it would have been immensely beneficial to the guild. However, the more the people, the harder it was to contain secrets. With the 10 here, he could at least guarantee secrecy. Hence Rudra, Johnny, Karna, SNG, and Neatwood started their journey towards the ancient military base, expecting to steal blueprints of an ancient weapon that would greatly bolster the war effort. While the journey itself was not very difficult, the moment they reached the vicinity of the military base, the 5 felt chills run down their spine, as the sight they saw was pure chaos. Nightcrawlers, eldritch ducks, mutated zombies, mutated orcs, mutated tree monsters, mutated goblins, elite trolls, necromancers, liches, and lesser undead. It was a monster's den. The military base, as there was an open buffet going on as to what kind of monster did one wish to fight. Although they all coexisted within the same military base, there was a clear demarcation of areas. A goblin who sneakily tried to steal orc food was picked up like a rag doll and smashed head first like a hammer on the ground, smashing its brain to 1,000 pieces. Seeing the scene, Rudra realized that less the 5 of them. Even if he came here with 5,000 elites, it would still be a hell of a fight. At this point, anyone would have been forced to retreat, even if Karna himself was leading a team of elites. This is where the capabilities of him as a leader ended. However, this is where the challenge began for one Shikuni one night. His brain worked like a supercomputer as it analyzed various strategies that could neutralize the enemy's advantage, and the only thing that he could come up with was divide and conquer. He needed to start an internal strife between them all. But before that, he needed to understand why they all were coexisting in this place in the first place. To try and find out this very critical answer, Rudra summoned Furball, who was given the all-important scouting mission. Furball, knowing how to teleport, gave it the edge in scouting missions, as its high intelligence and battle capabilities made it an excellent pet. While good mounts were extremely desirable in Omega, the same kind of a trend was not seen in pets, as the majority of the player base tried to ignore this aspect of gaming, as pets took an extremely important resource for raising, which was EXP, notwithstanding food costs. Every time a player leveled up, a chunk of his or her HP went to the pet's development, which was unacceptable to many, especially since pets died permanently once HP hit 0. This made it so that pets nurtured with care ended up dead on battlefields and real combat scenarios, with the owners only having to bear the loss of all the EXP it took to raise them, making them unwanted in battles. The rest raised pets for special purposes such as tracking, resource location, etc., etc. However, these kinds of players were usually a niche minority of lifestyle, who hardly leveled up once in a month anyways. Even within the elites, only Rudra and Karna amongst all elders chose to keep a pet, while the others simply did not find it worth the effort. However, the case was completely different for Rudra, whose pet was his game changer, not taking into account the care and love it poured into her. Furball was very capable and very versatile. On more than one occasion, her being with Rudra created opportunities for him which would be otherwise unreachable. Today was one such day, as after a successful scouting trip, Furball came back with news. Although Rudra did not understand Beast, he understood Furball's way of expressing herself, as he could always tell what she wanted to say. "There is something in the military base which keeps the beasts together," Rudra asked Furball, who moaned in "Io," very cutely, as if to say, "Good job, human." "What is it?" "A treasure." "I-O-U-U." "A treasure that's okay to destroy?" Growling. "A treasure that should be stolen?" "I-O." "Is it big?" Growling. "Is it guarded by someone strong?" "You-woo-woo-woo." "I see. Come to Papa." "Good job, girl." Rudra took Furball in his arms, as he showered her with pats and kisses as Furball purred in joy after getting all the love. The other elite members just stared at the public display of affection by their guild leader, as their left eyes started to flicker from seeing the cringe. They could not understand how Rudra could make sense of the gibberish fox language spoken by Furball. However, they dared not to question it, as they only went along with whatever Rudra said, after realizing that the other 4 were giving him the looks. Rudra recalled Furball, and coughed twice to dispel the awkward atmosphere as he said. Alright, here is what we do. 1. Smoke and poison mist the area. Create complete chaos. We use all the bottles we have at our disposal. 2. I send in the 2,000 strong mana legion and they're carrying all of the bombs that I brought for this exploration as we try blow the place up in hopes of creating chaos. 3. We kill anyone who escapes the base and gets outside the region of the haze, while we do not directly engage in conflict with those who are inside. 4. Hopefully a massive fight breaks out, and all we need to do is start picking them off from one corner all the way to the center. Or, if things don't work out, we will think about plan B. Alright, let's go blow that base up, Rudra said with energy, as the other 4 were left dumbfounded. Rudra's strategy was basically let's bomb them, and hope they kill each other, which was nothing sophisticated like his usual plans at all, and had a lot of margins for error. Even still, the group had 100% faith in Rudra's capabilities and choice-making skills, as there were no questions asked. Everyone started to do inventory check to see what means they had at their disposal. And thanks to a very successful Elites lifestyle unit run by Fatty Kalash, everyone had at least 5 haze potions and 2 poison mist potions. If used in the right areas, it would turn the entire area into a blind death spot. Forming a pentagon, the Elites crawled their way to the edge of the military base, covering all angles as they waited for the first haze potion bottle to be thrown by Rudra. The closer Rudra got to the military base, the stronger the stench of blood, monster and rotten corpse became, as oddly even though it was extremely pungent it felt like a routine smell. Taking advantage of the bushes, he was able to creep in close as he used his eyes of truth to scout the area. Monsters ranged from level 40 to level 240. The average being level 180-ish, while a strong monster resided at the center with an unreadable level for Rudra. Rudra immediately became alert. There were not many species whose level he could not read, and those that were like that were extremely powerful. The monster was apparently at the very center of the base, and Rudra had no idea about why it resided there. However, according to Furball, there was a big treasure there that made every monster stay there. Rudra took in a deep breath as he mentally prepared himself to go ahead with his plan. Taking a bottle of haze potion, Rudra threw it over his head, the trajectory making the bottle crash and release the haze inside, right after colliding with the troll's head. Seeing the haze spread in the military base, the other Elites in position realized that it was their signal to unleash their stocks as well, as haze bottles started to rain on the military base, covering the entire area in a thick layer of fog. What followed was the group taking a few steps back and throwing poison mist into random locations, as the sound of monster howls and grunts and monster-like sounds intensified. It was apparent that there was already chaos brewing inside. However, only Karna, who had his mind's eyes, could really see how everyone was actually running around clueless and panicking. However, while the poison affected the weaklings a lot, even killing those below level 100, the 180 or higher level beasts were unaffected, as they were also more composed. However, all that changed when the first bomb thrown by Rudra exploded inside the military base, because after that a shower of bombardment started, as all hell started to break loose. // Special shout out to Austin Smith 4250 for the 15,000 coin Gashapon gift. Thank you, simply doesn't cut it anymore. You guys have simply pumped me to the limits now, with all the support you have shown to the book. And I feel like this time, I have to do something huge to properly express my appreciation. I have never dropped an announcement for the book before, but it's time to do something huge. Check announcement that comes out today. It's time for the author to give back. // Chapter 570 Chaos. Rudra randomly dropped bombs inside the military base, as all hell broke loose inside, with the monsters not having a clue as to what was actually going on. This led to the monsters growing agitated as they started to run everywhere, crossing camps and entering fights. However, not all monsters ran internally in the military base. Many tried to escape the foggy area and hence out of the military base as well, who met the Elites as soon as they got out and soon faced miserable death. However, the key was to make the monsters fight more and more internally, and less with the Elites. However, right as Rudra felt like he only had a few more bombs to detonate, he rushed inside the dense fog, elven sword in one hand, and a run-of-the-mill ancient sword he found while grave robbing in the other. Choosing the goblin's den as the entry point, Rudra only relied on his sharp senses to cut anything that moved around him, as he decided to enter the dangerous fray of monsters. This was not in the initial plan, as everyone was supposed to wait until the fog dispelled before rushing in. However, Rudra felt like too many monsters were dying that were not contributing to his EXP enough, hence, he dived into the fight headfirst. Using the Mana Legion, Rudra summoned 2,000 mana soldiers, of whom he gave 30 all the bombs he had left and sent them on a suicide run. while the other 1970 he used to create a perimeter around himself to make more sense of things that were going on inside the dense fog. Boom, boom, boom. The suicide bombers all strategically bombed highly populated areas, killing many monsters in the process. As although Rudra's EXP bar showed no progress at the moment, he was sure that once he was out of the fighting chaos the bar would skyrocket. Everything seemed to go well for him until a loud quack was heard as it seemed like some giant structure was destroyed, as the sound of bricks falling could be heard. What followed was 3 seconds of a vacuum storm, as Rudra had to hang onto the floor like his life depended on it, as air was being sucked in towards the center of the military base, as if it was the eye of a tornado. When Rudra finally realized who caused the suction of air, his eyes widened in shock as his brain thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. A giant eldritch duck, the size of a 12-story building, stood at the center of the military base, as it had sucked in all the haze and the poison mist, only to let it all out of its nose like it was a steam engine. Eldritch duck, Sigma male, tier unknown, a duck who has outlived most trees. It is trouble. The duck was snow white in body color, however had yellow feet and yellow beak. If given a hat and some clothes, it would look exactly like Donald Duck. Quack, quack, quack! The giant duck declared as every monster in the military base started going nuts and acting like they were scared for their lives. The army of small eldritch ducks the size of one's leg that Rudra initially saw while scouting from outside now started to attack every other faction with gusto. Rudra felt the whole situation to be utterly ridiculous as his exact thoughts, as a duck came flying towards him, was "You've got to be kidding me." Rudra simply punched the incoming duck on its beak, as Rudra's punch broke the poor guy's beak and killed it from brute force alone. Ouch. Rudra explained as his hands hurt from the impact. However, there was no doubt in his mind that he was never going to be intimidated by an army of stupid ducks. However, reality proved otherwise. As trolls, orcs, necromancers, undeads, zombies, every single species of monsters that Rudra considered actual threats were being dismantled by the duck army, as Rudra's eyes popped out of his sockets at the absurdity of the situation. Looking around, he could see stupid ducks headbutting straight into goblins, while 4 or 5 of them would stick on a troll with their webbed feet and start to peck the troll all over his body. Quack, 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 quack was the only sound that could be heard all over. And while there was not much damage caused by the weak ducks at all, it was like nobody dared to kill them, and Rudra could not understand why. Unfortunately for Rudra, he found the answer soon enough, as a system notification made him aware of the peril he was in. System notification: you have killed an eldritch duck, the beloved race of the god of Distasters, and the sacred animal of his religion. You will now be struck with a random calamity in 59 seconds. Reading the system notification, Rudra's mind went what? As he could only bring out the retractable shield out nervously, and be ready to use blink at a moment's notice, as he awaited the calamity to strike. As he awaited the calamity, Neatwit suddenly appeared beside him with a big grin plastered on his face, as he was covered in green monster blood as he said, "Don't worry, I'm here now." Rudra fought the urge of rolling his eyes, as before he could even tell Neatwit what a bad choice he had made. A bolt of lightning struck the location he was standing at out of nowhere, as although Rudra was able to put up the retractable shield on time, he was sent flying due to the force of impact. Neatwit on the other hand also received lightning damage, as his body became a sizzling mess of electricity, as his hair stood straight up. Rudra could not help but laugh his *** off seeing Neatwit's condition, as although his own back hurt a bit from being sent flying, Neatwit's condition was just too funny. However, jokes aside, Rudra realized that the ducks were the real walking bombs in this military base, and that he needed to rack his brains regarding how to solve this duck situation. // Chapter 1 of the 12-hour-long sprint. It took 1 hour and 10 minutes to complete, so we are just slightly behind schedule. Special shout out to Irail Griffin for the 15,000 coin gashapon. I can't thank you enough for this, man. This sprint today is my way of saying my heartfelt thank you. Come join me on Discord voice chat anytime you feel like talking about today's book. I will be online at all times. Slightly smiling face / Chapter 571, Taming a Duck. Following the absurd duck situation, the elites all assembled near Rudra, as they waited for his command. Don't kill the ducks! Rudra gave the executive order to the elites, as everyone felt uncomfortable letting stupid ducks without claws, teeth, or even proper attacking capabilities being allowed to stick on their heads, as they gave a head massage type pecking. Johnny, however, was savage. He wanted nothing to do with the ducks, as he just swatted them left and right without caring for their life, as even if they died, he just became formless in the face of natural disasters and avoided it all. What now? Asked Karna, as a big smile could be seen plastered on Rudra's face. A smile that Karna was all too familiar with. A smile that signaled that Rudra was about to suggest doing something crazy. Rudra said, "Sir Johnny, do you still have the Dino?" Johnny raised an eyebrow and said, "Yes." Rudra smiled and said, "Then I guess it's time for Dino vs. Ducky Part 1. A few moments later, there were 5 elites seated on a dinosaur's head as the 20-story tall dinosaur towered over the 12-story tall duck with gusto. Roar. The dinosaur roared in joy. Firstly, because it felt the atmosphere to be familiar. It was almost like he was home. And secondly, because since the ancient era giant ducks were indeed the favorite food of the dinosaurs, who relished them as a tasty meal. Quack, quack, quack. The giant duck squirmed after seeing the dinosaur bare its sharp canine teeth, as poop bombs escaped its rear, blasting poor nightcrawlers with them. However, although the giant duck was scared of the dinosaur, the smaller ones were not, as the loyal army threw itself on the body of the dinosaur. However, the hard-scaled aside, Mama Dinosaur did not even care about the small ducks, as a single-tail swipe of here killed several hundreds of them at once, as mana triggered a huge calamity. 59 seconds later, a giant meteor could be seen in the sky as Rudra looked at it and moaned in frustration. Ugh, not again! Had it been a tornado or a lightning strike, the elites on the head of the dinosaur could have dealt with the calamity. But it just had to be a giant meteorite. Meteorite! Guildmaster, it was an honor serving you in this exploration. May all of our souls rest in peace, Neatwit said as he gave up all hopes of survival. However, Karna just smacked him on the head and told him to shut up. Of course, Rudra was not going to let the crew die, as he summoned Furball and told her to use mass teleportation at the right moment. The monsters inside the military base panicked and started to run for their lives. However, Rudra and group stayed intact, as the giant duck lost its mind being so close to the attractor of the calamity. But to the duck's dismay, the giant dinosaur followed it wherever it ran, as the meteor course corrected itself and followed. Quack, quack, quack! The duck screamed. And although Rudra could not speak duck, he understood that the eldritch duck out there was begging for mercy, as Rudra used its vulnerable moment to send Neatwit towards it with a pet taming contract, forcing it into a deal, becoming Neatwit's pet under duress. A giant meteorite over its head, and a dinosaur's behind its small tail. The duck had no other option but to sign the contract in desperation to save its life. As the moment it did, Furball used mass teleportation to move out of harm's way. Rumble. Earthquake could be felt all around the ancient ruins, as even the 3 girls who were grave digging peacefully saw a pile of sand that they had just dug out being unsettled and fall back in, increasing their workload. Ugh, boys, the 3 complained together, as they were sure that it was the work of the elites. Furball teleported the group 2 kilometers from the crash area, and although there was a lot of debris, the elites were safe otherwise. Quack! Choo 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 quack! The eldritch duck started to cry as its tears gave Neatwit a nice salty shower, as it thanked its new master for saving its life. Neatwit, on the other hand, was just plain stunned to see the information on the duck. Eldritch duck, cried baby, tier 0, a heaven's chosen son, and the direct descendant of the holy eldritch duck kept as per by the god of disasters. This duck is special, as harming it or any of its children would bring forth natural disasters. Immortal. This duck can never die of aging. However, beware, weapons and attacks can still kill it. The eldritch duck was a gender-fluid species who could shift between male and female genders fast, and could even become gender-neutral. However, this specific eldritch duck was a walking carrier of natural disasters, as Neatwit could imagine unleashing a swarm of ducks on his enemies and them killing the weak small ducks, only to bring forth many natural disasters. He could become a duckmancer with an army of ducks and become absolutely unstoppable on any battlefield. This idea excited him until he realized how stupid he would look commanding a legion of ducks. However, nonetheless, it was a valuable addition to the elite camp. Rudra said, Neatwit, tell your duck to ensure our security back at the military base and lead us to the secrets in there. Rudra acted like this was all the part of the plan from the beginning, as Karna and SMG could not help but internally praise Rudra for his excellent scheming. They could have never thought to trigger a natural calamity and then use it over the duck's life as threat and force it into enslavement only to use it as the bodyguard for loot. Their respect for Rudra hence skyrocketed. However, little did they know Rudra himself was only winging it on the go. He had no concrete plan at all. // Chapter 2. It took me a full 100 minutes. Now 30 minutes behind schedule. Need to pick the pace up. // Chapter 572, Ancient Weapon and a Bath. With the duck as the protection, the elites wiped out the remnant monsters of the military base, as Rudra gained 4 levels in the process, inching him closer to the overall goal. However, while fighting, Rudra realized that he was much slower than usual, and had delayed responses physically than what his mind was producing mentally. In layman terms, he was exhausted, although his stamina bar said otherwise. Drinking artificial potions could not offset the mental exhaustion he had accumulated in the game with not logging out since weeks, making his mind tired and wanting desperate reset. But Rudra was on the clock, and time was one luxury that he simply did not have. Hank, even though he had long reached his limits, he put on a brave face and did whatever he could. The military base without all the monsters looked pretty basic, as there were barracks, a training ground, and what appeared to be a hostel or lodgings inside the structure, while one tall and half-broken building was at the center. Rudra was sure that the broken building was where the duck emerged from during the chaos, as it was the area where he heard the sound of bricks falling. When the elites approached the building, they expected a lot of things, but a massive pool was not one of them, as a clear water pool that had plants that glowed growing at the bottom of it was what was hidden inside the giant building. The pool was extremely mysterious, as it was at least 15-story deep, and had no life swimming inside it except some plants that grew at the bottom. However, the mystery remained on as to why was there a pool of water within a military building, and why did it attract so many monsters to coexist in this small area. The giant duck jumped inside the pool with a splash as the water was sprayed all over the elites. However, something unexpected happened when the water hit them. The water started to sizzle on their skin as they could feel strength being sapped from their bodies. The stamina bar of all elites became a threatening red. However, while Rudra gained a single level, the others leveled up twice. This baffled the elites, as the entire place became even more mysterious to them, and they could not understand the secrets it contained. Analyzing the situation, Rudra said, "Don't approach the water. Let's explore the rest of the facility first before deciding on what to do." The elites' hints started to scour the building for more hints. However, they could not make much out of the ancient text that they found, with the only half-decent clue that they found being a blueprint of the facility that showed a secret tunnel being there connected to the indoor pool of special water that led to a secret room. Studying it, Rudra said, "There is a tunnel midway in the pool that leads to a secret room, but the water is extremely mysterious. Let's dip our feet in the water first and understand its true nature." Meanwhile, at the Sigma Boys mercenary group, Matthias Schmidt and Turner the Wrath, the two spies from the elites, had rose to become super rookies, as their reputation within the group increased a lot. Having both graduated from the elite academy, their knowledge about technical aspects of the game was unprecedented, as they had the right approach to understanding any problem. The elite academy strove to create graduates that could think outside the box to solve any problem, and use strategy to defeat monsters, and not skills alone. This made them technically sound players, as they knew strengths and weaknesses as well as about attack and defense formations, like the back of their hand once they passed out. This made them extremely wanted by the seniors of the organization on their dungeon runs and other outings. As although Turner was considered a weak weeb, his knowledge was considered useful, while Schmidt was both powerful in knowledge, as he was quickly absorbed within the innermost circles of the organization. On one such regular dungeon runs, Turner overheard something interesting from the senior members in his party. The conversation went like, "Dude, did they tell you about the new job?" "Yep. It's crazy, right? I could not believe my ears when I was first told about it." "I mean, the elites? They are undefeatable, aren't they?" "Undefeatable or not, they bit off more than they could chew this time. I mean, the total army size is above 30 million troops. That's a war force that can topple kingdoms in weeks, and can shake up continents." "Yeah, I agree. And they also have those insane cannons that would absolutely punch a hole through the elites' defenses. Their walls would become useless. Ha ha ha. Their arrow-throwing machines would be rendered ineffective once we equip dark gold-rated armors. Even if they hit us, we should not die, should we? Only tier 1 weaklings will die, maybe. The set they are custom forging is called the anti-arrow set. It is only meant to protect against arrows. It gives 70% damage reduction. It's insane. Ha ha ha. We will be millionaires in real life soon if we win this war. 36 days. Then it becomes official. Sigh. Yes, you are right. Can't wait. Turner knew that this was extremely critical information that he had uncovered in here, as although he remained calm on surface, internally he was shook up. Cannons, 30 million strong, and special armors to offset the elite's weapons. The enemy was coming prepared. The guild was in massive trouble. He wanted to get out and report to Amelia immediately. However, he still needed to keep up appearances, as he kept doing his role as the weeb guide in the dungeon run, pretending not to know anything. However, at the first moment that he was out, he rushed to report the grim situation to Amelia. ////Chapter 3. It took me 80 minutes, and I don't think I wrote too shabbily. Keep this up, and we can get back on track. I am filled with motivation from all the support you guys have shown me in the past few weeks. Chapter 4 will hence be only a few minutes away. // Chapter 573 The Ancient Weapon. The moment the elites dipped their feet inside the water, they noticed their stamina bars depleting very quickly, however their EXP bars rising equally fast. If one played their cards right, and kept refilling their stamina bars by drinking potions, they could potentially level up within minutes inside the mysterious water. Rebirth took full advantage of this opportunity, as he kept drinking stamina potions to supplement his stamina bar, while his EXP bar kept rising. However, he clearly noticed that with every subsequent level up, the effects of the water reduced, as the stamina burn-up rate was lower, and so was the EXP increase rate. 5 elites lined up, as they had their legs dipped inside a massive indoor pool of water, as they chugged stamina potions, and talked about life until a few hours later everyone had leveled up about 8 times, with Rebirth leveling up 5 times. With this level up, Rebirth finally reached level 240, the threshold required for him to reach tier 4. And this made him very happy, as he had been physically too exhausted to fight anymore in the short run. However, after his 5th level up, he could see that the burn-up of stamina was slower than a snail, with only 1% being consumed every minute, which meant that he could attempt to swim inside the pool and reach the secret room, or at least safely come back while trying. Hence, asking the others to send him flying into the air, so that he could take a momentum-rich dive inside the pool. Rebirth was flung into the air, as he folded his hands into Namaste and dove right into the water. Splash. Falling with momentum, his body felt a breath of freshness as the special water entered all orifices of his body. Swimming towards the bottom, Rebirth tried his best to locate the entrance to the tunnel. However, right as he reached the halfway point, the eyes of truth revealed some very important information about the glowing plants below. Divine water ivy, divine, a plant lost in time that only grows in clear lakes. Any lake that it grows in will become water-rich in experience, whose consumption or even external contact will give a great experience. However, it is poisonous to consume in itself and will drain one of its stamina. The effects reduce over time. Note, it sends out a resonant frequency that attracts monsters to itself, as the monster that will consume this plant has the potential to become the next monster lord. Very important information about the secret of the military base was uncovered by Rebirth, as his greed wanted him to take this plant back with him to Purple Haze City, which made Rebirth forget about the tunnel for a while, as he swam to the bottom of the lake first, and carefully dug out 3 of the 17 glowing plants, and placed them in a glass jar, and stored them in inventory. However, by this point, he was out of breath and drained of stamina as he rushed towards the surface, letting the buoyant force of water help him as he returned back out and took in a gasp of fresh air. "Any luck?" Karna asked eagerly. However, Rebirth only shook his head as he came back out and said, "I went for the plants first, going back in for the tunnel later." Karna had already located the tunnel with his mind eyes, so he said, "I got this one, boss," as he jumped into the water and started to swim towards the entrance of the tunnel. The tunnel entrance was barely 3 feet in diameter, and was invisible to the naked eye from the outside due to refraction of light occurring inside the water. However, once inside the narrow tunnel, it was a sort of uphill climb, as Karna was soon able to pop his head outside the level of water, as he found himself in a narrow tunnel of sorts. Swimming for about 15 more minutes, he finally found a door, which he assumed was the entrance to the secret room of the facility. There was a thick door blocking his way, and Karna had no idea how to open it. However, after looking around for a bit, there was a small mechanism at the side of the door over whom ancient runic characters were written. Understanding nothing, Karna punched on the mechanism and broke the damn thing. And with the mechanism broken, the door also opened. Water and Karna were gushed inside the opening door, as Karna plopped around like a fish out of water inside the massive secret room. However, once he had a good look around in the room, he had no doubt in his mind that this was a testing lab for some evil scientist. Creatures cut half open were suspended in pods full of murky liquid and various materials and crystals, which Karna could not even identify, were lying around in the room, along with various blueprints and metals. Rebirth's instructions were clear on such situations, which were steal everything. Hence Karna began stuffing his inventory with everything he could lay his hands on, and even stuff that he could not understand was stolen. One remarkable invention that Karna discovered was the Anti-Rhino Strong Ballists, a device meant to deal a rhinoceros beast hide. It shot 21 strong arrows at once in a straight linear trajectory with extreme power, enough to pierce rhino hide. However, that discovery did not even remotely compare to the grand prize, the blueprint that Karna found stashed in a very fancy container made of high-grade titanium. The blueprint to mass-produce an ancient weapon that could completely change the coming direction of war. The blueprint for the weapon handheld pulse cannon. // Chapter 4 now. We are halfway there. But it took me a full 2 hours to write this chapter completely derailing my progress. I now have 4 hours and 4 more chapters to go. Can we make it? // Chapter 574 End of Exploring. Karna looked at the weapon design, and even he needed time to sit on the floor to digest the magnificence of the weapon blueprint in his hands. Handheld pulse cannon, lost, a long side-shaped weapon that can generate pulse attacks every 2 seconds. Equip your frontlines with this lost weapon, and you will have a devastating presence on the battlefield. The description was short and sweet, however any general with a tactical mind could understand the potential of this weapon in war. This was the weapon that transformed the role of cannon fodder from hunter to prey. As one could imagine the devastation caused by 1,000,000 soldiers, if armed properly with pulse cannons. To understand just how powerful the weapon really was, Karna picked up a working model from the shelf at the corner of the room and fired the weapon towards the furthest wall. Bam! A side-shaped cut appeared on the wall, which was similar to the cut left by Rudra's 10,000 sword cuts move that use sword chi to manifest energy attacks. Although not extremely powerful to possess a threat to tier 3 cultivators, killing them in one strike or anything, it could still cause 2,000 to 4,000 damage for sure in a head-on attack. While nothing earth-shattering, the weapon had the capability of transforming the useless cannon fodder part of the army into a formidable force slaughtering the enemy lines. With this blueprint in hand, Karna felt excitement tingle in his bones, as he could finally see the light towards victory in the upcoming war. However, one big problem of the weapon remained that it needed a mysterious liquid called ether to fuel its core, and Karna could not understand the materials required for its production. Luckily, he did find 7 prototype weapons that were filled with ether to the brim with ether, which would turn to be the difference-making point when he would present the weapon design to Fatty. Filled with a mixture of excitement and doubt, Karna exited the secret room and swam out towards the surface. As he saw the rest of the elites playing inside the pool, as if it was summer vacation on his way out. SNG had Neatwit under Masterlock as he was drowning him underwater, while Rudra and Johnny kept trying the best ways to dive into the water by jumping off the head of the giant duck. While Karna was happy that the others were having fun and that his mission went well, he also felt a bit jealous, because he wanted to have fun too. Looking at Karna, however, Rudra got serious once more as he asked, "So? Found something?" As everyone looked at Karna with anticipation, Karna replied, "A game changer. But there is a part one have no idea about." Saying so, Karna brought out a prototype and fired it off into the distance under the expectant gazes of everyone. However, there was no splendid explosion or earth-shattering power displayed by the scythe-like weapon. Neatwit complained, "Kinda weak, don't you think?" However, Karna's next reply stunned him. "This is the model of the blueprint I have obtained. I think we can mass-produce these." Rudra immediately lost his footing on top of the duck's head hearing this, as he slipped and fell inside the pool, as he stared towards Karna with anticipation, as he said excitedly, "We can what?" Karna gave Rudra a big smile as he said, "I have the blueprints." Rudra gave Karna a tight hug at this, as Karna could feel the emotions behind Rudra's display of affection as he hugged him back. Only Karna truly understood the burden which Rudra carried on his shoulders as the guild master. For everyone else, it was just following orders, while Rudra had to set everything else in motion. Karna knew that it meant the world to Rudra for finally having some tangible means to turn the tide of the war, as he had bet everything in coming to these ancient ruins. Had this exploration failed, it would have been very difficult for the elites to turn the situation around when facing such overwhelming odds. A while later, the military base exploration group met back up with the grave robbing group as the two parties exchanged information about how their projects went. The grave robbers had finally found the mysterious blue crystal Rudra had been searching for, as in total, they had found 700 grams of it. Rudra inspected the crystals, as he found that the eyes of truth could simply not decipher the powers of this mysterious crystal, as he safely put it away for further inspection later on. Otherwise, apart from the gold and precious gems, the group had found a lot of ancient commodities, accessories, and the like, whose total net value came to about $5.8 trillion. This was a ridiculous haul, and it could change the destiny of the organization that looted it. And the same went for the elites, as this would undoubtedly help in funding their massive war chest. However, except everything else, Naomi saved an item for Rudra, which she thought he desperately needed. King's Helmet, semi-legendary, a helmet worn by one of the ancient kings made with special forging techniques that make it very light yet extremely sturdy. Protects against all blunt force attacks. 80% damage reduction against projectile attacks. 30% critical damage reduction. 30% chances to get stunned. Special feature, voice enhancement, give your army your commands loud and clear. It was the perfect helmet for Rudra. Not only did it have excellent protection, but also had the voice enhancement quality, which was much needed on a practical battlefield. Ridra was very happy with it, as he heartily accepted his gift. Equipping it immediately, Ridra finally felt like little by little, the pieces had started to fall into place. Although a lot was left to be done. With the exploration being a massive success, the winds were once again blowing in the elite's favor. // Chapter 5. I completed it in 80 minutes. The margin is going to be really tight. 3.5 hours and 3 chapters to go. If you enjoy my hard work, please leave a comment on today's chapters. // Chapter 575 Back Out. Ridra and the group used the return crystal to finally exit the ancient ruins. As they returned to the streets of Purple Haze City. In a random teleportation spot. Looking around at the familiar streets, the elites breathed a sigh of collective relief as the group cheered loudly at successfully completing the ruins exploration. Everyone wanted to kick back and just log out of the game for a few hours before returning to work. And Ridra was not going to stop anyone. However, while he himself was the person who was the most tired of them all, he was the one who also had the most responsibilities on his plate and a time-limited quest as well. Hence he could absolutely not take any rest. Especially when there was so much to do. Ridra hence returned to the guild headquarters in Purple Haze City, where he met with Amelia and Fatty in his office, as firstly, he got filled in on everything that had happened in the guild while he was away in the ancient ruins. Amelia filled him with the news obtained by the spies, as she told him the timeline to the war, and the means that the enemy had at their disposal. As although the numbers were within Ridra's estimation, the nullification of the Archballistae, and the walls becoming potentially useless, was a matter of grave concern. However, Ridra calmly thought about it, and decided on a counter-strategy, as he enacted extremely important measures inside the guild. Ridra knew that the war this time was too massive to be contained outside the walls of Purple Haze City. Hence, it was better to set up stations within the city as well. Draw the enemy in, and fight in a playing field where numbers don't matter. However, if Ridra would openly start working on the city defense with millions worldwide watching, Dronacharya was bound to notice and realize something was off. Hence Ridra decided to come up with a BS event 45 days from now, under whose guise he would start to reinforce the city. Ridra hence tasked Amelia with drawing up a fancy event hosted by the elites called the Elite Championship. As in the event, the goal would be to reach to the Church of Light in the inner district from outside the city walls without being tagged by the city security of the elites. It was basically a parkour event of a massive scale, whose fine details were yet to be decided. But the prize pool must be absolutely massive to create buzz surrounding the event. Pretending to prepare for the event, Ridra would then start to fortify the city and drive out all non-resident population of travelers out of the city in order to keep the layout of suspense. This way Ridra would barricade the city and divide it into proper military reinforcement and supply chain center without anyone being any wiser. Meanwhile, he also decided to sell off the loot from the ancient ruins quickly and raise massive capital for funding war efforts. Currently, the elites started to immediately work overtime on production of landmines, bombs, potions, weapons, and ammunition, all of whom Ridra had pushed into overhaul before he went for the dungeon exploration, and thankfully Fatty had prepared a massive stockpile in those days for these items. Hence now Ridra could move towards Phase 2 and prepare for the production of the new technologies obtained from the ancient ruins. 1. The Golem Creation Manual. 2. The Handheld Pulse Cannon. 3. The new strong Archballistae made to counter rhinos. 4. Barricades and crowd control devices. 5. The Camouflage Potions. While Ridra also had the mysterious black crystal and the blue crystal as well. Both of them were put into guild warehouse for now, as although Ridra was sure they were extremely important, now was not the time to delve into its secrets. With only extremely limited time, Ridra told Fatty to break down the manufacturing of parts into small individual components and only run an assembly line using the full force of the Elite Lifestyle Guild, while outsourcing the orders for individual parts at extremely lucrative market rates. This method was sure to cost Ridra trillions of dollars. But Ridra needed hundreds of thousands of weapons and fast, which meant that the Elite Lifestyle Guild could just not cope up. Although he found trillions of dollars worth of stuff from the ancient ruins, he was spending it as fast as he got it, as the selling process took time as well, and there were commission fees to be paid. However, before Fatty could decide on the specifics, he needed to reverse engineer and make the weapon himself, while the clay golems had to be completely made by the elites themselves, which meant that it was going to be an extremely tough month for his division. Ridra dumped all the relevant documents and even all the weird stuff that he could not decipher from back inside the ancient ruins on Fatty, and told him to get to work. Fatty was Ridra's lifeline, as without him leading the Lifestyle Guild, the elites would not be able to win any war whatsoever. Ridra did not show enough appreciation to this friend of his, who was the person who literally drove the guild behind the scenes and ensured it had a fighting chance at all. As he sent Fatty to work, He himself went to the pond within the royal palace and swam to the bottom and planted the divine plant he obtained from the ruins there, hoping that it would be able to survive and not die. But he only planted one, and not all three, so that he would not keep all his eggs in one basket. Coming out, he checked the timer on his quest and saw heart-wrenching 71 hours written on it. / Chapter 6 of the 12-hour sprint. Took me 100 minutes to write. It's getting harder and my fingers feel tired. Now is the endgame, boys. I'm at my limits. But this is where your support makes me push. / Chapter 576, Setting Things in Motion. Although he was extremely hard-pressed for time, he knew that some things needed to be given higher priority, as he drafted a letter for Pope Francis, asking for reinforcements about his upcoming war. Rudra only wrote facts within the letter. However, he did present a biased view about the situation that made it look like he was fighting evil for justice and mankind, and not for selfish reasons. But except that everything he wrote was facts, and the situation did seem grave after one read the disparity in army strength. Naturally, Rudra did not mention about his own trump cards, and talked about army size versus army size, and how he needed the best support the church could give for his kingdom and his people. Rudra also did not forget to put in phrases where he praised the goddess's greatness and mercy, and her drive to fight back evil, as he hoped to earn brownie points in the Pope's support. As he dispatched Cardinal Lee from the church's office in Purple Haze City with the letter, after he wept in front of him, like a little boy trying to melt his heart. It was all overacting on Rudra's part, but Cardinal Lee was a gullible man, and he bought everything that Rudra said. As he took the letter with shaky hands, and promised to deliver it safely to the Pope, and make a plea for his cause. Was it worth it? Rudra would know once the help was sent. However, it was imperative that he sent the call for help now, and not later, because armies were not readied and dispatched in a day and took time. While leaders on the Pope and Emperor Cervantes's level also liked to send in their troops prepared rather than on a short notice. Hence, after Rudra dispatched Cardinal Lee, he also wrote a letter addressed to Emperor Cervantes, where he wrote different kind of BS according to his understanding of the Emperor, and what worked best on him. However, he decided to give the letter to Patricia personally, as not only did he need to talk to Patricia about the coming Tier 4 promotion that he needed to do at once, but also about the coming war, and how he might abandon her one dream of him becoming Knight of the Emperor. She was the only person that Rudra owed an explanation to, as when he was nothing but a Tier 0 brat she gave him undeniable support and respect, both military and financial, for which Rudra was eternally grateful. However, all that would not stop him from limiting himself on his brighter future. He was not that kind of emotional fool, but at the same time, he was also not the kind of scum that would not have the guts to confront their benefactor face to face before making such a big leap. Hence, for these reasons, Rudra urgently departed for the new capital of Hazelgrove Empire on a hired flying mount, as even though it costs him 50,000 gold for the fastest eagle, right now time was more important to him than money. It took him exactly 40 minutes to reach the capital, as he instantly rushed towards the freshly built one-night mansion there, as the guards outside saluted him with reverence as they opened the gate wide for Shakuni one night. Reaching the mansion, Rudra practiced all that he wanted to say in his mind once before opening the door and walking into Patricia's study. Patricia's cat ears wriggled, as did her nose, as she smiled and said, "So you finally miss your sister, eh?" She was writing something in a book, and although she did not turn to face Rudra, she knew he was there, and she was happy. "How many times have I told you? If you have free time, then go date men or something. Why are you wasting time inside the mansion?" Rudra teased Patricia, as he wanted to gel things over before he broke the news to her. "Oh, please. It's not like I don't want to, but it's very hard to find good men who are not intimidated by me. I am smart, strong, and have more political power than their 70 generations combined. That intimidates the male ego. So unless there is a dashing king willing to date me, I am single." Patricia made a very logical reply and deflated Rudra's tease, as Rudra clicked his tongue in annoyance. "TCH. Sophistry," he said as he smiled, while Patricia closed the lid on her pen and turned with a bright smile of her own. "So what brings you to Big Sister?" she asked, as she knew that Rudra was a prick who never came for no reason at all and definitely wanted something from her. As Rudra nervously laughed and said, "I have kind of reached the threshold to become Tier 4. Can you help me on how to reach it? I know the Knight's Hall doesn't do it, and I don't know much else." Patricia was dumbfounded by this question, as she looked blankly at Rudra for a while, before using her eyes of truth to inspect him, as she shrieked, "Oh my God! You monster! How did you reach here so fast? This is insane! I thought even for you it will at least take 2 years more. This is too exaggerated. How?" Patricia just could not believe how fast Rudra was leveling up, as she had to calm her heart down after questioning if the heavens were really fair, Or did they just bless this one prick with all the talent in the world? However, she still replied, there are multiple ways to reach tier 4. But you are right, none of them involve the Knights Halls. From now on it's the big guy's game. And the difficulty increased monumentally. The methods are / chapter 7. Almost there, guys. This chapter took me 40 minutes to write. My fastest yet. I think with this pace, I can make the 8th one in time. Hopefully I can make it. / Chapter 577 The Secret to Becoming Tier 4. There are multiple ways to become Tier 4. But all methods have a varying effect on future foundation. The easiest method is by eating the breakthrough fruit. It creates pseudo Tier 4 realm users. I myself am someone who used this fruit to break through. But while it increases strength and allows one to level up beyond level 240, the effects are not quite the same as a naturally ascended. Hence this method is for the weak who cannot do it otherwise. The fruit, of course, is a very rare commodity, not openly available in the market. However, if you want it, Emperor Cervantes does have it, and he won't deny you to have it. But I don't think you will take the coward's way out, so I will tell you the man's way to do it. For ADC grade evaluated ascension, one needs to perform a tier 4 ascension exam inside the holy city of the Church of Light. As the exam is conducted by the highest officials of the church itself for its paladins and priests. However, anyone with enough merits with the church can essentially take it. But you being the darling of them that you are, you can definitely take it for sure, but even if you complete it, you can only get a DC evaluation based on performance. For BA level evaluation, there is a test taken inside the neutral city of Meterona, where an earth fairy spirit called Gaia monitors the exam. It is one of the hardest exams to clear, and the pass rate is not even 0.01%. Tier 4 is where the demarcation between the strong and weak happens, as only the best can reach that realm, and the rest can try all their lives, but they won't be able to. For S-rated evaluations or higher, there is only one way to do it. It is by entering the plains of lightning tribulations, and surviving a full thunderstorm in there without dying. Not only is it the hardest tier promotion test out there, but except for Emperor Cervantes, nobody has successfully completed it in over 3 centuries. But knowing you, that's what you will take, won't you? Patricia looked dead seriously into Rudra's eye as the pressure she emitted made him gulp. Rudra replied, anything less than the best is the way to mediocrity. I don't want mediocrity, sister. A rating is not enough for me. Please understand. Rudra replied honestly. He was pretty sure that the Gaia Patricia was talking about was undoubtedly the Gaia that controlled the game world itself. Which just showed how important the Tier 4 promotion test was in of itself, and how the Cuber Corporation closely monitored it. But that did not matter. Having stuck in mediocrity his entire last life, Rudra was sure that he would aim for the skies, and become the best in this life or die trying. As for him, getting an A-rated evaluation was worse than F. As with F, at least, he could do it all over again. His will solidifying, Rudra asked Patricia about the location of the Field of Thunder Tribulation, as Patricia sighed, and explained him the path. You have so much talent and potential. I don't know how to even handle you anymore. But I think it's good. You make me proud to be your sister, Patricia said with a smile, which made Rudra feel odd in his stomach. It was apparently a 16 hours journey from the nearest teleportation array, and that left Rudra very little margin to make it in time before his time limit ran out. Hence he needed to make the confrontation with Patricia quick to make it in time. Calculating everything, Rudra hence told Patricia about his motives. Sister, I am extremely indebted to you for everything you picked me up when I was a nobody, and gave me the shelter of the One Night name. And I swear I have tried my best to never tarnish it, Rudra said with passion as Patricia nodded in approval. Rudra continued, I really wanted to become the legendary class, the Knight of the Emperor, once I hit Tier 4. But... Patricia's smile dropped at the but as she asked. But? Rudra said, I have a chance to become a mythic class. And I want to really take it. But it will mean I cannot be the Knight of the Empire anymore, and I thought I should inform you an apology lest it hurt your feelings. Rudra was going to do his big apology, however Patricia cut him off as she said, What are you, an idiot? What apologize? Apologize to me if you don't get the mythic class, you idiot. Of course you should take the opportunity. If I were you, I would not have even asked. The legacy of the One Night family is your actions, and your deeds. It's not the class left behind by the first ancestor. If you can reach heights even greater than him, then that's when he will really be proud, and me too. Don't think about useless things, and go do what you have to do. Baka, don't waste time on useless emotions. Rudra teared up at this response as he gave Patricia a bear hug. Of everyone he knew in both his lifetimes, she was the only one with whom he had a relationship of receiving unconditional love apart from his family. Patricia had always been his supportive pillar right from day one, and Rudra was extremely grateful to have a sister like her, who understood his ambitions. He was really afraid of losing her with this decision, hence became overjoyed, and could not contain his emotions when he realized that he would not lose her. I will not disappoint you, sister. I will become the mythic class, Rudra said with conviction, as he left the one-night palace speeding towards his next challenge with a light heart and focused mind. It was finally time for Rudra to reach Tier 4. // Chapter 8 of 8 for the day. I finally made it, guys. Delivering true to my promise. Today's efforts was my appreciation for the constant support you guys have shown my book throughout. Especially the last few weeks, which have just been surreal for me. Although words cannot express properly how I feel. I would just like to say a big thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you. Thank you for enjoying my work. // Chapter 578 Tier 4 Promotion Test. Rudra was extremely nervous while heading towards the Fields of Thunder. He knew at his heart that he did not want to choose mediocrity. However, should he fail to ascend to Tier 4 on his first try, he would lose the opportunity to become a mythic class. Rudra did not even know that mythic class existed in Omega, or a pathway to obtaining them, as no information regarding such classes was ever made public. Everyone who stood at the pinnacle of Omega in the second phase of the game before his death were all the players who managed to get the legendary class at Tier 4. Tier 4 was the real distinguisher between the talented and the ordinary, as while people always managed to somehow promote to Tier 3 after failing multiple times, Tier 4 was not the same. Only a select few could ever really grasp that tier that distinguished them from mere mortals, and everyone who was able to reach that realm was a one-man army in their own right, as anyone below Tier 4 could never hope to become their match. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was extremely large, and hence, there was a popular saying in his past life, which defined rankers as those whose journey started at Tier 4. There were 240 levels in Tier 4, as Tier 4 started at level 240 and ended at 480. Hence the journey from Tier 0 to Tier 4 was the same as Tier 4 to Tier 5, meaning that the majority of a player's mature playstyle was decided once they entered Tier 4, as reaching Tier 5 would take several years at the least, while the most likely scenario was to never reach it, taking the teleportation array to the nearest town. Rudra then splurged 100,000 coins on the fastest griffin to arrive at the Field of Desolate Thunder. It was literally a field of thunder for as long as the eye could see, and it was covered with dense black clouds and windstorms brewing all over. Just outside the Plains of Thunder was a signboard half charred after being struck by lightning multiple times that said, "Here starts the Plains of Thunder. Enter if you do not wish to exit." Reading that cheerful comment, Rudra prepared to step inside the place, as he activated the retractable shield in one hand, and in the other grabbed Elden's sword. Bam! Right as Rudra took the first step inside the plane, he was met with a bolt of lightning that he blocked with the retractable shield. However, the impact still made his knees buckle, as he realized the grave situation he was in. A system notification then entered his ears. You have chosen to take the natural tribulation test to ascend to Tier 4. Survive the thunderstorm to successfully ascend. Good luck. Exclaimed Rudra in his mind, as he started to run at full speed trying to cross the plains as fast as he could and reach the valley region, 3 kilometers away, to weather the storm. Rudra knew that the maximum chances of survival would be to wait out the storm in a cave or under shade. However, to reach the valley, he needed to cross a 3 kilometers long flatland with lush green grass and a terrifying thunderstorm brewing above. Bam! 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 6 bolts of lightning struck Rudra in rapid succession, as although he blocked the first one using the retractable shield, the second one broke the shield, while the other 4 made direct hit. 140. 000. 140. 000. 470. 000 critical hit. 140. 000. Rudra's HP went from bright green to bright yellow instantly, as he lost nearly 30% of his overall health. Broken his only mode of defense, and had not even covered a full 200 meters yet. No! 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 Death became certain in Rudra's mind, as he realized how thoroughly underprepared he was to face this challenge, and how he might lose his only chance to gain a mythical class. As another volley of lightning strikes manifested themselves in the air, with only a split second for Rudra to react. He could feel his body too stunned to move, as his muscle coordination was shot after all the electric currents running through his body. Unable to move. Unable to evade. Rudra was in a peril. Meanwhile, Fatty was racking his brains over how to produce ether. He had already figured out the clay golem manual and the anti-rhino ballistae. However, he could not understand the mysterious fluid ether that powered the handheld cannons. Rudra's ask was too monstrous from the lifestyle division. And if not for outsourcing individual parts, Fatty doubted he would have been in a position to even fulfill 10% of the guild's needs even after the entire lifestyle division working all day and all night without breaks for a month straight. It was just impossible to do in such a limited time. However, since the guild needed it anyhow, he did outsource individual parts with individual blacksmith organization after signing an NDA and offering 3 times the market rate for the job. This way he spent trillions of dollars worth of gold from the elite treasury. However, nobody batted an eyelid on it. Amelia, on the other hand, kept in touch with the spies and spied on Dronacharya herself, preparing her report to submit to Rudra, as she also made an announcement under the guild's name on the forums regarding the event Rudra wanted her to draft. The Elite Championship. Do you think you are better than the best players of the ruling guild of True Kingdom? Do you think you are qualified to be called an elite yourself? Well then, this contest is for you to prove your talent and take away $100 billion in gold. Event details. The entire city of Purple Haze is patrolled by the best elite guards and assassins, monitored by the Elder Mediv himself. Escape the city patrol and ring the bell inside the Purple Haze City Church at the inner district of the city. Register now open. Registration fees. Completely free. Minimum tier requirement. Tier 1 or above. Minimum level requirement. Level 50. Event date, May 30th. 43 days from now. Degree. The forums exploded once the event was declared, as the prize pool looked utterly ridiculous to the common people who wanted nothing more than to grasp this opportunity to stardom. Not only did over 10 million people apply for the event day 1, the free registration made just about anyone who was even remotely considering to enter register for the event, as even if they did not show up, they would lose nothing. While the world praised the elite generosity and praised their talent scouting process, as they misunderstood the whole fiasco as the elites using big money to recruit a wave of deserving candidates. Only Amelia knew that if they took any money from the people, they would have to go through the event anyhow even after the war, with no room for backing out without facing public backlash. This way, even if the event did not take place finally, nobody had the right to complain as nobody had invested a dime. However, most importantly, the event gave the elites a cover for performing citywide modifications with the world watching, as now their actions of setting up barricades and moving equipment from one place to another seemed normal. Although Dronacharya had a funny feeling in his gut when he read the announcement, as he knew that under all this BS, Rudra's real motive must be something else. However, he did not think that Rudra knew about the calamity that was coming his way, and hence did not connect it with the upcoming war. Snickering in his mind at how the elites would never get to host this event, Dronacharya just put it at the back of his mind, as there were other important things to focus on. The most important being the upcoming war, and the ancient ruins exploration mission that was still pending. Dronacharya badly wanted the ancient weapon blueprints of the handheld cannon, as that weapon transformed the Tier 1 guild into a superpower, with them becoming the #1 guild in the entire northern continent in Parallax's past life, with even the elites falling prey to their expansion. This was why the ancient ruin exploration was extremely important to Dronacharya, as the contents inside were game-changing. However, little did he know that not only had Rudra successfully raided his dear ruins, but Fatty had already started working on how to produce the ancient weapon. While the blood merchants definitely had a huge advantage, things were not going to go as smoothly as Dronacharya expected, as the elites had sniffed out their plan, and they were preparing as best as they could for the eventual clash. // Special shout out to W. Hadri for the 500 coin gift. Thank you for the patronage. Grinning face with smiling eyes. // Chapter 579 Fields of Thunder. As another volley of lightning strikes manifested themselves in the air, with only a split second for Rudra to react. He could feel his body too stunned to move, as his muscle coordination was shot after all the electric currents running through his body. Unable to move. Unable to evade. Rudra was in a peril. In the last possible second, Rudra used Blink, as he narrowly avoided the lightning strikes incoming his way, as he teleported a few meters away. Crackle. 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 Boom. After lightning came the sound of thunder booms that were loud enough to shake the ground a little, as Ronan struggled to his feet and started running towards the rocks about 1,800 meters away. However, just as he tried to pick up pace, he could feel his right leg not responding to his commands, as a system notification made him aware of his situation. Status: everything on the right side below the spine has been paralyzed by excessive lightning retention. Unable to move for 30 seconds. F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* thought Ridra, as he started limping. However, the sky above him was not merciful enough for a limp, as more thunder strikes were sent coming his way. Ridra's heart started to beat faster as in a split second, he had to make the decision for fight or flight. But considering his limping leg, Ridra chose fight. Using the power of the wooden necklace, he created a 3 intersections of wood right above his head, who took the brunt force of the first 2 lightning strikes before being set on fire, as Rudra was hit by the 3rd strike. 40,000. Rudra received very little damage, because it only hit his toe. However, unfortunately for him, it was his right toe which was already paralyzed, as after the hit a new system notification alerted him. More lightning retention. The entire right side is paralyzed for 30 seconds. Rudra fell flat on his bum, as the right side of his facial muscles made a weird expression while his right hand felt useless. Excellent. Exactly what I needed, thought Rudra, as he looked towards the sky with his one good eye nervously, as he instantly stayed to use the wooden necklace to build a protective shield around himself, interweaving layers after layers of thick wood to make an impenetrable wood layer. Only with the sky no longer visible did Rudra finally find a moment of relief, as while he could feel lightning colliding against his wooden hut, he had a moment's time to think properly. Taking a deep breath, Rudra noticed that his good left side was shivering from fear. As he calmed his nerves and told himself that even if he failed the test today, it would not be the end of the world, and that his future achievements would be on his own merit, and not dependent completely on what class he chose. Once Rudra realized this fact, he no longer shivered anymore, as he understood the reality of his situation. He was too carried away with what could be to focus on what he had currently, and his achievements as a normal mana knight were not inferior to any other class at all. He was the last person who should worry about getting the mythic class, as if his life depended on it. His ultimate goal was to become the strongest guild master, and not the #1 player. Undoubtedly, he needed to make the best of the opportunity he had currently. But failure did not mean the end of the road here. He needed to know it within his heart. Calming down, Rudra could finally rationalize properly, as he started to think like Shikumi the mastermind and not Rudra. When he thought like Shikumi, he questioned the purpose of this ascension test, as he was sure that there must be more to surviving a thunderstorm than it met the eye, as just surviving a thunderstorm was pretty much pointless. Technically, he could just keep using the wooden necklace to keep building protection after protection until the thunderstorm passed. However, he was sure that it was not the intention of this test, which is when he noticed a critical detail of the lightning that kept attacking him. Every lightning strike was basically of the same intensity, although every attack did varying damage depending on when it struck him. The lightning's innate power was the same, as if it was a benchmark. Rudra was enlightened at that moment, as he felt that he knew the answer to ascending in his heart. The goal of the test was to not survive the thunderstorm, but to beat the lightning strikes back. When Rudra realized this, he understood that once his right side became functional again, he needed to go on the offensive and start beating back the lightning strikes. Although he did not know how, he had a hunch that it was the only way. And Rudra was not wrong in his conclusion, as although he had no idea about the correct way of passing the promotion test, had he chosen to hope himself up inside the wooden protection chamber, the test would have went on forever, and the thunderstorm would have never ended. Had he really been able to reach the hills, he would have failed the test the moment he stepped outside the fields of thunder, defeating his purpose of being promoted. The only viable way was to fight the lightning back. However, the criteria for passing was beating 10 consecutive lightning strikes, each one being stronger than the last. This was something that Rudra had no idea about. However, he was on the right track, as the moment the paralysis ended, Rudra bursted out of the burning wooden cover and eyed the heavens with defiance. "Come in!" shouted Rudra, as he prepared the elven sword to strike back towards the heavens. The moment the lightning left the clouds above, Rudra responded with the strongest move of the elven sword under his arsenal, countering lightning with a fierce world slash. Rudra awaited the collision. Meanwhile, in Purple Haze City, Karna was extremely close to understanding the secrets of Ether, thanks to Ethan Gray and his team of encryption geniuses. The pool of ancient documents brought by Rudra and Co. was deciphered, as soon translated texts were presented to Fatty. Inside one such translated papers was the secret to making ether, as Fatty understood that ether was more of a forging material in of itself than a liquid brewed by potioneers, a combination of compressed steam infused with molten mercury and sodium. The mixture needed to be forged with extreme care to make the fuel for the ancient weapon to work on. While the formula was decoded and understood, some experimentation needed to be done by Fatty before he could create a modern and efficient method of creating the ether that was much needed to fuel the war efforts. However, time and time again Fatty was only met with failure, as forging the mixture while keeping the conditions of pressure and temperature constant was a very tough job. Fatty knew that even if he was able to forge ether himself, it was impossible to mass produce it. Hence his mind started to work in another direction, as he started to think like a real engineer from the modern world, deciding to build a machine who would take raw sodium, steam and molten mercury as input and perform the necessary forging under constant conditions, giving ether as output. Fatty began the designing phase of the process. It was a big gamble on his part, as should he fail, he would deprive the elites of thousands of rounds of fuel than he could have been forging now, while he wasted time making a new machine. However, should he succeed, he would only be doing his job correctly. Such was the thankless life of those in the lifestyle profession, as they were never given appropriate respect for their work in this dog-eat-dog world, where strength was the only absolute, while talent and craftsmanship were second. Meanwhile, in reality, it's been 34 days since the boy came out of his pod. He isn't dead or something, is he? Father Rajput complained to Mama Rajput, who had been hyper for the last 4 days anyways. However, thanks to Naomi, who logged out recently, she was able to understand that Rudra was on a really important business in game. This was one aspect of Rudra's life that Mama Rajput did not like. He vanished at Otherworld for days at end, which deprived her of seeing his face, which for a mother sometimes made it unbearable. However, she needed to be supportive of his ambitions, for which reason she would tolerate his 2-week-long absences. But this time Rudra was crossing all limits, and her patience was growing thin. // Special shout out to Nightwing 2014 for the 2000 coin dragon. I appreciate the patronage. Bonus chapter will be there today for hitting the Power Stone goal. We are also close at hitting the next GT goal with only 45 tickets needed. So get on it, guys. // Chapter 580 Trying Hard. World / Rudra put his entire body weight behind that attack as a terrific world / that tore through space collided with the lightning from the tribulation. Bang! The collision sent ripples throughout the plains of thunder. However, in the end, Rudra's attack was able to prevail, as it slashed towards the heavens after beating back the lightning strike. Yeah! Rudra cheered as he saw his attack vanish into the clouds as adrenaline started to course through his veins. He was ready to defy the heavens themselves. There was a moment of silence. Then a lightning strike much quicker and stronger than the last time attacked Rudra, as he met the strike head on, taking the attack on his sword. Shying! The elven sword hummed with power as the lightning strike sent sparks after colliding with the sword surface, as Rudra was pressed hard by the sheer force of holding the lightning off. Arg! Putting strength back in his spine, Rudra pushed the attack back as he dispelled the lightning strike after using Leaf Blade Hurricane to rapidly dispel the blow. Ha! Ha! Whew! Ha! Rudra breathed heavily, as the previous block required him to use all his strength to counter the lightning strike, as he successfully defeated the second blow of the lightning tribulation, but there were still 8 more of them whose intensity was only going to increase. Rudra wisely chose to gulp down 1 stamina potion and 1 max HP potion, as he restored his strength in the gap between 2 lightning strikes. Ever since he was ambushed by the Dark Faction players without having appropriate supplies stocked, Rudra became more particular in managing inventory, as he knew that a battle could emerge out of nowhere. Restoring strength, Rudra prepared to face the 3rd lightning strike. However, he knew that he needed to use other means to fight back the lightning attacks, as if he took any stronger attacks head on using the elven sword, his sword would undoubtedly break. Hence, when the 3rd lightning tribulation hit, Rudra chose to fight fire with fire, as he used Stormbringer to unleash a lightning strike of his own to beat back the lightning strike from the heavens. However, knowing full well it would not be enough, Rudra added Darkness Blast and 10,000 sword cuts in rapid succession to create a combo to stop the 3rd lightning strike. Bam! When thunder met thunder, the thunder lit up the sky as it spread vertically throughout the sky, while Darkness Blast and the 10,000 sword cuts completely quelled the momentum of the 3rd strike, as finally a few sword cuts managed to pass through towards the heavens. Rudra had successfully defeated the 3rd lightning strike. However, it came at a heavy price of expending 3 of his best moves. He was hard-pressed as to what to do next, as he had limited choices now to counter the 4th strike. Hence, when the 4th lightning strike manifested itself, and it was a terrifying purple color, much stronger and wider than the first 3 attacks, Rudra was only left with 1 attack to counter it. Using the wooden necklace, he shot out 3 pointed spears towards the lightning strikes as wood and thunder interacted mid-air, setting the wood on fire. However, the flaming wood did pierce the lightning strike and move towards the heavens before burning all up, as Rudra barely managed to beat back the 4th strike. By this point, Rudra had understood that since the intensity of lightning increased after every move that he defeated, which meant that he was on the right track. Should he defeat enough lightning strikes, he would pass the trial. However, he had no idea as to how many. The only reliable moves left in his arsenal were Solar Beam and the Divine Move that he could not use without crippling his body, both of whom were his ace in the hole, which meant that Rudra could only use them as a last resort. But nothing in his arsenal at the moment was something quite as powerful, as his only gamble now was the move full counter. However, the condition remained that the elven sword should withstand the blow, which seemed impossible to Rudra under the current conditions. However, hard-pressed for options, he grit his teeth and decided to go through with it anyways, as he prepared to take the 5th lightning strike. When the 5th one manifested itself, Rudra shouted with all his might, "Full counter!" as he met with the attack head-on using the elven sword. Crackle. Crackle. Bzzzzz. Shying. The elven sword vibrated violently. The power of the attack was too much for the thin sword to take. However, Rudra prayed in his heart that it pull through this attack, as the elven sword was able to send the lightning strike back towards the heavens, packing with double power. As the fifth lightning strike met with the sixth lightning strike mid-air, the collision causing a big boom that was as loud as a missile explosion. The entire sky became as white as day for a few moments before Rudra's countered move was barely able to beat the sixth lightning strike without dissipating first, as the elven sword in Rudra's hands cracked once the job was over, breaking into two clean parts along the hilt. Rudra saw his beloved weapon fall to the floor in pieces, as it finally gave in to the intense pressure once its job was done. First Excalibur, then the retractable shield, and now his trusted elven sword. One after the other, Rudra was losing his most reliable equipment, as he could feel his heart sinking with despair at seeing his trusted weapon break. The elven sword had been with him through thick and thin, and was a weapon whose weight felt perfectly balanced in his hands, and a weapon whose reach and attacks Rudra had mastered to perfection. The loss of this weapon hit Rudra hard. However, there was no time for glooming for him, as the seventh lightning strike prepared to strike down on him. / bonus chapter for hitting the PS goal. We are still a few short of hitting the GT target. Come in guys, I don't ask for much. Can't we at least hit 50 tickets a day? / Chapter 581, the biggest test. Rudra was filled with emotions after losing the elven sword to this trial. He loved and cherished that weapon to the point where he would not have replaced it with even a higher grade weapon, as it just felt perfect in his hands. However, because of the stupid lightning strikes and the tier 4 promotion test, he lost his reliable partner in war. Hence, full of anger, Rudra used the sun god's bracelet and used solar beam, his strongest move that he could take without being injured, towards the 8th lightning strike, as he shouted with anger, "Foo *** off." The thunderstrike was overwhelmed by solar beam, as the solar beam went on to punch a hole through the clouds themselves, as sunlight in form of a small circle momentarily shined on Rudra through the dense clouds within the plains of thunder, as he defiantly glared at the heavens, expressing his pain at losing his companion. Rudra without the elven sword was left without both his swords, and without his shield, as he was essentially bare-handed at the moment. Not only did this limit his offensive capabilities to basically nothing tangible, but also meant that the trial's difficulty had monumentally increased for him, as except one charge of the solar beam that his sun god's bracelet could produce, he had no other moves left in his arsenal that he could safely produce without crippling himself that could actually contend with the lightning strike. Little did he know that he had actually already cleared the trial. The criteria for an S rating was beating back 8 lightning strikes, while the criteria for SS was beating back 9, but for the SSS rating he needed to beat back 10. Even if Rudra failed and died now, he would still not fail the test but manage to reach tier 4. However, without a SSS rating he would disappoint Hades, who he desperately wanted to impress. Hence, even though Rudra was unaware of all these conditions that were taking place without his knowledge, his own focus was purely on beating back as many lightning strikes as he needed to before either he died or the trial ended. The Lightning Tribulation Trail was one of the hardest trials for tier promotion, as unless one was a monstrous player like Rudra with offensive capabilities that were off the charts, one could simply not beat back the lightning strikes from the 5th one onwards, when the power of the strike started to exceed tier 3 limits into the domain of tier 4. Even if someone did manage to beat 1 or 2, nobody could go all the way till 8 without expending all their means or dying by the strikes, hence failing the challenge. The mental pressure of not knowing how many strikes to beat back also increased the difficulty by a huge margin, as the psychological pressure of not knowing what to save and what to use made one use their overpowered attacks early on, while having nothing left towards the end. The test was especially hard for defense-based classes like tanks and priests, who usually had no choice but to take the church's tier promotion test and be satisfied with lower ratings, while was the most favorable for classes like mage, who usually had the best odds of clearing this challenge. However, rewards and difficulty were always proportional. For players like Rudra with a knight class, the difficulty was on the higher end. However, the rewards after clearing the test were also very high, as the rewards for clearing with an S rating or more yielded much better rewards than the same for mage class. However, none of that mattered to Rudra at the moment, as when the 9th lightning strike manifested itself, Rudra used the last charge of solar beam to counter it. Solar beam in of itself was a peak tier 4 move. However, Rudra did not know that the increase in lightning power from the 8th to 9th strike was astronomical, as while solar beam punched a hole through the sky in the 8th strike, it was barely an even match in the 9th, as two massive moves collided mid-air, causing a supernova-type explosion. Boom! The winds created by the explosion were so strong that Rudra was barely able to keep his footing. However, he had a strong feeling in his stomach, looking at the collision, that solar beam might not be enough. Hence, not caring about holding his ground any longer, Rudra unleashed one last darkness blast before being swept away by the wings for several meters, as his eyes remained glued towards the end result of the collision. To his horror, the solar beam fell just a little short as the lightning strike managed to weakly pass through. However, it was instantly met with a darkness blast, which barely managed to win by the thinnest of margins, giving Rudra the win against the 9th lightning strike. However, weaponless and defenseless, Rudra now had nothing in his means to overturn the tide of the next attack, as now even the sun god's bracelet was left without any power. Rudra stood back up as he glared towards the heavens with defiance, although there was a moment's hesitation in his heart, as he knew that should he be crippled again for 3 months after using the holy move that his body could not take, he would effectively be out of the war that was due in 36 days. This was a huge gamble to be taken on his part, as without his presence on the battlefield the elite's army would lose 70% of their morale right from the start. However, Rudra was reluctant to give up before trying out everything he had got. Although a huge gamble that a rational man would never dare to take, Rudra cast aside his hesitation at a moment's notice, as he prepared to unleash the divine move in his arsenal. What was going to happen would happen. However, Rudra was never giving up at a task without giving his 100% at it. Divine light manifested itself around his body, as he eyed the heavens in absolute fury. He awaited the 10th lightning strike. / Guys, the next few chapters of the book will be a major shifting point. Please read slowly and understand every small detail inside, as if you do not understand the next few chapters, you will lose context for the major part of the coming arcs. / Chapter 582, Piercing the Sky. The 10th strike of the lightning tribulation was not meant to be cleared by anyone. The 9th strike was already the pinnacle of what anyone at Tier 3 could hope to achieve, as the 9th strike was the absolute peak of a Tier 4 spell's attack potential. It was the threshold of what a Tier 3 body could take without crippling itself. And only the topmost talents, who had undergone immense challenges, could ever hope to reach that threshold. The quests to get artifacts or skills that provided one with the power to perform a peak Tier 4 spell at this stage of the game were all of astronomical difficulty and extremely rare. Only a handful of players could boast to possess this kind of power, and even then not 5% of them can make it to lightning strike number 7 without being forced to use their trump card beforehand, which only left people who could be counted on one finger amongst billions of players who could ever achieve what Rudra did. However, the 10th strike had the power of an early Tier 5 attack. It was something that was able to kill or seriously injure even those who stood at the pinnacle of Tier 4. Hence, not a chasm that any Tier 3 individual should be able to cross. However, Rudra was attempting to cross that very chasm at the moment as he used the Tier 5 spell in his arsenal, given to him by the Archangel Michael himself for his extraordinary service in completing an impossible mission. As now Rudra reaped the benefits of his past actions. Divine power swerved around his body in a tornado, as he was swept off his feet into the air, as his eyes shined with divine light, and his hair flew in a weird motion, as if they were not bound by gravity. Rudra had no idea about how many lightning strikes the tribulation had. He also had no idea as to if this strike of his was going to be enough. However, only with the mindset of I will do all I can before failing, Rudra decided to risk it all. Raising his hand, a lance made of pure light mana manifested itself over his palms, as now Rudra eyed the heavens with menace, waiting for his opportunity to strike. When the 10th and final strike was finally released from the thunder clouds, it was a red-colored lightning that Rudra had never seen in his life. It was absolutely terrifying, as although a good distance away, Rudra could feel his skin tingling with the power of electricity. However, Rudra was not deterred. Looking at the red lightning, Rudra used every single cell in his body to generate maximum possible power, and released the best move in his arsenal, the Holy Lance. The lance made of light was thrown at terminal speed, as it traveled faster than the sound barrier, making a sonic boom. Boom! Shockwave! Bong! It all happened within a split second. The holy lace collided with the red lightning head-on as a massive explosion that cracked the entire earth and ravaged the fields of thunder into barren lands took place. As Rudra was hit away with powerful blasts of air, as he lost a significant amount of his HP, just from the aftermath of the two attacks colliding. As he was falling back towards the earth, he could clearly see to his absolute delight how the winner of the exchange against the red lightning was his holy move, and even after defeating the red lightning his holy lance was still moving towards the clouds, trying to ascend to the heavens even when it seemed impossible to do so. Closing his eyes, Rudra waited for the next lightning strike to kill him as he hit the ground with a thud. However, shockingly, his eyes were soon hit by sunlight, and very bright sunlight at that. As when he took a peek, he saw a massive hole the size of several kilometers being opened up above him inside the fields of thunder. "Ha ha, take that!" Rudra chuckled with his broken body, as he could feel every fiber in his body aching after overexertion. He watched as the giant hole he created mended itself little by little. As the menacing black clouds covered the sky again, vomiting a lot of blood, Rudra staggered back to his feet as he still had the look of "Come and bring it." As the bloodied mess that he was, his will was still intact even though his body was completely crippled. However, even then he stood back up to take the next lightning strike and die on his feet, rather than dying like a coward while being sprawled on the floor. When the clouds finally mended themselves, a system notification followed by golden thunder from the skies entered Rudra's vision. System notification: congratulations player Shikuni for successfully completing the Tier 4 promotion test. Evaluation grade, SSS. Note, it is a monumental achievement. Throughout the millennium-old history of the 4 continents, not more than 7 people have achieved this feat. You are indeed exceptional player. Before Rudra could even digest what was going on with the system notification, he was hit by golden thunder from the skies. But contrary to him fearing for his mortality and losing the wooden necklace, something he had never experienced before occurred. Bolts after bolts of golden thunder entered his body, as he could feel the power of the thunder being absorbed into his body, as he felt like he was undergoing a metamorphosis. Power that only filled his veins when he tried to produce the holy move now flooded his mana circuit like a wave of tidal energy. As every muscle, every tissue of his skin absorbed that energy to its fullest. MMORPG. Rudra moaned in ecstasy as he could feel the golden thunder mending his body, as unimaginable changes began occurring to his physique. It was as if he had cultivated 100 years in 1 minute. Little did he know that the real changes had not even began. // Special shout out to Kurtlon Downham for the 2,000 coin dragon, and to Thomas Sanders for the 500 coin massage chair. Thanks to your valuable contribution, we finally hit the golden ticket target. Thank you so much. Which means bonus chapter is coming right up / Chapter 583 rewards. / and read the chapter very slowly, because a lot of things are going on / Rudra felt like he had truly ascended to a higher realm, as he diligently relished the golden thunder entering his body that improved his constitution with every passing second. Rudra was always an above-average type guy in the department of looks. Although his looks improved tremendously once he became cultivator, and his style improved once he became rich, making him appear handsome and dignified, it was still not comparable to the level of male supermodels that would make every girl on the street turn to look twice. Rudra was lean and his body was well-toned. However, after this transformation he underwent, his body seemed to burn all fat as he became a walking definition of a lean muscular hunk whose every moment displayed the muscles underneath his skin in a crystal clear motion. If his arms were to contract, one could see through the thin layer of skin and actually make out that his bicep muscle was contracting. Teachers could literally use him to teach medical professionals anatomy, and that was still an understatement to how majestic his body looked at the moment. Although he was unaware in reality, his gaming pod was now oozing with bodily impurities and pure fat, as Rudra's transformation in-game had affected his real body as well. As the special gaming pod he was given by Cuber Corp was working in hyperdrive to manage all the waste. Although Rudra had been someone blessed with excellent vision, he suddenly felt like his vision had turned from 1080 pixels to 4K HD as his sight and senses became sharper than ever. He could distinctly notice all the different shades of green within the same blade of grass underneath his feet, which up till this moment only looked like a monotone of green to him. His sense of smell and taste seemed to be enhanced too, as just by looking at the blade of leaf, he could perfectly feel its smell and taste too, even though he was not even touching it. After nearly 40 strikes by the golden thunder, the sky finally started to clear out as Rudra felt as if he had been just reborn. His body felt completely rejuvenated and his mind became serene. Incredible, Rudra murmured as he felt the power coursing through his veins, as a big smile was plastered on his face. A system notification then interrupted his train of thought as it shifted his focus. System notification: you have successfully completed the Tier 4 promotion test with a SSS rating. Distributing rewards. Reward list. Mandatory reward. All stats x 2.5. Plus 20% power increase to all existing skills. Plus title, defying all odds, evolution, achiever. Achiever, title, not even the gods look down on you. You are special and wanted in every faction around the world. Plus luck stat is now open. Current value, 52/100. Secondary rewards. Legacy skill, Eyes of Truth, has evolved. Night class specific skill, Mana Legion, has evolved. You can now summon 100 Tier 3 warriors. Optional rewards. Choose 2 of the 5. Stomp. Stomp your feet to create a powerful shockwave that blasts enemies away to create a 5-meter radius circle around you. Use it when you need a breather in the battle and need to create separation. Lightning Feet, a special movement skill that makes you as fast as lightning due to incredibly quick speed. Use it to charge on an enemy or run away from battle. Affects temporary speed boost times too. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Cloud Feet, a special movement skill that makes one's feet as agile as the light clouds. Using this technique, dodge and weave through attacks like your body is weightless. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Bare Knuckle Punching, use your bare knuckles to punch through rocks and smash armor. A must-have for all bare-handed fighters. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Circumvent your enemy's wide-ranged attack by moving line or alley in one direction of choosing for 25 meters in a flash. Note: cannot pass through walls. Duration 0.1 seconds. Cooldown none. Class-specific skills, SSS Clear Special Reward. Choose one of the 3. Second Chance, Night class-specific skill. Enter into a period of immortality for 5 seconds after your HP hits 0, with an additional option to regain 10% of your max HP in those 5 seconds. Essentially giving you a chance at second life. Cooldown time, 7 days. Night's Vengeance, Night class-specific skill. Activate this skill and accumulate damage from the enemy attacks. When you feel like you have taken enough damage, return it back twofold to the enemy with a vengeance. Note: the attack is unavoidable. Cooldown period 1 day. Night Suppression, Night class-specific skill. Suppress your opponent with your balanced attack. Defense and stamina type build, as with every strike that you land consecutively, the enemy would lose 2% of their stats. Land a total of 50 consecutive blows. And any enemy, irrespective of their overall level, will die. Rudra was left breathless at seeing the list of system notifications. He had no idea about what to do or what to choose anymore, as his heart exploded with joy. Everything before him right now was excellent. However, he needed to think carefully before picking out the right thing that was suited to his playing style. What a marvelous peril to be in! Rudra exclaimed in joy as he made his choices. // Alright boys. I hope you are following this chapter properly. Massive changes related to this chapter will be continued forward. So read this one again if you have to. Like always, what skills should Rudra choose? Comment down in the comments section below. You all have 14 hours to comment before I write tomorrow's chapter according to your responses. But please know that these changes will also have many other linked changes, so the paths you vote for will also change a lot. So think carefully this time. This was the bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone. // Chapter 584 Choice. Rudra thought about what he should choose, and after carefully deliberating for a few minutes, he made up his mind regarding the 2 skills he wanted to choose from the pool of 5. Although all of the skills inside were extremely useful for him, he had his sights set on the skills Cloud Feet and Circumvent. Although the skill Stomp was very useful in practical combat situations, he already had the skills Twin Blade Hurricane and Swift Retreat to get away from such dire situations. Hence, the necessity of the skill was greatly reduced. While Lightning Feet was an excellent skill to be had, Rudra felt like he could achieve more with Cloud Feet than Lightning Feet. While Cloud Feet in and of itself was already a great skill, which made the user as light as a cloud during the duration of the move. However, it could also be coupled with other skills in his arsenal, like the one-legged leap, to produce even more exaggerated results. Because of the practicality of the move, Rudra decided to choose it over Lightning Feet. Bare Knuckle Punching was also a great move to be had. However, he was a dual sword wielder, and even though both his swords had broken down, he would rather find new swords than change his fighting style. That left the skill Circumvent, which was an extremely practical skill to be had, and was essentially an unlimited blink, with the only restriction being that it could not pass through walls. Rudra was definitely going to choose this skill. Hence, he finally selected these 2 from the basic rewards. From the special reward for clearing the test with the SSS rating, Rudra knew that if he had the choice, he would have rather taken all 3 of them than leave any. However, since he could only choose one, he had to think very carefully. The Second Chance skill was an upgraded version of the Last Stand in essence, and it was extremely practical to have such a skill in his arsenal, which guaranteed him surviving against all kinds of surprise attacks, or even tier 5 attacks that could otherwise one-shot him. In essence, it was the ultimate defense skill, while the Night Suppression skill was the skill that was like the golden ratio, and had no bounds whatsoever. Should he land 50 consecutive hits on an enemy without them being able to parry or block it, or land an attack, he could essentially kill anyone with it. Tier 5 bosses? No problem. Tier 6 gods? Also no problem. Of course, It was still impossible for him, at his level, to be able to land 50 consecutive hits, however the move gave him a chance. The Knight's Vengeance was also a great skill to have, which guaranteed double the damage received back to the enemy. It was a broken skill that was unavoidable. In a sense, it was the ultimate attack skill. However, while Rudra would love to have all three of them, he needed to make a choice between the three, and his choice was to bet on the move with the maximum potential and no promises. The Knife Suppression. The move did not provide any immediate benefits to Rudra, but became his greatest equalizer to any fights from here on out. This concluded Rudra's choosing of his new powers, as he took a glance at his new stat panel. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. Achiever. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 240. Tier: 4. Stats: AGI: 8000 plus 4000 Vit, 8000 plus 4000. Int: 8000 plus 4000 STA, 8000 plus 4000. PHY: 8000 plus 4000 Mana, 8000 plus 4000. HP: 5. 818. 000/5. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points: 0. Hidden stats: Luck: 52 out of 100. Charm: 86 out of 100. Infamy: Invalid. Status: Fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment: Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. White Lion's Kneecaps, Dark Gold. Supreme Witch Charm. King's Helmet. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. One Leg Leap, Rare. Cloud Feet. Circumvent. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, Incomplete. Knight Suppression. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Rudra's HP and stats bar were just ridiculously high at this point now, and everyone else was a joke compared to him in this regard. With the stats doubling after reaching Tier 4, the gap between him and the rest had widened beyond the realm of common sense now, as he was basically having the same stats as 3 other elite elders combined. And the gap was only going to keep widening with every level he gained every single time. Looking at where he started and looking at his stats now, Rudra realized what a massive journey he had undertook. He had finally surpassed himself in previous life in all aspects and reached the pinnacle of what the guy wanted to reach for all those years. The land of the true world-class players. The Tier 4. However, just as he was rejoicing at his new success, a system notification interrupted him. System notification: Quest complete. You have successfully completed the quest given by God of Death Hades, under the specified time limit. Distributing rewards. You have been summoned in the presence of Lord Hades. You cannot decline. Rudra was transported into the system space. As when he blinked his eyes again, Hades sat on the throne of hell across him. A bone-chilling smile spread on his face. Welcome, Shikuni One Knight, the leader of True Elite's Guild, and now the Pope of my religion. Hades said, his voice booming with joy. Hades sat up from his throne as he grabbed Rudra by the shoulders and patted him. Well done. Well done. You are indeed worthy. I knew the feeling I had when I first saw you was correct. You are indeed special. The task I gave you was extremely difficult, but you somehow managed to complete it. I am impressed. Maybe there is still hope for me in Middle-earth with you being my frontman. Hades was displaying excitement like Rudra had never seen or heard a god displaying before. However, Rudra just smiled nervously, going with the flow. Oh, Benyager, I am truly sorry for borrowing this one from you. But we have made this deal. So now you must honor your word. Ha ha ha. Boy. Like I promised. I have negotiated with the Goddess of Light, and the Church of Light will be our ally. However, we cannot force any territory to convert to our religion, and no Church of Light can be broken. We can coexist and let people choose their faith. Hades explained to Rudra with a deep tone. Poaching believers was the start of all wars between gods, and such matters needed to be taken extremely seriously. I understand, Rudra said, as he nervously gulped some saliva. Good. 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 Now since you are the Pope of my religion, and we have to make a resurgence to modern Middle-earth, it is time for me to reward you appropriately. All your achievements. Everything you have built. The path you have walked so far. I acknowledge it all. However, to be the Pope of my religion and the pillar that holds the faith of millions of humans, it is still not enough. Rudra felt his heart sink for a moment. He did not understand where Hades was going with this. Fret not. With me around you will never be a mere mortal. However, to evolve one must first shed their old skin and grasp new opportunities. I can reward you with a mythic class Death Knight. But what good is that mythic class with only a name tag when all your built-in skills up to this point are just like a normal knight? To truly become a Death Knight, to truly evolve above the normalcy of this world, you have to embrace death first and cast the shell of your past, and only then be reborn as an evolved human. So I ask you, Shikuni One Knight, are you willing to evolve beyond normalcy? Are you willing to stand at the pinnacle of the Knight path and truly embrace the mythic class I will bestow upon you with all its glory? Are you willing to shed all your past skills and past achievements and trade them with new ones? Think carefully, boy. As what I offer you is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that consumes a lot of my divine powers. Never in the history of this world have I blessed a mortal with such powers, and never will I do it again. Only you receive this chance because you will carry my banner in the Middle-earth from now on. So choose wisely and choose fast. What will it be? Rudra could not get a hold of his emotions. What Hades was asking him was to practically give up everything he had built to this date, and evolve them to new unfamiliar skills, and new unfamiliar build. The mastery he had developed with these skills. His current stats panel, his current move set. The moves which he knew as the back of his hand would all be gone and replaced by something new. Something superior. However, it will also be something unfamiliar. What Hades offered was the path to reaching heights that the normal path could never reach. However, it was a path that was untreaded before, and a path that he had no idea about. Rudra had to make a choice fast. And that choice would prove to be the most important decision he would ever take in this lifetime. / Although the readers do not have control over what choice he makes, as that path is already decided. Do comment below on what you think he should do. Also guys, big announcement for you all. If we end the month within top 10 inside the GT rankings, I will do a massive price drop in privilege prices next month. This is it guys. The race is on. Help me reach there. Slightly smiling face / Chapter 585 Evolution. / A/N. A very important chapter in the series. Please read with patience / Rudra understood that this was the biggest decision of his life yet. However, the pros and cons on both sides of the decision were to be carefully considered. On one hand, accepting Hades' offer meant that his existing skills would be replaced for more advanced skills, which would in due time prove to be better as he progressed tiers. However, at the moment choosing the evolution would mean being stuck with a foreign moveset which he had not mastered. This would drop his combat efficiency significantly for the war that was coming ahead. The most ideal scenario was him accepting the offer after the war. However, Hades had made it clear that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Rudra had to decide now. Taking a deep breath, Rudra asked, what exactly will change? Rudra was curious about the whole evolution that he might undergo, and he felt like having a bit more knowledge before deciding would help him make a more informed decision. Hades replied, everything related to your knight class would change. If you have a title that corresponds to the knight class, it will evolve. If you have class-specific skills of the knight class, they will evolve. If you have normal skills that can be learned through a skill book, they will remain the same. The same goes for your gear. If it is not a piece of equipment specially tailored for the knight class, then it will not be changed. Rudra's eyes widened in surprise as he got a better grasp of his situation. The things that were going to change were his class-specific skills, the golden ratio, the mana legion, and the like, while the normal skills that he already had in his arsenal would be left untouched. This meant that all his ace cards would be replaced, which meant that the change, although a huge one for his playstyle, would only touch his ace in the holes while not interfere with his regular playstyle. This made Rudra much more inclined to take the risk. as Holy Lance and his other move set that he used on a daily basis were absolutely critical to his playstyle, which were hard to be replaced. Sensing Ridra's hesitation, Hades said, "All of your skills will only come out better than before. You should not think about this too much." Hades had made his stance clear, and was now feeling slightly frustrated seeing the mortal's hesitation to his offer. He was using a significant chunk of his divine powers for Ridra. Yet the brat was hesitating. This obviously made Hades feel like a fool. Reading the situation properly, Ridra understood he could not hesitate much longer, as he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I accept." "Good," Hades said with a slight smile as he spread his arms and closed his eyes. As black mana started to vortex into his body with an intensity that would make Ridra gathering mana for Holy Lance look like a child's play. Pound carat cent carat euro pound yen cent yen euro, Hades murmured in a language that Ridra did not understand. As slowly the black mana started circling Ridra's body, lifting him into the air. Hades opened his eyes and pointed towards Ridra. As the black mana entered Ridra's body through his nostrils, his ears and his mouth, while Ridra's status screen made us aware of the changes occurring to his body. System notification. Player Shikuni has received the Death God Hades' blessing, and is now evolving to a mythic class. Altering player appearance. Initiating DNA sequencing. Ridra's real body inside the gaming pod was injected with several needles into his spine at this moment. Searing pain spread throughout Ridra's body as his mind started to numb. A scream escaped his mouth as he could not understand what was happening to him. After being promoted to tier 4, his body was already as chiseled as a world-class professional bodybuilder. However, now his facial structure and appearance started to alter too. DNA alteration complete. Race upgraded from human, superior human. Initiating class modification. Class, Mana Knight, Ascended, has evolved to Death Knight Mythic. Death Knight, Mythic, a class that can only be rewarded by the god of death Hades. A mythical class that balances both the dead and the undead. It has all the powers of a necromancer, without the drawback of being weak at physical combat. A mythical class without weaknesses. Excellent for both PvP and PvE. Title, Reputable Knight has now evolved to Honorable Death Knight. Honorable Death Knight, there is an ancient saying that says there is honor amongst the dead. All honorable dead creatures will respect you. Title, Senior Knight has evolved to Supreme Overlord. Supreme Overlord, any dead who has a malicious intent towards you will suffer from a 15% stats debuff. New title as acquired, Pope of the Church of Death. Superior Human. Equipment, Knight's Shield has been upgraded to Death Knight's Black Shield. Death Knight's Black Shield, semi-legendary, a retractable black shield that is excellent to reflect back magical attacks. Special effects. Reflects back 20% power of all magic attacks absorbed. Equipment, Knight's Token is upgraded to Pope's Token. Pope's Token, the symbol of power of the Church of Death. Plus 10% buff to all stats for the bearer. Weapon, Grim Reaper is now available for use. Grim Reaper, fragmented divine item, the sword wielded by the Pope of the Church of Death that symbolizes his power. Forged in the pits of volcanic lava for months using death crystals and unbreakable titanium ores. It is a one-of-a-kind weapon shrouded with the aura of death. Transforming class-specific skills. Skill golden ratio is evolving. // Hope you guys like this chapter. Let me know in the comments below what you think about this change in Ridra's character. Special shout out to Jeremy Van Bugen for the 5,000 coin magic castle. Thank you so much for the patronage. It motivated me immensely. As with every super gift, a bonus chapter will hence immediately follow // Chapter 586 Evolution 2. Skill Golden Ratio has evolved. Golden Ratio Black Ratio. Black Ratio. Get twice the stat points after every level up. Note, existing stats will not be affected. Skill Knight's Companion has evolved. Knight's Companion Death Knight Summoning. Death Knight Summoning. Summon a bone dragon and soar the skies or ride into battle. Skill Knight's Valor has evolved. Knight's Valor Death Knight's Aura. Have the aura of death around you that intimidates everyone in your presence. Induce a fear debuff for anyone who sees your visage, and is at a 2-tier difference from you. Special effects. Black smoke will rise around your body when you will it. Skill Full Counter has evolved successfully. Full Counter Enhance Full Counter. Enhance Full Counter. Return attacks to enemies with triple the damage. Skill Mana Legion has evolved successfully. Mana Legion Death Legion. Death Legion. Summon a legion of dead led by 100 Elder Liches. Details. Summon 10. 000 Tier 1 Undead. Summon 1000 Tier 2 Undead. Summon 100 Tier 3 Elder Lich Commanders. Note Artifact. Lich's Ring is evolving. Power Summon Undead Durahal is now upgraded. Summon Undead Durahel. Summon a peak tier 3 Durahel riding on a bone horse to lead your undead army or do menial tasks. Skill Knight Suppression is evolving. Skill Knight Suppression has evolved into Ultimate Skill Knight's Focus. Knight's Focus, enter a period of time lapse, where the surrounding will appear to be 4x slower. The ultimate offensive skill of the Knight class. Use this to dominate the heavens. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 day. Special legacy skill Knight of the Empire cannot be evolved. Receiving a buff. Skill, Knight of the Empire, incomplete, Knight of the Empire complete. System notification, evolution complete. Once the evolution was complete, Rudra was gasping for air on the floor, as even Hades was covered in perspiration and breathing heavily. The process was extremely hard on Hades, and used a considerable chunk of his divine powers, while it was a mind-numbing torture for Rudra. However, Rudra had no regrets whatsoever, as throughout the pain his only joy was to see his skills evolve. Everything had turned out for the better. His golden ratio was essentially the same with the black ratio, since he got double the stat points now, with every level up. However, now, he was not limited to distributing the points in a 1-to-1 ratio, as he could freely distribute stat points according to his need, without compromising his overall strength. Knight's Companion and Knight's Valor were replaced with a Bone Dragon summoning skill, and an Aura skill, which were both incomparably better. Full counter had been improved, while Mana Legion and turned into Death Legion. However, the number of subordinates had increased monumentally. It was a massive boost for him there. The skill Knight of the Empire had also been completed, while the skill Knight Suppression had turned into an ultimate skill. Knight's Focus. With the outside world moving 4 times slower compared to his own time speed, the move was simply broken. Not only did it give him an advantage in fights with even gods, but it was also not reliant on him having to hit the opponent continuously, and become for not once they parried or countered. Overall, Rudra was extremely satisfied with his evolution. However, there were some parts of it that he truly did not understand. However, to confirm the changes, he summoned his stats panel. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Honorable Death Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. Achiever. Dragon Slayer. King of the True Elite's Kingdom. First Cultivator. Supreme Overlord. Legendary Demon Slayer. Pope of the Church of Death. Superior Human. Class, Death Knight Mythic. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 240. Tier, 4. Stats. AGI 12. 000 Vit, 12. 000. Int, 12. 000 STA, 12. 000. PHY, 12. 000 Mana, 12. 000. HP, 5. 818. 000/5. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck, 52 out of 100. Charm, 99/100. Infamy, 0/100. Status, no abnormalities. Equipment, Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Death Knight's Black Shield. Pope's Token. White Lion's Kneecaps, Dark Gold. Supreme Wood Charm. King's Helmet. Weapons, Grim Reaper. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Undead Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. One Leg Leap, Rare. Cloud Feet. Circumvent. Class-specific skills. Death Knight Summoning. Death Knight's Aura. Black Ratio. Enhanced Full Counter. Death Legion. Knight of the Empire Complete. Knight's Focus. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. His stats panel looked much different from before, as it had changed on a lot of areas. His charm, which was 86, had now become 99. While the infamy stat that had been invalidated for so long had returned to display a 0 value. His weapons tab only had one weapon, the Grim Reaper, inside it, as the rest of them had been broken. His title bar had some changes as well as some new titles. while his stats panel saw the golden ratio buff tab being removed. His normal skill bar was still the same, which was a huge relief as Ridra needed these skills to remain efficient in combat until he could master his new moveset. However, it was indisputable that Ridra had undergone a massive transformation, and his future looked brighter because of it. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Jeremy Van Bugen. Thank him in the comments for this one. Do let me know what you guys feel about his evolved skills down in the comments section. The feedback is really important to me. I hope you guys read this chapter carefully, and would not mix up the old skills with the new ones once he starts using them in combat / Chapter 587 Adapt. Ridra's new changes were incredible, however they did not come for free. Before sending him out of the system space, Hades made Ridra's mission abundantly clear about how he needed to revive the Church of Death. So, the trade was set in stone, and he had to work towards a new goal now alongside his other existing goals. However, Ridra definitely felt like he came out of the exchange a winner, as the changes to his body and to his moveset were beyond impressive. His charm value that was already a high 86 became a stunning 99. And he even started to look like a man sculpted by God himself, with his dark black hair and dark black eyes, with a chiseled jaw and a toned muscular body. Due to his new skill, he had black fumes rising around him at all times, as he looked extremely menacing and powerful, with anyone under tier 3 getting a fear debuff by only glancing at him. As he walked on the streets of Purple Haze City, even the elites shuddered as they saw him, as even no one could discern that this was Ridra. His appearance and aura were completely different from before. He was the walking representative of the god Hades on Middle World, and that made the god Hades increase his charm to the limits, so that more and more followers would be captivated by him. Ridra already had charisma and leadership qualities ingrained in him. However, now, with his transformation, he was promoted to an influential cult leader type figure. As with his black guild robes, with a wolf insignia wrapped around his shoulder, and being seated on a throne with a crown on his head, he was the epitome of what a player could be in Omega. However, the mental stress he had accumulated for over a month now forced him to log out of the game and return to reality for a well-deserved rest, as he needed to properly recharge his batteries before delving into Omega again for the preparations of the war. Real world. The upside. Ridra's home. As Ridra logged out of the game after a month, his mind was disoriented as he needed time to adjust to the real world. Spending too much time in Omega, he struggled to come back to reality for a moment as a horrifying stench entered his nose. The hell? Ridra cursed as he could not stand the stench for even a second, as when he came out of the gaming pod, he saw himself covered in black slime and blood and dirt and all kinds of gross liquids. Sh****************. Ridra panicked as he rushed into the bathroom. However, the moment he glanced himself in the mirror, even he was shocked himself to see his body as chiseled as in game. His body looked like it lost all of its fat and was extremely healthy and lean, while his facial features showed a notable change as he became notably handsome. Ridra touched his body all over to see if he was hallucinating. However, to his surprise, he was not. It was all real. As Ridra scrubbed himself with hot water, his mind wandered to the various events that happened in game, and what was exactly the technology behind Omega that it was even capable of physically changing his body. While scrubbing himself, he found piercing marks throughout his spine, as he could feel a stinging pain as he touched those points. He was stabbed by needles inside his back, and he had no idea why. The game was undoubtedly not as simple as it seemed, and the Cuber Corporation was definitely holding massive secrets. But Ridra had no idea what they were. He was not upset with getting an upgrade. He felt better than ever once the stench was removed, as he could feel the power coursing through his veins. A power that made him feel like he could easily bend steel and punch through walls. It was an incredible feeling. Ridra knew that keeping it under the wraps was not possible, as his physical appearance had changed too much. Nonetheless, he did not want to give his mother a heart attack, hence, he decided to wear a beanie and a hoodie as he headed downstairs. Mama Rajput was working in the kitchen, and seeing her smiling while cooking, Ridra felt warmth in his heart as he hugged her from behind. "Sue, out of your shell!" finally said Mama Rajput, a bit anger inside her voice as Ridra tried to pacify her with his goofiness. "I'm sorry, Mom. The work is really stressful right now," he replied in a lazy tone as Mama Rajput spanked him with a utensil. "Too much stress and your hair will turn white. Will Naomi still think you are handsome then?" Mama Rajput complained in the most mother-like way possible. However, the next moment, she gasped as her utensil fell from her hand. Ridra panicked. He thought that Mama Rajput had noticed his bodily changes, and was now going to ask him difficult questions. Ridra nervously started to cover his body as much as possible. racking his brains for an explanation that he did not have himself. You? Mama Rajput stammered. It was like she had lost her soul. Rudra became speechless as he stared, saying, "It's okay, Mom. I can explain. It is like..." But before Rudra could say anything, Mama Rajput started to cry as she said, "My boy has become so thin. He did not eat for so many days, and now is as weak as a sick stick man who was malnourished by not drinking enough breast milk in his childhood." Boo-huh. Rudra felt his pectoral muscles twitching along with his eye muscles, as he was as literally a walking machine of power right now. Yet his mother thought he was weak? Such is motherly love, thought Rudra, as he obediently ate everything that Mama Rajput fed him that day until his stomach felt like it would explode from eating even a single spoon more. Chapter 588. Back in game. Rudra's in-game return could only be described as terrifying, as his presence inside the guild was too overbearing, with everyone feeling an air of intimidation around him after his mythic upgrade. After staying 2 days, in reality recharging his batteries, and goofing around with Naomi, who absolutely simped on his new look, Rudra was back with full focus within the game, as he cleared piles of pending work in hours like a boss. Rudra's immediate needs were to point the guild in the right direction for the war efforts, as according to the information that was brought by the spies, the due date of the coming war was only a month away. Rudra desperately needed to adapt to his new moveset and newfound power, as a lot of things changed with him ascending to Tier 4. While the other elites too had a very fast and massive level up after the ruins exploration, they were still around the level 185-195 mark, with only Neatwood breaking the level 200 barrier. This made the difference between Rudra and the rest of the elite elders too large, and the difference between himself and the normal elites as large as a chasm. This difference in power hit the prideful players like Karna and Neatwood the most, as the two knew that since everyone had the same starting point in game, there was no excuse for the two of them to lag so far behind Rudra. However, Rudra had already reached so hopelessly far ahead in the blink of an eye that he was now truly in a league of his own, without any equal inside the guild. This fact was especially heavily found out by the other elite elders when the group of Neatwood, Johnny, Karna, Yum, SMG and Madiv, the 6 strongest members of the group, lost to Rudra in under 4 minutes in a 6v1 handicap battle. Rudra with his moves was simply untouchable, as the only reason why the fight even lasted 4 minutes was because there was a stalemate between Johnny and Rudra at the last 2 minutes, where Rudra could not get a hit on Johnny's body. However, in a move that happened in a flash of a second, Rudra used his ultimate skill Knight's Focus combined with Circumvent to attack Johnny at the critical moment when he was throwing daggers and had a physical form, to deal death blow to him under 1.4 seconds. If one were to blink, they would have missed it. It was that fast. However, the end result was extremely shocking for the elite elders, as they looked towards Rudra as if he was a complete monster. The most disheartening part about the contest was that Rudra took 0 damage, and did not even use any of his big moves or long-distance skills that he would usually use, like the Darkness Blast or Stormbringer. He simply defeated them physically with 1 sword at that. Everyone knew that Rudra was a dual wielder, and the majority of his moveset catered to that style of fighting, which meant that this was far from Rudra's peak performance at that. Even so, none of them were even close to defeating him. This was a huge blow to their pride. Especially for Karna, it was particularly difficult to accept, as he always saw himself as the number 2 in the guild, lesser than only Rudra, in terms of power, in terms of respect, and in terms of responsibility. However, at the moment, he was not even qualified to carry Rudra's shoes, and he knew it. Although Rudra would not share the secrets of his change in appearance or increase in power apart from revealing that he was Tier 4, he never berated or humiliated the elders of the guild for being so weak, which was why everyone felt even more shame, as they knew they deserved to be. Karna especially looked at the situation in a different light, as he strongly felt like Rudra needed a second sword soon. As if he was monstrous with only 1 sword, he would simply be unstoppable with 2. Knowing well that a war was near, all the elders of the guild came to a unanimous decision to leave the guild for 20 days and come back stronger. This was imperative for the guild's future, that the elders led by example to the common members. And while Rudra would make an excellent example to be followed, his abilities made him an impossible target to be reached, which only left the talented elders to be chased by the common members. The only elder who had his pride intact, or even inflated to the point where he dared to order Rudra around, was Fatty, as he did not give a f about Rudra's increase in battle strength, as he reported him about the progress of the tasks that were assigned to him. 1743 clay golems, 13,000 camouflage potions, 15,000 anti-rhino ballisti, 70,000 handheld ancient weapon thingy that blasts energy, Over 200,000 spike bombs, frost bombs and mines, and I don't have the data on the other bombs production as apparently I'll have to send someone off their station to start counting to know the number. But it would be a waste of time. Unless you volunteer, Kalash said arrogantly as Rudra squinted his eyes. In his heart, he knew how much Kalash was doing for the guild. However, Kalash was such a good friend of his that praising him genuinely felt a little weird coming out of his mouth. Hence, through extreme internal struggle, he finally said, "Thank you for all your hard work." Kalash played drums with his large belly, as he had a hearty laugh. He said, "Oh, this is a first. Ha ha. Don't worry, boss. In the month that is to come I'll make even more. Even if my bones break, I will not stop." Rudra felt a sense of relief wash over himself with Kalash's assurance, as finally it felt like the war effort was coming to a fruitful preparation stage. / bonus chapter for hitting the PS target. Good job everyone. Guys, we need to give more GT. The top 10 GT ranking are there for everyone to see. I will do one bonus chapter every single day from here to the end of the month. Just support me there, guys. Let's end the month inside top 10. I did accidentally mess up the chapter numbers in today's release. If you are seeing repeat content, please refresh at / Chapter 589 Shikumi and the Sword. Rudra was swamped with work for a week after his tier promotion. Hence, he could only inform Patricia about his success through sending a letter. However, little did he expect that she would show up at his doorstep with a surprise. As Patricia walked into his office, Rudra had a bright smile plastered to his face, as even Furball, who usually hated females, purred in joy as she started to rub around Patricia's legs. "Here, kitty kitty," said Patricia as she tickled Furball for a while, before setting her back on Rudra's work desk and taking a seat. "Welcome to my humble palace," said Rudra, who looked majestic and amiable with the crown over his head. However, Patricia was buying none of it. She said, "The king must be extremely busy. Apologies for interrupting his highness. So busy that he would inform his sister of his exploits through a letter rather than coming personally. But of course, the king only comes to his sister when he has something to ask from her. The pleasure of a non-business visit is something that this sister will never feel." Rudra scratched his nose in embarrassment. He had no defense for his actions. Hence, he only hung his head down in shame. "Ugh! When did you get so unbearably handsome? What changed?" asked Patricia with annoyance in her voice. Apparently, Patricia found Rudra extremely handsome to the point where her feelings started to become a bit disoriented. "After the mythic class, I got cool effects too," Rudra said with a devilish smile as he activated his new passive aura skill, as black smoke rose around his body, giving him an intimidating appearance. Patricia was not a tier 2 weakling that would be affected by Rudra's new form. However, even she gulped involuntarily from the pressure Rudra exerted, as she said, "Finally a worthy aura for a king." She was genuinely impressed by Rudra's improvements, which was why she was here with a gift. Retrieving the scabbard from her inventory, she put the blade on the table. Thud. The blade was heavy, and made a heavy sound as it was placed on the table. Looking at the magnificent scabbard, Rudra drooled a little, completely ruining his cool image he built only seconds ago. "For me?" Rudra asked like a small child, as he reached to retrieve the sword. However, Patricia swatted his hands away, as she said with a serious tone, "Only if you beat me in battle." Patricia's expression turned dead serious after this declaration, as both One Knights activated the Eyes of Truth at the same time as they squared off. "Okay," Rudra said, as he accepted the challenge and proceeded to move to a more suitable area for sparring. As he led Patricia towards the training grounds, Rudra retrieved the Grim Reaper, as the pitch-black sword also covered in black fumes matched perfectly with Rudra's changed aura. "New sword?" Patricia asked, as Rudra nodded. However, that was the end of the small talk, as after retrieving her own sword and shield, Patricia took the stance of the ideal knight. Her eyes deathly serious, she slowly moved towards Rudra, with her feet firmly planted to the ground. Rudra felt his blood boiling, as after days of aching for a good fight, this was his chance to fight someone with a comparable caliber and strength. As he relished the opportunity, charging towards Patricia. Cloud Feet. Activating Cloud Feet, Rudra moved in a bizarre and unnatural manner, as he danced around Patricia waiting for a crack in her defense. Block. 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 Parry. Rudra's 4 strikes that were delivered in under 0.5 seconds, but were properly blocked by Patricia, whose defense stayed solid. However, while the attacks were blocked, the corrosive aura of Rudra's Grim Reaper did start deteriorating Patricia's equipment, as visible scars were left on her shield. Whoa, thought Rudra, as the effects of the Grim Reaper had far exceeded his expectations of the sword. However, for Patricia, it was an even greater shock, as her equipment was not run-of-the-mill. but one of the best to be offered in Hazel Grove Empire. Keeping the pressure on, Rudra unleashed a flurry of attacks. But no matter how hard he pressed, Patricia's defensive stance was solid, and she was able to successfully maintain her ground. Kamian! You can do better! Patricia taunted Rudra as she began to bring the fight to him. However, at this moment Patricia failed to realize that Rudra was not even using 10% of his potential in the fight. The moment Rudra shifted gears and started his actual attack combos, Patricia understood the disparity between the duo. Darkness Bind, Darkness Blast, Summon Undead Durahowl. Rudra's first two attacks put Patricia in a bind. However, the Undead Durahowl that was now a peak tier 3 Undead commander was a force that simply added a dimension to Rudra's attack skills. As a second attack front was opened by Rudra after summoning Durahowl, now being pressed from two sides, Patricia realized that dealing with Durahowl in itself was not hard. However, turning her back on Rudra to deal with Durahowl was impossible, as she could not find the time to maneuver around Rudra at all. Consistent damage was delivered to Patricia as she was forced to retreat against her will. However, in her heart, she was still resentful because she felt that Rudra was using unfair means of his equipment to dominate the battle. However, when Rudra used the move, Undead Legion, and summoned an entire sea of undead around Patricia, with some more tier 3 Elder Liches present and uncountable tier 2 and tier 1 undead, Patricia felt her bones chill as the reality of the situation finally hit her. The entire fight was just a facade. Rudra could have defeated her without even lifting a single finger. However, he still humored her. You are a necromancer now? Patricia asked, concerned. As the previous necromancer she knew, the formidable Prince Amon was not very beloved by the people of this very city. Death Knight. It's necromancy without being physically disabled. I'm a knight plus necromancer, Rudra replied, giving an overly brief view of the situation as the answer left Patricia speechless. Patricia sometimes wondered if the gods were biased with her little brother, giving him all the fortune of the world, as while the necromancer class was extremely strong in of itself. The only drawback of the necromancer which was that the necromancer's own physical strength was weak. However, this was not an issue for Rudra, as he had the strength of a knight. God may have just plain made him invincible rather than carrying out such facade, thought Patricia as she sighed and admitted her defeat. However, Rudra was not done with his demonstration as he said, Oh, but you haven't yet seen this. Saying so, Rudra used the move, Knight of the Empire, as he transformed into a golden warrior who was 300 feet tall. Patricia's heart thumped, as her mouth was left agape, as he mind screamed, is it really? Could it be? The ultimate technique of the One Knight family. The secret technique of Augustus One Knight. Complete and in all its glory. The Knight of the Empire. A tear escaped Patricia's eye when she saw this, as her knees buckled, and she wept like a little schoolgirl on the floor. This form was her greatest ambition in life. The ultimate technique of the One Knight family. The family which adopted her as a child, and gave her a noble life when she had nothing, entrusting her with the job of reaching this pinnacle, or finding a successor that could, while she could not reach it herself. She did complete the task given to her by her ancestors by finding the successor. She completed the task that the 10 generations of One Knights before her could not. The happiness she felt in this moment was surreal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, she murmured weakly, as she thanked Rudra and she thanked the gods for meeting Rudra. As with this, a big goal in her life was finally complete. / There will be a bonus chapter today, as I have already promised to do it every day regardless of us meeting any goals. However, yesterday's GT collections were amazing. We have shortened the gap to only 15 tickets from number 10. Let's go, guys. Let's hit that top 10 spot again. / Chapter 590, A New Sword and a New Day. Rudra's new form made Patricia weep in joy. One of her lifelong pursuits was over with Rudra achieving this. Patricia said, I had my doubts when I broke the laws set by the ancestor and reforged this sword. However, I have no more regrets. You deserve this. Saying so, she unsheathed the heavy sword, as a gleaming red blade inscribed with various runes came into the view. Rudra inspected the item using eyes of truth. Siege Breaker, legendary, the legendary heirloom of the Von Knight clan reforged by the master blacksmith king of the dwarves, specially for the player Shikuni One Knight. The blade was initially forged by Augustus One Knight, with the help of an expert runesmith that imbued the power of fire through runic inscriptions in the sword. Although reforged, the fire properties of the sword remain. Effects. Effects 1, Rain of Flame skill. Effect 2, A burn damage upon connecting with enemy skin. Effect 3, A melt damage to enemy armor. Effect 4, Special skill Flame Slash. Note this is a bound item, tailor-made for the player Shikuni One Knight, that expands along with his Knight of the Empire form. Rudra was speechless seeing the weapon. As when he held it in his hands it felt heavy for sure. Yet it gave him an extremely stable feeling as if the blade could be relied upon in any kind of situation. As Rudra gave it a little flick, the flame started to burn over the sword as Rudra looked like a demon right out of hell with Grim Reaper in one hand and Siege Breaker in another. One blade emitting a black fumes aura while the other one being on fire. Rudra relished the feeling of having two blades in both his arms again, as a big smile spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted. While the weight of the two blades definitely felt different than Excalibur, an elven sword with whom he was so familiar with, Rudra was sure that with enough time passing, he would be able to have a better command over both his weapons. Rudra said in a happy tone. "Thank you so much for this weapon, sister." Rudra was genuinely delighted, as after the sparring session, he treated Patricia to a grand dinner, and actually spent quality time with her, putting all work aside before sending her off the next day. Rudra understood that Patricia was one of the people who, despite being an NPC, was extremely important to him. Hence spending time with her once in a while was a necessity. However, with the new day, a new challenge began for Rudra, who had to oversee the completion of many ongoing elite projects. The town of Purple Haze City was slowly, but surely being transformed into a fortress under the guise of the new elite upcoming event. The buzz surrounding the event was extremely high, as many people regularly posted videos about training and strategy for participating in the event. Barricades were being set up while defensive equipment was being mounted at strategic locations, with a big cloth covering the new construction sites, as the common man was not privy to the changes occurring within the city. However, with every day passing, the elites became more and more prepared for facing their biggest challenge yet. But sadly, the same could be said for the blood merchants. The shaman's hut. "How many?" asked Scarface in a motionless tone. "1 soul can be exchanged for 10 monsters," the dark shaman replied, green foam coming out of his mouth as he spoke. "How many at max?" Scarface asked. 10 million, the shaman replied. Scarface became silent from hearing this. This would be the greatest equalizer that the blood merchants would walk into the war with. As with the shaman preparing this forbidden exchange, the elites stood no chance whatsoever. Scarface wanted minimum casualties from his side. However, the shaman fighting from his camp actually increased the favorability of cannon fodder troops dying. Apparently, the shaman could set up a dark soul exchange portal, where for every soul that died within the radius of the shaman's spell, could be exchanged for 10 monsters from the portal. Hence, during the initial clash, where the cannon fodders died by the hundreds of thousands, Scarface could use them to fight till they died, and then use their dead souls to summon 10 million more monsters to run rampant through the elite lines. This not only gave the elites a very difficult monster horde to face, but also reduced the casualties from the blood merchants' camp, as dealing with broken defense lines and thinner numbers would be much more effective than charging straight in. This would save the stronger troops from unnecessary enemy counters, as the enemy tactics would be revealed during the monster horde crisis, giving the command center time to deal with the crisis. Nodding his head, Scarface threw the bag that the shaman asked for. Sniff. Opening the bag, the shaman took a big whiff and smiled. Inside were the cut-out hearts of newborn human babies, fresh blood still oozing out of their veins. Good quality. The shaman approved the product, and with this his transaction with the blood merchant leader was complete. Scarface saw him relishing on the taste of human flesh as he left the hut, shuddering, as he knew at that moment that the new ally he had just made was a complete whack job who was akin to half his own army. The shaman was undoubtedly a man that could not be afforded to mess with. Scarface pitied the elites who had inadvertently made an enemy of this man, as he especially pitied Shikuni, the leader of the enemy camp, who was going to be subjected to this man's cursed powers even before the war started. / bonus chapter for my faith in you guys, that we will hit top 10 GT rankings by the month's end somehow. It's a good pacing at this moment. Let's keep at it. / Chapter 591 War Preparations. 20 days passed by in a jiff, and there was finally news from the elite spies planted in the mercenary group the Sigma Boys, that the troops were finally starting to be mobilized on their camp. There were orders by the higher-ups to prepare for a long septual event, for which almost the entire organization was mobilized. The plan was to meet up at a predetermined location with the blood merchant army and group together before properly strategizing about the war. Dronacharya had no idea that he was continuously being monitored by Amelia, as a lot of information about the blood merchant army became available to the elites, which would have been otherwise completely inaccessible. Although not every trump card was revealed, Amelia did figure out that the blood merchants had potent cannons capable of breaking through reinforced concrete, and this was a piece of information that the elites were made aware of. Rudra was calmer now than he was a month ago about the war situation. However, it is hard he knew that the chances of an elite victory were not more than 30%. This was the first war where he had prepared for the coming battle for months now. Yet he had the lowest confidence of actually winning. This being the overall situation even after the elites did everything in their power to level the playing field. However, the disparity between the quality of the army and the sheer numerical strength was too much to be bridged by petty tricks. The enemy had much more Tier 2 forces and much more Tier 3 forces compared to the elite camp, and that was a fundamental disadvantage that the elites could never make up for. As even if the Tier 2 players on the elites camp could take out 5 of the enemy's Tier 2 players. In the end, if only a few thousand of the enemy Tier 2 players survived without any defending forces left on the elite side, then no matter how many Tier 1 or 0 troops the elites may have left, it all came down to nothing, as that was a fight that could not be won with numbers. The same went for the Tier 4 troops on the enemy side, as at the moment, Rudra was the only one shouldering the burden of taking them all out. Maybe if Karna and Neatwit worked together they could match a Tier 4 powerhouse. But the war typically came down to the leader of the elites to hold down the fort. Rudra was the key to the elite's success now more than ever, which was the only reason why that he did not start building the Church of Death and embark on the mission given by Hades, as he did not want to make such a public declaration and make his association with the god of death be known before the start of the war. Everything was calculated calmly on Rudra's end, and he knew that although the fight was not completely hopeless, and at 30% the elites did have a fair chance to win, the most likely outcome was a failure. The war was on a scale that there were too many variables and too many sub-battlefields to think about that would all contribute towards the overall victory of the war, and the sad part was that Rudra could not be on every battlefield physically present to ensure that every battle was won. It was up to the elders to make sure that the elite army was able to get through these battles, and it was up to them to make spur-of-the-moment decisions in case the battle plan went south. Once the news about the enemy army mobilizing came, Rudra decided to shut off the city under the guise of special preparations for the coming event. As over the next few days, he started welcoming the requested forces from the Church of Light and the Hazelgrove Empire. Rudra was happy to see that both the Church of Light and the Hazelgrove Empire took his request for help seriously, as combined together, the aid consisted of 6 million troops, of which 2 million were Tier 1 and 1.5 million were Tier 2 soldiers, with around 100,000 Tier 3 warriors, and a total of 30 Tier 4 generals. With these troops added, the elite camp now boasted a strength of nearly 10 million strong, exactly a third of the enemy number. However, the quality of the army was vastly different. Nonetheless, this was better than the support that Rudra anticipated, and he was happy for it. Unfortunately, neither Patricia nor Emperor Cervantes graced him with their war presence, as having any one of those two would have been a major game changer. Rudra knew for sure that should things go extremely south, and Rudra lost control over the city of Purple Haze, Emperor Cervantes might step in and save his vassal. But until then, his personal presence was highly unlikely. In the trying times, Ethan did manage to convince Lita and the Russians to lend a helping hand, as Lita sent about 500,000 men as reinforcements to the elite camp, a help that was greatly appreciated by Rudra. According to their arrangement, Rudra did help Lita to gain a foothold in Aquaho's kingdom, where she currently controlled 1 city, 4 towns, and 17 villages. However, the further expansion of territory needed time and resources. However, the Triads were happy with what they had at the moment. However, at the same time, the most likely invasion route for the enemy towards Purple Haze City did happen to make way through Aquaho's kingdom itself. As while Lita did not send more reinforcements, she promised to make things difficult for the marching army, as she would not let them freely pass through towards Purple Haze City. This was the biggest help that any third party could have offered the elites, as it was exactly what Rudra needed the most at the moment. By choosing to fight for an ally, Lita was essentially picking a fight with an enemy for no benefit at all. And it was a favor that Rudra would never forget. Meanwhile, at the Dark Shaman's hut. "So are you sure this item belongs to Shikumi?" the Dark Shaman asked with a gruff voice. "Yes, we are positive," replied the Blood Merchant warrior. How did you obtain it?" the shaman asked as he clenched the pieces of the broken elven sword in his hand. "Our spies are constantly monitoring everyone who goes in and out of the elite's headquarters. One such man made a trip to the Dwarven city of Dworgen, where he entrusted the guild leader's broken sword to a master forger for reforging. We stole it from the shop," replied the Blood Merchant. Good. A bound weapon. Excellent medium for the curse." Ha he he he. The shaman laughed as the Blood Merchant got the creeps. Bringing the broken sword's blade to his tongue, the shaman put a scar across his tongue as green blood dripped from the cut. "What power!" "Delicious," said the shaman, impressed by the elven blade and its past wielder. Dronacharya had repeatedly expressed his concerns over how Rudra was the heart and soul of the elite organization, and how removing him was akin to defeating half of the elite army. Hence Scarface made a personal request to the shaman to curse Rudra. The payment for this request was the bag of human hearts given to the shaman fresh by the blood merchants. However, while the blood merchants were cruel, they still could not stand the pure evil of the shaman, using dark magic like it was risk-free. The shaman was a psycho who could not be offended in any circumstances, and now, he was about to prepare a death curse to neutralize Rudra far before the war started. The goal was to render Rudra into a comatose state, and for that a personal item of the victim was needed. Now that the shaman got his hands over the broken elven sword, he had the necessary means to deliver the curse to Rudra. As he prepared the ritual, unlike Lucifer who could put curses on his enemies as easily as he could breathe, the shaman needed much more effort to curse a target, and also needed to fulfill many conditions. However, his curses were much more nefarious and difficult to deal with. The power of his dark magic came from combining the dark practice of bloodmancer with dark magic and necromancy to form a sort of evil practice that gained him the title of the shaman. His deeds so evil, he was banished from the dark faction areas to live his life in the light faction territories, where he would be a fugitive forever. The shaman was forced to live in a secluded forest. However, the blood merchants had offered him a way out, toppling the true elite's kingdom. The blood merchants vowed to make it a dark faction territory where the shaman was revered like a god, which was the ambition for the shaman to pick sides in this war. Hence, he took the job of cursing Rudra extremely seriously, as he started the cursing ritual. In a large black pot, a disgusting purple color mixture was boiling at extremely high temperatures, as the shaman chanted and added various types of human and animal blood into the mixture, chanting vile-sounding words. Vinegar the SL***, who sleeps with every man she comes across. May her unholy C***T be used by every eunuch to create blasphemous children. May those children born be cursed by the world, and may those children lose their will to live, and that broken will to life be transmitted upon the owner of this sword. May he enter a deep sleep, hearing the curses of the unsatisfied men in this world indefinitely, said the shaman, as he threw Rudra's elven sword inside the pot. Chapter 592 A Curse? The shaman was preparing his best death curse to afflicate Rudra. However, contrary to his expectations of Rudra's elven sword melting inside his purple liquid, the elven sword shone with power, and caused the black boiling pot to explode. Boom! The shaman's hut was blown to smithereens, as he himself was puking green blood from his mouth after his chest took the brunt of the impact of the exploding pot, knocking the wind out of his lungs. What the? Impossible. Only Hades has a greater hold over the power of death than me. How did the spell backfire? The shaman could not believe his eyes, as he questioned this world's reality. Only a select individuals in this world still remembered the god of death Hades, and one such person was the shaman. Being a practitioner of death magic himself, he had came across ancient texts and scrolls that displayed death magic to its full glory. But those spells usually needed one to be able to channel the power of Hades. With Hades no longer the ruler of hell, there was no one on Middle-earth who still wielded his powers. Or so did the dark shaman think. But reality came crashing down on him once his curse magic failed. The blood merchants. Those bastards lied to me. The enemy is not a simple one. How dare they deceive the Dark One? They will pay for this, the shaman said with anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Going back to his hut, he found the body of the dead blood merchant warrior who had delivered Rudra's sword to him, and he pierced his hand into his ribcage and plucked out his heart. Although the man was dead, his heart was still fresh and had not yet suffered any degradation. Hence the shaman took it and started to imbue curses inside it before he packed it in a box and sent a carrier vulture to send it to Scarface. Although it was petty, the shaman decided to get back at the blood merchants for destroying his hut. However, he did not go overboard. If Rudra was really who he thought he was, then he could not be allowed to live under any circumstances, and that meant that the shaman needed to cooperate with the blood merchants in the coming war. Emissary of death, you have just earned yourself the biggest enemy you could have ever made. Your death will be my life. Ha hee hee hee. The shaman laughed frantically as he glowed with green power, as his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, in Purple Haze City, Rudra was sitting in his office scratching his head over how he was going to conceal the massive troop influx inside his city, without having the forces of the church or the empire feel dissatisfied with his treatment of them. When a system notification baffled him. System notification. Someone is trying to use dark blood magic to imbue you with a sleeping death curse. Curse failed because of the player having the mythic class the Death Knight. No death curse can afflicate the player. Congratulations player for having successfully resisted a deathly curse. All stats plus 20% for this month. Rudra was confused as to what just happened. However, he found it hilarious that the death curse just backfired and instead ended up providing him with a buff. But he was surely not going to complain about it, as he smacked his lips and said, "Thank you for the blessing." Meanwhile, Karna had worked hard in the last few weeks, as a realization struck him that he was no longer at a level that was acceptable to be the vice leader of the elites. In his mind, he could only be second to Rudra, and that was not because he did not want to surpass Rudra. It was because he respected Rudra and genuinely idolized him to the point. If Rudra was number 2, he would not want to be number 1. However, while number 2 was his goal, the current situation meant that the current number 2 in the guild was Sir Johnny, followed by number 3 being Neatwit, while he was number 4 at best. Even at number 4 he was kidding himself, as he did not take Mediva's Mage Tower buff as a part of his own strength, otherwise he would come out as number 5. This gravely aggrieved Karna, as his pride as the vice leader of the elites was damaged. Everyone had their own cheats, and while the eyes of mind that Karna had were a cheat of their own, it was not nearly as effective as Jim having a buff around him, or Johnny being able to turn formless. This made Karna extremely frustrated, as he constantly struggled to find a worthy treasure to improve his fighting style by leaps and bounds. However, even when he struggled so much, he thought about Rudra and how he was fighting with only one sword at the moment, and decided to go find a sword for him first. This was the reason why Rudra made Karna the vice guild master above everyone else, as Karna's innate character was pure gold. While he put his personal pride extremely high, he put the welfare of the guild even higher, which was why he deserved to be the Heaven's Chosen. As chasing one such mythical sword, Karna landed on a completely unexpected treasure that solved all of his immediate problems. Heaven's Chosen armor set, semi-divine. Only those with a luck value of over 97 can wear this armor. Armor effects weightless and aerodynamic. Equipping improves speed by 5%. Effect 2, all damage on the armor reduced by 99%. Critical hits are impossible. Effect 3, it stores one charge of mana blast that can be used once a day to attack. Karna's jaw dropped when he looked at the item set. The 7-piece armor set only left a bit of his chin exposed, while everything else was perfectly covered. With no critical hits being possible, and there being 99% damage reduction from every attack, it was akin to him gaining 99% HP bar boost. This meant that if there was a hit that could kill him in one move, that same hit would now need to be delivered to him 100 times to defeat him. He had suddenly become a tank class without the restrictions of a tank and the attack power of a swordsman. This was his way to make a comeback. Satisfied, Karna smiled for the first time in many days. Meanwhile, Neatwit. There was one thing that Neatwit understood after having the duck as his pet, and that was every other class in this world was useless. The pinnacle of the game Omega was the class Duckmancer. His ducks were just broken. As everything someone killed them, a calamity would befall on them. It was like all that Neatwit needed to do was send the small eldritch ducks out to play in the forest and sleep, as he would level up once he woke up. Zombie-mancer? Necromancer? Nobody could hold a candle to him, as not only did he not expend any shred of mana, he also destroyed his enemies without batting an eyelid. Although he looked thoroughly stupid when he rode a duck, his heart had already been solidified as he began to call himself Neatwit the Papa Duck. He was the ultimate big boss of this world, and his ducks were a force that needed to be reckoned with. With the war drawing near, Neatwit figured that it would be the best time to show his brilliant ducks to the world, as he spent his weeks trying to grow stronger and find a tailor to make a nice duck dress for him. Yua, who accompanied Neatwit, started to think that her boyfriend had lost it. However, after she saw the effects of the ducks, she began the first devout believer of the duck worship religion, as she declared herself the Mama Duck. Meanwhile, Johnny was more chill than the others when it came to having an intense competitive drive to improve. However, his bad luck made it so that anywhere he stepped turned out to be a trap, and he was forced to fight hordes after hordes of monsters consistently, till the point where he leveled up every day, gaining 20 levels in 21 days, setting an insane record. However, only he knew how hard the last 21 days were for him, as the dark circles under his eyes did not make him look kindly at anyone. Nonetheless, his progress really improved his overall battle strength, as when the elders finally returned back to the guild for the final preparations of the war, they were incrementally stronger than when they had set out. Now, with the armies assembling and the elders returning, it could truly be said to be the start of the final push for the war preparations. / bonus chapter daily as promised. I see the support in the GT department, but somehow we still can't reach number 10. Nonetheless, I'm truly grateful for it. With this chapter, the countdown for the war has officially started. The next chapter onwards will formally be the start of the biggest war arc. / Chapter 593, The World Knows. The Blood Merchant organization was marching into the Aquahose Kingdom with an army of over 33 million strong. It was obviously hard to conceal such a massive troop movement, as skirmishes with the army broke all across the Aquahose kingdom. During the first few hours, the reason behind the war was not clear. But soon the target was confirmed to be the true elite's kingdom, and the world reacted to it. For the first time since inception, the elite stock tumbled into a free fall, as the share price lost over 17% of its value in just 6 hours. The army marching towards Purple Haze City was so large that it would take a rider 1 full hour to go from end to end within the marching ranks. However, midway through their tear of the Aquahose kingdom, the army met with the Russian-held areas where they were forced to fight their first real fight, slowing their march significantly as they saw their first share of casualties. What Lita was doing for Rudra at the moment was that she was giving him official time to react to this crisis. The countdown had begun, and now the war was sure to befall upon the elites in less than 3 days' time. Technically, this would have been the point where Rudra would have found out about this ploy, and this marching army, and 3 days would have been all that the elites would have had to prepare for this crisis. However, thanks to a fateful meet with Dronacharya, that reality changed, and the elites got ample preparations time. Even so, the news came as a shocker to the guild, as there was an atmosphere of panic amongst the common members, who did not know about the attack in advance. Rudra hence called for an elders' conference before scheduling a general meeting later in the day, with the entire guild present. This time, the battlefield was going to be too massive for Rudra alone to perfectly micromanage it. This time, the elites had to divide shit into parts, and each elder had to lead their divisions with gusto. With every elder, including Fatty and Amelia, present in the room, and the leaders of the church's army and the Hazelgrove Empire army attentively listening to him, Rudra started explaining the actual war plan. As he said, "Look here, guys. This time there are 4 basic battlefields that I have broken the fight into. Whereas there will be 2 more special areas of battle that will be created by luring our enemies into traps using our wits." Rudra pointed to a map of Purple Haze City and its immediate surroundings for several kilometers as he started moving pieces around the map, trying to explain his plan. The front they are marching from right now is the northern front of the Purple Haze City. It will be the most chaotic and the biggest battlefield, and it will be the one controlled by me. However, if the enemy general is not brain dead, which I am fairly certain he is not, he will try to split the battlefield into many fronts, as splitting our forces will seriously thin out our ranks. But it would be a drop in the bucket for them. I expect many forces to circle around Purple Haze City and place a complete siege on our city, creating 3 more fronts: the southern, eastern, and western front. The most important goal here is to not let the enemy breach your line of defense and just hold until we are ready for phase 2 of the war. Guys, this is extremely important, and our chances of success only begin to appear if we are somehow able to hold them till the end of phase 1 of the war plan. Outside the city walls, the south will be taken by Karna. West will be Neatwit. East will be Sir Johnny. The Tier 4 generals from the Hazelgrove army and the church will provide assistance against Tier 4 warriors of the enemy on any of these 4 fronts required. However, if push comes to shove, it's up to the elders to defend against them. A heavy atmosphere spread across the room. The manner in which Rudra was explaining war tactics was completely unlike his usual confident self. This time the pressure was real, and the 3 most senior elders of the guild felt the pinch to hold their grounds as requested by Rudra. Although nervous, the 3 of them swore to hold their battle lines for as long as Rudra needed them to. Rudra continued, "If somehow we manage to get through phase 1, then the tide starts to turn in our favor. The Purple Haze City wall will be breached. I have no question about it. But our real battlefield, where we slaughter them by the millions that enter our town, will be inside the city. Mediv will be inside the Mage Tower and responsible to properly conduct the flow of the battle, whereas all the other elders will rally their troops to strategically retreat 1 block at a time while killing as many enemies as possible before coming closer and closer to inner city. The other special attack division will be led by SMG and his camouflage unit. This unit was made after obtaining the new camouflage potion obtained in our last adventure and trained by SMG in the past few weeks, as they will lay siege both inside and outside the city in the forests, as they will put the fear of God inside the blood merchant army with randomly appearing out of nowhere to drag their soldiers to hell. There will be 15 such camouflage unit zones in these circled map areas, and they will be the ones responsible to cause chaos within the enemy ranks. Although it is a suicide mission, as the chances of these troops returning alive is slim to none. This division is extremely important to the overall victory of the war. Rudra kept addressing the elders for another 40 minutes as he gave them a rough idea about the war plan. However, naturally Rudra kept some specifics hidden that he could not dare to reveal before outsiders like the church and the empire. However, overall, the war this time depended on many variables, and every elder had a major role to play. Rudra ended the talk with, "Guys, I'll be honest. The chances of our victory are 30-35% at best. However, if we can follow my plan to the T, and every single elder is able to carry their task out 100%, then our chances of victory are 100%. It's no longer impossible to win with the preparations we have already made and how hard our lifestyle division has worked. However, this one is not easy at all. The war decides our fate. So be ready." Chapter 594, Drawing the Lines. Information protection was the key to winning every war. And since Rudra ran his own country now, he was much better positioned to run the news stories that he wanted and conceal the news that he did not want to leak. Nonetheless, complete censorship was impossible in today's time and age. As the tumbling of the elite stock continued as it fell 26% from their all-time high, the elites losing trillions of dollars in stock value. Rudra did not panic at this at all, even though the news channels started reporting it as the end of the era of the elites or some other catchy names, as he had long prepared for this situation with already having raised enough capital to keep the war effort and the guild warehouse loaded with liquidity. Currently, Purple Haze City was stocked to the brim with grains and food supplies that could last the city an entire year, which was more than enough for Rudra to call on the aid of Emperor Cervantes if things came to the worst. However, for the sake of keeping appearances, he did order a large quantity of food container through various routes into the city. However, many of them were intercepted on the way by hostile forces. This was a good opportunity for Rudra to understand who was and who was not his true ally. As with the elite's fate hanging by a balance, there were many small guilds under their thumb that started to disobey, seizing the food containers and declaring rebellion. Rudra was not at all worried about such petty rebellions. However, internally he did see that those who lived like a snake under his rule, waiting for the right time to bare their fangs as he swore to uproot them all once the war was over. The war this time had gotten international attention as the scale of the battle was just too incredibly massive. It was on the scale of those legendary battles that took place once in a millennium when two major powers collided at the peak of their prowess. The elites were no longer the underdogs in Omega. They were giants who had widespread fame, which was why this war had the world's attention glued to it, as it seemed like it was going to be the fall of the giants. Naturally, the morale within the elite camp was low when Rudra addressed them in the general meeting hall. This was the same atmosphere that Rudra had seen when the guild was going into their very first guild war, and there were not more than 300 of them in total. Yet now, he looked at a crowd of 1,000,000 strong with his eyes, not even able to reach the back lines. However, his spirit still resounded within every elite as he spoke with the king's helmet on. Today, the enemy marches towards our city. Today, the enemy dreams about the riches of our city. Today, the enemy sings the war songs and rides their high horse. Tomorrow the enemy reaches our gates. Tomorrow the enemy clashes with the spears and swords of the #1 guild in the Northern Continent. Tomorrow, we hold. Tomorrow, they die. Day after. The day after. That day, my guild members. That day we win. Loud cheers broke across the entire elite headquarters, as each and every single elite was able to feel the electricity coursing through their veins. They outnumber us. But so what? Our guild is known to beat the enemy outnumbered. We have done it again and again and again and again. And we will do it yet again. Because every single elite soldier is equal 100 enemy soldiers. That's the foundation that we built this guild on. Only the best players have the right to call themselves elite, and it is times like these where we earn our name. The world does not believe in us. Good. F*** the world. Let them tremble at our might. Because once all this is over, and we rejoice in victory, that day, my fellow guildmates, that day the earth will tremble as we shout our guild motto. One for all. A unanimous sound that made the very earth they stood on tremble replied. All for one. Go elites go! Yag. Rudra raised his arms in a war cry as the siege breaker shone with fire in his arms. Yah. The crowd replied as every single elite felt supercharged following Rudra's address, as the guild now felt better about the coming war. Rudra's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts, which was the fact that since when did the elites ever fight a fair battle in terms of numbers? They were outnumbered every single time, and this time was just the same as any other. Meanwhile, Dronacharya had his eyes glued to what movements the elites were making, and through the low-level spies he had planted in the guild, he could vaguely hear Rudra's speech live, as he sneered at Rudra's cockiness. Huh? The guy has lost his mind. It will be a miracle for him to hold onto the city for even 3 days. Because the way I see it, the war will be completely done within 24 hours. Dronacharya had absolute confidence in his plan, as he could not wait to get his hands on the key that opened the ancient ruins. Little did he know that Rudra had already went inside the ruins, and got even more than the exploration party the last time. As Dronacharya was in for a major surprise, when he finally reached the walls of Purple Haze City. / bonus chapter for the GT rally that we have been seeing. Thank you guys. We have finally managed to barely become top 10 now, we just need to maintain it for 5 more days. Hopefully we can manage. If you have not already checked out my new work, guys, trust me, you will love it. It even has over 70 chapters now. So go check it out / Chapter 595. The enemy arrives. Lita did her best to slow down the advancing army of the Blood Merchants. However, the army avoided major cities, and were traveling in relatively remote routes that only had minor towns or villages in the vicinity, hence, she could only mount a weak defense at best against the enemy. But she still managed to cause major casualties to the Tier 0 troops of the enemy, thinning the initial 33 million troops to nearly 30 million. Although it did not affect the main forces of the Blood Merchants much. It was a huge relief for Rudra, as the useless cannon fodders were dealt with without much issues. For Rudra, his initial battle plan was one that started with a bang. Hence for him, if the bang was reserved for the better Tier 1 or 2 forces, it would be a much better outcome than wasting the big surprises on the Tier 0 forces. Taking this favor to heart, Rudra vowed to come to the aid of the Russians whenever they needed the elites to back them, as what the Russians showed to the elites was true camaraderie in their hour of need. While many who thought that the elites were bound to lose the war rose in rebellion, the true friends also rose to the occasion. One of those true friends being the Grey International Sub-Guild of the elites, who were given battle plans by Rudra to be followed carefully. The first part was to ambush the Blood Merchant convoy on their way to Purple Haze City, and ensure that the Tier 0 cannon fodders were dealt with. This plan consisted of a total of 200,000 troops, and the mission was to ambush the weaker sections of the convoy as it passed through narrow forest passes using guerrilla warfare tactics, while the second group was reserved as an outflank, to circle the enemy and cut off all paths of retreat during the first phase of the war. The second group consisted of 800,000 troops. Rudra wanted to thin down the enemy numbers as much as possible before they entered the true elite's kingdom territory, as from then on it was a free pass towards Purple Haze City, with Rudra leaving over 17 villages and 1 town completely unguarded. Naturally, he had evacuated the area and rigged them with explosive mines all over. However, despite the traps, he knew that the army would arrive at the gates of Purple Haze City sooner than later, albeit after suffering minor losses. Rudra's prediction was spot on, as over the next 2 days, although the incoming Blood Merchant army suffered many explosions on their way towards Purple Haze City, they kept marching on without batting an eye for the dead. Watching from the walls of Purple Haze City, one could see a human army that lasted as far as the eye could see, as a sea of humans gathered 5 kilometers outside the city walls, the army being so large that they had to have army flag bearers at regular distances to make sense of where the front and the back lines truly were. The Blood Merchants had a pitch-black flag that had a bright red weighing scale symbol plastered over it, with one side of the scale being bent and dripping with blood. Contrary to them, the elites had a clean white flag that fluttered proudly in the wind with a gray wolf insignia painted in black at the middle. As time passed, the enemy forces started to form ranks, and the army camp started to take a proper shape, as the war weapons which were dismantled for the carrying journey started to be reassembled at the camp. As Rudra and the elders watched the enemy forces assemble, as everyone's stomachs felt funny with butterflies flying inside and goosebumps arising on their skin. Not only was the army incredibly huge, but they also had massive war machines that they had carried over, with uncountable cannons and large boulder-throwing machines within their ranks. Although Rudra knew about the cannons, the boulder-throwing machines were new information for him, as he had no doubt, seeing the size of the balls that were loaded on those machines, that no portion of the wall would be able to hold on for more than 2 blows of those massive balls. This was very bad information for the elites, as it was imperative that they held onto their lines and not let the enemy breach the walls of Purple Haze City in the first phase of the war. However, it would be impossible to hold that line if the wall broke before phase 1 was completed. This, Guildmaster, what will we do? Mediv asked Rudra, panic evident in his eyes, as he had lost all hope within his heart seeing those massive machines being assembled. However, while everyone else panicked, Rudra was incredibly calm as he assessed the situation. Rudra knew that for the elites to win the war, phase 1 was the most crucial phase, where they could absolutely not let the enemy breach the wall. Hence, the opponent's tools of war needed to be dealt with before they were allowed to be used on the walls. There was no question about that. The only thing that Rudra regretted at the moment was the lack of information. He had no idea how many hidden cards the opponent were hiding, or how many unknown variables he had to account for. Since he had seen the war machines before the fight began, he could prepare for them. But he could not prepare for the surprises that were bound to happen once the war started. Which was why he only had 35% confidence in winning the war. Nonetheless, just as he was preparing a strategy to counter the enemy's war machines, a human rider with a white flag rode from the blood merchant's camp towards the wall. "Let him come!" Rudra ordered as he allowed the rider to enter the wall and deliver the message to Rudra. The rider said, "The leader of the blood merchants and the devout of the merciful Lord Lucifer, Scarface, invites King Shikuni of the elites to discuss terms of surrender, or the rules of war." Rudra knew about the rules of war. It was a system contract that was signed between two parties before war, according to which the two parties would set up ground rules for the coming fight. Rudra was obviously never going to surrender. However, he was open to negotiating war terms, especially as he had a trick that might majorly influence the direction of the war should the opponent fall for it while signing the war terms, hence accepting the enemy's proposal. Rudra rode halfway towards the enemy camp, whereas Scarface came halfway as the two faces off in the middle of the two armies. As Rudra dismounted from his grey wolf mount, he had a regal aura around him with black smoke rising around his body, a king's robe over his neck, and a crown over his head, as he looked like the incarnation of Hades himself. His walk had a swagger about it that screamed superiority. As compared to the warrior-looking Scarface, Rudra looked like a true leader. However, Scarface was not someone to be intimidated by the looks of Rudra, as he stared right into Rudra's eyes with a murderous and menacing glare that had the message, "I can kill you without even breaking a sweat," inside them. Rudra, on the other hand, activated his eyes of truth, as he delved into the secrets of Scarface, the terrifying leader of the blood merchant group. Scarface, LV, for 76, Commander, the leader of the blood merchant group and the warrior that Lucifer hand-picked to lead his organization's operations on Middle-earth. A peerless warrior with no equal under the Tier 5 realm. Undoubtedly, Scarface had an extremely impressive strength, with him being at the absolute peak of Tier 4. Yet Rudra was not scared for even a moment. With his legendary class and years of the golden ratio, he was sure that his stats were not so far off from Scarface that he may be suppressed in a one-on-one battle. It was a battle that was bound to happen sooner or later. Hence, even though both parties met under the banner of peace today, the tension between them was so thick that it could be cut with a knife. However, there was an even more interesting character present at this meeting than Scarface, as Dronacharya greeted Rudra with a smug face. "Surprised?" He. Dronacharya laughed as he waited to see Rudra's shocked expression. However, Rudra just rolled his eyes at the idiot whose presence he had long discovered within the enemy camp. // Sorry guys, I am currently traveling for 2 days. Hence, I cannot publish the bonus chapter today. But I will surely catch up with the promised backlog as soon as I am able to. So please continue with the GT support. // Chapter 596 Rules of War. Dronacharya frowned. Rudra did not give him the surprised face he was looking for. Nor did he give him the "oh I know you" stare. Rudra just rolled his eyes at him, as if he was a nobody. "You have no idea who planned your guild's demise." Huh? Thought Dronacharya as he folded his army and squinted his eyes towards Rudra, taunting him to do his best. Rudra completely ignored the idiot as he said to Scarface, "What do you want?" This was negotiation 101 by Rudra. Rule number 1 of a bargain was to never say what you wanted first, and to let the enemy display their needs first. Doing so, the one who goes second always has an upper hand in the conversation, as they know the enemy's upper line first. Scarface said, "I don't expect this war to last longer than a day, but we will make the contract for 3 days. My demands are simple. 1. There will be no fighting after the sun sets until the sun rises. 2. There will be no attack to one's private parts under any circumstances. 3. Water boys and flag men will not be attacked. 4. The banning of bioweapons and bombs." Rudra chuckled hearing the last demand. It seemed like the enemy had did their homework, and they did not want to face any more of the mines that the elites had set for them. Hence, they wanted to take that asset from the elites. Rudra said, "I can agree to the time period of 3 days. As frankly speaking, you people will be still struggling to get past these walls after 3 days, and we will be standing here, right at this place again, negotiating the same terms. For your first 3 conditions, I find them honorable and agree to them. However, come on the last condition is just plain ridiculous. I will not have it." Scarface was not shocked. He accepted the fact that Rudra was not going to accept his last condition. However, he was still going to press on it nonetheless. Before he could say anything else though, Rudra said, "Now as for my conditions. 1. Win or lose, my people will not be enslaved, and so will your men, regardless of the outcome. We started this war as free men, and we will go out of the war free men. 2. The blessed will be allowed to seek the blessings of Goddess Beniger every night after the war stops. 3. Ban all long-range weapons of over 15 feet in height. It was Rudra's turn to make ridiculous demands, as he hoped that Scarface would get too hung up on Condition 3 and not focus on the underlying meaning behind Condition 2. Rudra knew that Scarface was never going to ban the giant machines that hurled the large balls to take down the walls of the Purple Haze City. However, he hoped that in debating Point 3, he would not focus on Condition 2, which was Rudra using sophistry to trick the players to respawn every night. During times of war, the blessing of Goddess Beniger was unavailable as death was permanent during the war duration. Technically, Rebirth was one of the many blessings of Beniger. Hence should Scarface not think much about it as per how Rudra phrased it. The advantage that the elites could gain from such a condition would be game changer. If Rudra had 30% confidence in winning without that condition, he would easily have 70% confidence with this condition in place. It was a reincarnation trick that he had picked up. As in one of the Continental Wars, a player by the name of Sam Billings had used this trick to majorly change the outcome of the war. As the players kept respawning and the enemies kept losing numbers, Scarface's first reaction was exactly as Rudra wanted it to be, as he said, "Absolutely not. Condition 3 is just plain. I will not have it." As for 1 and 2 IAG, when he was on the cusp of agreeing, Dronacharya pulled his hand firmly as Scarface was forced to turn. Scarface furiously glared at Dronacharya, who immediately panicked as he shrieked, Mayor, mercy. But I have something important to say." Rudra frowned as he saw this. He was so close to scamming Scarface, and now the clown was hindering his work. Scarface and Dronacharya talked in length for over 2 minutes, as when they returned Scarface said, "Like I was saying, I agree to condition number 1. But 2 and 3 are just plain garbage." Rudra's frown deepened as he gave Dronacharya a suspicious glare. As for the first time, Rudra had a strong gut feeling that told him that the guy standing opposite to him was a reincarnator. An excellent player who was low-key and always prepared for the right opportunity, as if he knew about it in advance. At the auction, the item that was worthless in others' eyes, the key to the ancient ruins, was also bid fervently by the man as if he knew about the true value of the item in advance, and now he also foiled a scheme of Rudra that most people should not be aware of. The smug expression on his face only intensified after the hateful look that Rudra gave him, as he prided himself in foiling Rudra's schemes. The news that surrounded this trickery was quite profound in his past life. Hence Parallax had memory of the incident when Rudra tried to scam Scarface using it. Dronacharya knew immediately that it was bad news, as he risked angering Scarface to stop him from agreeing from this term, and he was successful in doing so. The happiness that arose in his heart after foiling Rudra's plan was immense, as he could break into song any moment. However, he was waiting for his time when he would be the king of the true elite's kingdom to dance in joy. As for now, he eagerly awaited the demise of his arch-enemy. After a little back and forth, the 4 basic humane conditions were the only things that the 2 leaders agreed on as they signed a war contract lasting for 3 days and 2 nights, under which these rules will be system enacted. However, even here, Rudra came out as the biggest winner, as following the end of the war contract, there was a compulsory 10-minute time period of ceasefire. By signing a war contract, Rudra had virtually assured a one-time 10-minute window for player respawn. As at the end of day 3 of fighting, he now had the option to bring back his forces to life. This was a big win for Rudra and the elites, who walked out of signing the war contract as the winners. Although for an army as large as the Blood Merchants, the first clause of ceasefire once the sun went down was a big bonus, as stamina and HP could be restored every night for the majority of the force, greatly reducing casualty rate in such a prolonged war. All the other clauses were extremely basic that did not benefit either party much. But for Rudra, a night off meant that a night that he could reorganize and replan the next day's strategy, hence, in a way it was an advantage to him as well. With both sides having trickery and deceit behind their seemingly just contracts, the big easy loophole of the war contract was that only the 2 competing forces and their registered allies were under the effects of the contract, which meant that the shaman was not under its effects as a third party. This was the greatest source of confidence for Scarface to win the war in under a day, as when the sun would go down and the fighting would end officially. That would be the time that the shaman would convert the fallen into monsters and force the elites to fight through a sleepless night, only to face the fresh blood merchants once the sun came up again. With the world's attention on the war, the contract came under effect once the sun came up, and day 1 officially started in 2 hours. With war machines assembled and the battle contract signed, both the sides were ready to clash. The countdown to one of the largest wars in the history of the continent had now officially started. // special shout out to Cervantes 91, for gifting me every single gift there is to give out there, from the cola to the gashapon. With this, we have entered the top 10 GT rankings for this month. And if we can manage to hold on to it, then I will do a massive price drop for privilege the coming month. It gives me immense joy and motivation to write when I see such overwhelming support for my content. Usually I only do one bonus chapter for every super gift. But since you gave me the whole menu, the target for tomorrow will be a 5-chapter mass release. Thank you for the consistent support. Grinning face with big eyes. // Chapter 597 War 1. It was a nervous few hours for the elites, as last-minute instructions regarding the terms of the war contract were relayed to the elite troops. While most were relieved that there would be a break from all the fighting every night, some also felt this part to be annoying. With only 2 hours till the war started, regardless of what one did to pass the time, everyone was on the edge as the imminent thoughts of war kept them wide awake. Although it was officially ceasefire, the enemy troops did not conceal their movement at all, as they circled around the northern battlefront to station parts of their forces at eastern, western and southern fronts too. It was a last-minute move, as the plan was to throw Rudra off guard with the sudden appearance of 3 new frontiers. However, there was no troop movement on the walls on the north side, as Rudra had long seen through this move and had stationed troops accordingly from the start. Karna was guarding the all-important rear. Johnny was on the east, and Needwit was on the west. The problem, however, was not that the armies had circled out. The problem was that on each front there were 3 Tier 4 generals standing just behind the cannon fodder line. While Rudra could deal with this on his side, the other 3 fronts were sure to have a hard time. But this was no longer a problem that Rudra could handle for the others, as from here on out every specific battlefield was a sub-war zone, and every elder had to pull their own weight there. The next time Rudra would meet the others to strategize would be at ceasefire once the sun went down. However, until then he had a battle of his own to face. For the common elite members, the war was divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, hold the lines. Phase 2, push back. However, only the elders knew the fine nuances of the 2 phases, and as of now, and only they had information that Rudra wanted Phase 1 to last until Day 3 fighting was over. Dronacharya's POV. Dronacharya felt extremely uneasy. From Rudra's calm in the face of such a large army, to his blank expression to see him on the enemy side, to now there being no troop movement on the elite walls after seeing the opening of 3 new war frontiers. There was something off about this war. Dronacharya could feel it in his bones that there was a deeper secret behind Rudra's change of aura, as there seemed to be more to his changed appearance and the black smokes that rose around him than was informed to the media. Although there were many items that did give the wearer special effects, there was none that came to Dronacharya's mind that could produce such a black smoke effect, and his gut told him there was funny business going on there. But he could do nothing but swallow all his doubts at the moment, as no good would come from expressing them at the last moment. Not participating in the fighting for the first half of the day, Dronacharya was scheduled to keep Scarface company at the command center. However, unfortunately for him, Day 1 would not be the show he was hoping for, as Karna looked towards the enemy legion from the Purple Haze city wall. He had a calm demeanor, as he made mental notes to guide the army once the fight started. Currently the biggest problem for the elites were the massive boulder-throwing machines and the mid-range cannon that would shatter their wall into pieces. However, Rudra had told them that he would handle the cannons and the boulder-throwing machines. Hence Karna did not need to worry about that issue at all and only focus on how to hold the lines best. For Karna, Rudra's word was law, and since Rudra said that he would handle it, he did not even need to ask how, as he knew it would be taken care of. Such was the authority that Rudra commanded, and the reason why the elites had such a strong backbone, as their guild leader single-handedly created miracles on a routine. Similar to Karna, the other elders were also having similar thoughts, as unlike the wars where Rudra micromanaged everything, this time they shared a huge burden too, as they realized what Rudra went through day in day out while carrying the guild on his shoulders. Leadership was exponentially more difficult than following orders to perfection, and the consequences of failure were much dire. This was a lose-lose war for the elites, since they would gain nothing from coming out the war as the winner, while lose everything should they become a loser. There was no territorial dispute. There was no monetary gain. There was no war indemnity. Even victorious, the elites would have a destroyed infrastructure and trillions of dollars in deficit in their finance, which was the major reason for their stock to tumble. Fighting such a pointless war, the elders knew that there was no margin for error. 5 minutes to war. Everyone was geared up and laser-focused on the upcoming fight, as everyone was ready at their allotted stations, waiting for orders to engage in combat. The plan for the elites was to open the war with a bang, as Rudra wanted to send a loud and clear message at the very start, which was, "You can't bully us." Everyone watched the sun rise over the horizon as they waited for it to completely come into view before the war officially started. 5 minutes later, the sun came in a full view as the war horns were sounded from both sides signaling start of day 1 of battle. / I plan to do a 5-chapter rally for the super gifts by Cervantes 91. This is chapter 1 of 5. Thank him in the comments for this one. Grinning face with big eyes / Chapter 598 War 2. Rudra's POV. As soon as the sun rose over the horizon, Rudra himself took a huge war horn and blew it with all his might to signal the start of the fight. A sea of humans started to charge towards the walls of Purple Haze City, as the 5 kilometers field of separation between the wall and the forces was slowly shrinking. Thanks to the Russians, a lot of the cannon fodders were killed on the journey towards Purple Haze City. Hence, the charging forces were composed of 70% Tier 1 troops and only 30% Tier 0 cannon fodders. Rudra held steady as he let the forces gain the first kilometer without any resistance. However, once they crossed the 4 kilometers mark, they were welcomed by a densely packed minefield set up by the elites. Boom! 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 Countless explosions all across all the battlefields was observed as the charging forces were torn to shreds by the powerful mines. Those who survived the first explosion were greeted by a second, and those who survived the second explosion were greeted by a third. Thousands of tons of explosives went off, as nearly 1 million troops lost their lives in under 2 minutes of the war starting. Rudra's bombs were his ace in the hole, as his explosion artist subclass was a legendary profession that a handful of players practiced to great success in Omega, with bombs being hard to get supplies for even a dungeon run for most first-rate guilds. It was unthinkable for any guild in the northern continent except the elites to be able to get their hands on so many. This was exactly why Scarface wanted to neutralize this capability of the elites. However, Rudra was not going to have his ace taken from him, and the consequences of that were for the world to witness, regardless of how many were killed. Like an endless sea, more and more troops just kept moving towards Purple Haze City walls as more and more deaths kept being accumulated on the enemy side. The 4 kilometers mark up till the 1 kilometer mark was the minefield that the elites had set up all across the city, and by the time the first group of stragglers somehow made it past the 1 kilometer mark after minute 20, the enemy had lost a whopping 2.5 million troops to the elites' bombs. A charred battlefield littered with corpses and torn limbs of corpses was all that remained in the 4 kilometers range as the elites indeed started the war with a huge bang. However, while inefficient, the minefield had to be crossed by the cannon fodders by risking their lives. As for Scarface, not a single one of them mattered in the bigger picture. Hence, while it was undoubtedly a loss for them to die like ants, it was a trade-off that Scarface had chosen to accept. The majority of the force was Tier 2 and above for the blood merchants, and until those quality troops that could actually make a difference did not die uselessly in landmine explosions, everything else was acceptable. While the explosions were powerful for Tier 1 soldiers, enough to kill them in one blow, they were not so effective on Tier 2 soldiers, who would only be seriously injured, while Tier 3 forces were not bothered by it at all. Hence, when Scarface was confident that the minefield was deactivated properly, it was then that he ordered the Tier 2 troops to finally take charge. "Here it comes," said Rudra, as he saw the Tier 2 troops advancing in formation. Wanting to clear the weaker ones, first he said, "Archers! Gun the Tier 1 stragglers down!" A flurry of arrows hit the fortunate ones that crossed the minefield alive, as the archers on the wall used the Tier 1 weaklings as targets practice as they hunted them down. Rudra expected them to be killed from every arrow that hit them. However, that was not the case at all. It took 3-4 arrows to take down a single Tier 1 player, as the armor they wore reduced arrow damage by a significant margin. Rudra was informed of the enemy being in possession of special armor to counter the arch ballistae. However, seeing the effectiveness of the device, even he was stunned for a second as he realized that the fight was going to be much harder than he initially anticipated. Nonetheless, even if the Tier 1 weaklings were left alone without giving them any attention, they could not do anything much with their strength against the mighty Purple Haze wall. Hence, even though it took a longer time, the archers did manage to clean up all the stragglers, who were clueless on what to do next once they reached their destination. The scenario on the Tier 2 advancing troops, however, was completely different, as they marched slowly with their shields out, and while holding tight lines, as there were flagmen amongst their ranks holding the blood merchant flag high. With over 27.5 million troops left, and a vast majority of them being Tier 2 and over, the true strength of the enemy that the elites were facing now came to full view. While the initial few minutes were undoubtedly in the favor of the elites, the momentum of the battle was changing quickly as the Tier 2 forces gained more and more ground. With the massive war machines being brought to the front, Rudra knew that the actual show was about to begin. War recap counter. Blood merchant deaths in this chapter, 2.5 million. Elite's death in this chapter, 0. Total force strength left alive. Merchants, 27.5/30 million. Elites, 9.4/9.4 million. / bonus, chapter 2/5. 3 more to go. I have decided on a 600 coin price drop for the max privilege tier for the next month along with a surprise discount. The other tiers will see a drop too. If we manage to hold onto our number 10 position in GT, the next month will be a great one for you readers. Grinning face with big eyes / Chapter 599 War 3. The massive war machines started to be mobilized. As hundreds of players pushed the base they were built on, while hundreds more pulled them using ropes as they were brought forward. The effective range of the mid-range cannons were 2 kilometers, whereas the effective range of the boulder-throwing machine was 4 kilometers. If the war machines were allowed to be positioned on the correct distance, it would become a tactical nightmare for the elites. Hence they had to be stopped before they could take the proper position. However, a well-equipped army of Tier 2 soldiers were marching ahead of it in formation, protecting the machines from destruction. Prepare the archballistae. Rudra ordered as small windows covered in steel within the wall were opened, revealing the archballistae mounted inside. Shwa, 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 shwa. A rain of arrows sped towards the advancing Tier 2 forces, as for a second the sky turned black by the sheer amount of arrows released. Tut tail! The commanding general ordered the troops to hide beneath their shields, as the advancing troops quickly sought cover from the rain of arrows, their shields defending them appropriately. The majority of the force remained unfazed by the rain of arrows, as the shields they had worked splendidly well in blocking the incoming attacks. With every single soldier carrying a shield in one arm, the casualties on the side of the blood merchants was 0 under the arrow rain, as the elites learned it the hard way that not only were the armor worn by the enemies excellent against arrow attacks, but so were their shields. Little by little, the Tier 2 army marched on unfazed as they inched closer to the walls of Purple Haze City. Behind them was a steady movement of wall-breaking tools. The high-range boulder-throwing machines were the first to get into position, with the cannons still being 700 meters from the 2 kilometers line, as Scarface gave the order to fire the first round. Massive boulders the size of a house were hurled towards the walls of Purple Haze City, as Rudra watched them approach with bated breaths. There were a total of 32 boulders approaching the city walls, 8 from each direction, while the elite members panicked and gulped nervously. The moment the boulders crossed the 1 kilometer mark, the Mage Tower within Purple Haze City suddenly glowed with power, as 32 high-intensity beams were accurately shot out from its crystal top, attacking the 32 incoming boulders. Bam! Smash! Crash! The high-intensity attack crushed the large boulders into many small pieces, but it was not completely effective in stopping it, as the sum of the smaller pieces did smash onto the Purple Haze City wall. Some went over it while some crashed on the battlefield. While the smaller pieces could not do major damage, it was the pieces that went over the city wall that crashed into local buildings behind, causing civilian property damage. This one attack costed Rudra about $60 billion worth of high-grade mana stones, and he could not keep up with it for rounds and rounds of boulder attacks. Although the Mage Tower could theoretically protect the city from 2-3 rounds, after that its limits would be on display. The only reason why Rudra wanted to check the constitution of the boulders the enemy were throwing was because he wanted to know what kind of rock could that machine hurl. If it was a low-density rock that weighed less, then a bunch of wizards could use Tier 2 and 3 spells to counter the incoming boulders. But since it was solid granite-type rock, with even the Mage Tower's attacks only breaking it to smaller pieces, Rudra knew that the wizards stood no chance, with the Tier 2 forces still advancing smoothly without suffering major losses. The elites were in a lot of trouble. Looking towards the heavens, Rudra let out a deep sigh, as he understood that he had no choice but to use that to get his guild out of this tough spot. Dronacharya's POV. Dronacharya was extremely happy with how things were progressing. Although the loss of troops within the first few minutes of the mine explosions was tragic, the momentum seemed to be shifting towards them since that event with the archballistae of the elites being rendered useless. The archballistae was one of the symbols of the elites, a weapon of war that helped them assert their local dominance. However, with the world watching, Dronacharya exposed the weakness of that weapon. When the elites had fought the triads, Dronacharya had advised them to use these shields and armor as well. However, they chose to ignore his advice to suffer horribly from those arrow-spewing machines. But that would not be the case today with him leading the group. Taking a selfie, he posted it on the forums as it read, "The face of the mastermind behind the fall of the elites." Beneath the photo he wrote how flawed the elites' archballistae were, and how easy it was to counter them with the right equipment. He slammed the ex-opponents of the elites, calling them all dumb idiots. as he called himself the prophet of the truth. Feeling excited and happy, Dronacharya lost control over his calm demeanor, as he did a stupid mistake by revealing his face and intentions to the world. Naturally, his photo gained a lot of traction on the forums, as the war the elites were facing was the hottest topic there today. However, while things looked like they were going in his favor at the moment, things could change any second. Little did he know that this one photo would make him the biggest meme in the world. War recap counter. Blood merchant deaths in this chapter, a few odd hundred. Elites death in this chapter, 2. Total force strength left alive. Merchants, 27.5/30 million. Elites, 9.4/9.4 million. / bonus, chapter 3/5. Happy reading y'all / Chapter 600 War 4. Dronacharya calmly scrolled the forums, as he felt like a god with him, finally getting the attention that he so desperately craved for. This was the thing that fueled his anger for Shikuni, as while he stayed deprived of public light in the shadows, Shikuni became the face of the best players in the world, being widely considered the #1 player by many experts. Dronacharya desperately wanted the attention too. However, he wanted to make a big name for himself right from his debut. He did not want to accumulate fame slow and steady. He wanted to be born a legend. For that reason, he chose to be the man who single-handedly brought down the elites trying to become a legend from the broken legacy of the #1 guild in Omega. Enjoying the heated conversations caused by his post on the forums, Dronacharya decided to reply to one of his doubters, who was questioning his prowess. The doubter posted a question. Okay, prophet guy. If you are the mastermind behind this event, and everything is under your control, then tell us now what will happen in the war in the next 1 hour. If you are correct, I will forever be your slave. If you are wrong, you are my B*******. Agree? The comment had 23,000 likes in 3 minutes, and 3,200 replies. Dronacharya found it as a perfect tool to display his abilities to the world, as he formulated a reply. The wall of Purple Haze City will crumple under the cannons and the boulders. The soldiers marching towards the walls will make it to the wall without any problems, and once the wall crumples, they will charge into the city. The tides of war will be completely in the favor of the attacking forces. Dronacharya was extremely satisfied with his reply to the post, as his speculation instantly spurred another round of heated discussions. Meanwhile, Rudra had no idea what hidden cards the enemy possessed. However, the one he was about to use was undoubtedly one of his strongest ones. Rudra had no way to deal with the long-range boulder-throwing machines while being at such a large distance from it. Hence he knew he had no choice but to use that token. Courtesy of his trip to the hidden dragon village, Rudra had obtained a token of favor from the Dragon Prince by giving him the blueprints of the Mage Tower. That token could be used to summon 10 of his best Black Dragon guards, all being tier 4 and above. It was a truly formidable force, and a get-out-of-jail-free card to turn any unfavorable situation into a favorable one, as the dragons were one of the most dominant species to have ever lived on the continent. Massive mana, massive damage output, massive defensive capabilities, massive HP, and almost limitless stamina with the ability to fly. They were the ultimate killing machines, and Rudra used the dragon summoning token to call on that favor. Shining! The dragon summoning token started to shine with power, as it opened a spatial portal through which 10 massive dragons flew through at a rapid speed. Roar! A terrifying roar of 10 dragons roaring at once covered the skies, as everyone was affected with Dragon's Fear debuff, as the world took note of the massive beasts in the skies. Looking towards Rudra, one of the dragons said, "You summoned us? Puny human?" Rudra was not affected by Dragon's Fear. On the other hand, as he activated his aura skill, he looked the black dragon in the eye, giving him the chills. "Your prince owes me a favor, and I need you to complete that favor now. Those large machines. Tell your comrades to destroy them, and all have terrorized the forces behind them as well. Do it before they can damage these walls. Go now," Rudra said in a commanding voice as he talked down towards the dragon. "Human, you dare." The dragon was unable to swallow his pride. However, the token was proof of Rudra's service to their kind, and he could not be disloyal to the royal family and challenge their authority. Hence, he had no choice but to oblige. Releasing a burst of fire from his nose, the dragon said, "We will oblige, but we will not risk our lives. Once the mission is over, we shall take our leave." Rudra knew this was going to be the case from the start as he nodded and said, "Split into 4 groups. 3, 3, 3, and 1. You come with me. Send the other 3 groups towards the 3 directions left to cover." Saying so, Rudra used the skill Death Knight Summoning, as a massive bone dragon was summoned, the size of which being much larger than the black dragon beside Rudra. Taking out the Grim Reaper and the Siege Breaker. Rudra hopped onto the back of the Bone Dragon as he himself flew towards the war machines. The Black Dragon commander on his tail, covered in black aura, wearing regal king robes, and having two extraordinary swords in both hands, with both of them shining with their own auras, while riding a bone dragon. Rudra truly looked like the epitome of what a player could be in Omega. As the blood merchants watched in horror, the dragons used dragon breath to destroy the huge war machines to ashes. As 11 dragons roamed across the skies of Purple Haze City, burning to flames everything that the blood merchants held dear. Rudra himself destroyed 2 boulder-throwing machines, and used sword chi to injure countless soldiers beneath. As the elites turned the tides of war in a matter of moments. War recap counter. Blood merchant deaths in this chapter, 25,50,000. Elites death in this chapter, 0. Total force strength left alive. Merchants, nearly 27.5/30 million. Elites, 9.4/9.4 million. / bonus, chapter 4/5. Just one more to go. Enjoy reading it y'all //